There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome to day 5 of competition. We're here in Huntington Beach, California. Another light offshore wind blowing, some fun peaks available for our surfers paddling out for the first heats of the day. Here for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. And we've seen a few of the guys getting out in the water bright and early this morning, just get a free surf in. We've got Rafael Louders, who will be paddling out for Team Brazil, your reigning world champion, looking to go one better this week at the World Championships.
Yeah, and he's been an excellent surfer all week long. I feel like these kind of conditions resemble a lot of his home breaks in Navegantes in Florianópolis, as we will see Ismail, our surfer from Norway, also in the water in the first heat this morning.
Yeah, it's going to be a great way to kick things off with our men's stand 2 division. We've got a lot of heats to get through, and they're all in that elimination space. Shannon Hughes here alongside Mitch Salazar to call the action. And Mitch, at the end of the day, after we get through a lot of those semifinal matchups or quarterfinal matchups, we'll be heading into 4 finals.
Yeah, pretty exciting stuff, as we will be crowning a few champions later on today. So stick around. We'll be seeing our sit divisions first off, and I think it's going to be a fun day. A decrease in the swell, but a lot of consistency as we do hit the peak of the high tide this morning right now.
That's right. We'll be seeing our men's and women's sit finals, as well as our men's and women's stand 3 finals, as we take a look at the beautiful sunrise here in Southern California. And we've got some great conditions available this morning. Yeah,
and the swell direction primarily from the west once again, the wind very light, but as you can see, the high tide peaking just about now, 6:55 a.m. It's a higher tide, a 5.3 foot high tide, but the low tide at 1:37, it's going to be drastically lower than we will see this morning. The air temperature a little colder, and the water temperature for sure has decreased as we saw that northwest wind once again yesterday afternoon.
It is a bit chillier this morning, walking out down the beach and getting prepared for a big day. Our first heats of the morning will be the Parasurfing Stand 2 division, which include any surfers that ride a wave in a standing position with a below-the-knee amputation or congenital or impairment equivalent, or a leg length difference. Specifically, those surfers with that below-the-knee amputation or a leg length difference will be out in the water. And we're just waiting to hear that buzzer sound for the start of our first heat. Team France will have one of their top competitors out in the lineup in Philippe Naud up against Costa Rica's Balder Enriquez, and Norway's Ishmael Nilsen up against the reigning world champion in Rafael Louders.
Yeah, and I feel like this is a great opportunity for Philippe to move up into the final as the #1 seed, knock down Rafa from that spot that he's been keeping since last year. But overall, it's been the Brazilian who's been dominant throughout this event. I just feel, though, with the decrease in swell, could be anybody's game, as we do see Ishmael out there in the water. He's been waiting patiently for his opportunity to really shine in this one. Always with the big smile on his face, though, Shannon.
Yeah, he was really excited when he found out he'd made it into the top 8 because he'd actually done his own calculations on the leaderboard and had miscalculated himself outside the top 8. Once those results were posted up, he checked it later that afternoon and realized that he'd actually qualified and made it through to the next round. So that was exciting to see. Nice when a mistake like that actually works in your favor in the end.
Yeah, and that's why you want to have several people do the calculations themselves, and obviously having the official scoreboard right there just outside of the beach marshal tent is imperative. You know where you're standing, you know what kind of decisions you want to be making in the next heat that you're going to be surfing, and it seems like we're underway with our first heat this morning.
20 minutes on the clock for all of our opening heats of the day, which include the elimination round, semifinals, and a couple of qualifying rounds later in the day for those divisions that haven't yet surfed in their round 2. 25 minutes on the clock for the 4 finals that will run at the end of the day. Philip has a paddle, he's unable to get into it. And this specific division for men's stand 2 is a semifinal. So we will be seeing the top 2 athletes per heat advance through to the grand final, and those bottom 2 athletes will be eliminated from competition.
Yeah, and as of right now, with the time that we do have on the clock, 20 minutes, sounds like a good amount of time, but with the high tide peaking right now, it's a little slower. So you want to get busy in the first 5 to 10 minutes, and afterwards be a bit more selective with the waves that you could improve on. And that's where I feel the 2 lower seeds in this one, both Veaudry and Ismail, have a good chance of doing so. If they move a little bit further to the south, it seems like Ismail is closer towards Machado's Peak, which tends to be the most southern peak that you can surf here in the contest area.
And with this tide, what would be your move paddling out in a heat like this? Would you like to sit on that pier bowl, or would you prefer possibly Machado's Peak?
It's tough today because we're seeing an angle straight from the west, whereas in the previous 2 days we've seen more of a west-northwest, so the pier bowl has been a bit more available. I would say right now the smart thing is to still paddle out right next to the pier and essentially move over once you don't see anything breaking over there. If that were to be the case, to me, it's really just getting something on the board. I feel like a 3 or 4 could easily be a backup score. Don't be thinking that you're going to get 18 points today. Settle with 12 or 13 at the most.
Great insight from a man who is here at Huntington Beach at the south side most days of the week, whether it's free surfing yourself, Mitch, or announcing any variety of contest that happens here. It seems like your voice is just here across all of the different events.
Yeah, thanks, Shannon. It's been a busy year for sure. Been very grateful with how 2023 has gone so far, and really stoked to see the opportunity that these parasurfers are getting to compete at one of the world's biggest arenas in terms of surfing too, because everybody has to come through Huntington Beach eventually, and if you're able to conquer this place, especially through a week-long event too, it's a big accomplishment, you know. A lot of people that have won here before have had very successful careers themselves.
We've still got a little bit of work before we hit those closing ceremonies tomorrow afternoon. Of course, we've been running competition days since the 6th, 6 total. We'll be finishing out our finals tomorrow, and then we will be into our closing ceremonies. Of course, we've already been mentioning throughout the morning that we'll have those 4 finals this afternoon. The other 14 finals will be running tomorrow. As we see our surfer in green. Nice re-entry to start things off for Veaudry of Costa Rica. And that's going to be a great way to kick off his campaign. And he'll put the first score on the board as we see blue go down. And now Ismail from Team Norway with a good-looking left in front of him. Pumping, now driving back into the pocket on a first big carve. And looking for even more opportunity as he comes through the inside. This is a great looking wave showing the potential of small HB.
And riding an alternate craft too, a little bit of a longer board with a lot of volume underneath his feet. Seems to be a great board to choose from, just given today's conditions. And he caught that wave on the most southern peak towards Machado's, as it seems like Philippe up and riding.
Up and riding on a good looking left. He won't be able to make that takeoff, unfortunately. He's riding a much more performance-y surfboard than what we saw from Ismail.
And if that were to be the case, you want to ride something with a lot more volume, thickness, and width need to be going up today, especially at a heat with a high tide. But, you know, there tends to be some difficulties every now and then with people having to travel with a limited amount of boards. Some people might not have enough to bring 2 or 3. As we look at the replay right here from Veaudry, he's from Guanacaste in Costa Rica, tends to surf a lot of beach breaks. So one nice hit right there on the forehand, and then a quick one from Philippe out the back. and this to me going to be the best score of the heat so far. Pumps down the line, gains a lot of speed, and despite surfing a longer board, is able to move that quite well. Get a projection down the line, great carve on the open face, and just some inside work right here to finish this wave off. So not only starting off well, but adding more pressure to the other 3 surfers out there in the water too.
Yeah, keeping his control. We're waiting for that score to come through for both first of green and first of blue. Red now, our reigning gold medalist, up and riding. First snap on his forehand, pumping down the line now, looking to gain some speed and momentum. And off the lip to finish. So he's gonna put a score down. We've got a 4.67 for the opener of Baldir in green. So waiting for first of white for Ishmael, and now a wave to drop through as well for Rafael. And the Viking support down on the shoreline.
Yeah, despite only having 1 surfer in here, there's definitely a good amount of support as we're looking at our Israeli surfer coming up in the next heat, Nachman Balulu. Great HIC board underneath his feet and an alternate craft too. He hasn't really ridden that board in previous days of competition. Gonna be exciting to see him ride that today in his next heat.
Got a paddle now for Rafael. Second wave. Goes up for 1 quick hit. That'll be incomplete, so his first score is going to be the important one so far in the situation. Down to 14 minutes on the clock, and Mitch, you were saying, you know, how awesome it is to be seeing the parasurfing community here in Huntington Beach this week. Of all the events that run year-round, from pro-level events down to juniors and development levels as well. It's really incredible to see Visit Huntington Beach, one of the presenting sponsors of this year's World Parasurfing Championships, backing this event again, especially with the hope of getting parasurfing into the Paralympics come LA 2028. So the ISA has been doing some great lobbying on behalf of parasurfing, and an event like this at a venue like this specifically can really showcase the world-class level of performances as well as the growth and the development of the sport globally to be recognized on a Paralympic level.
Yeah, and got to give a big thank you to everybody in terms of the production, whether it's on the broadcast through the ISA, and obviously a huge thank you to Kelly Miller and his whole team from Visit Huntington Beach. Wouldn't be possible to have this event without their support, and really the knowledge that they have in bringing a lot of big events here. I would have to say it's the fourth or fifth big event that we've had so far in Huntington Beach, and there's usually at least an amateur event here every weekend too.
We got a paddle now for Ishmael. We're still waiting for his opening wave. Now up and riding again on a great looking left, curling in the pocket. He's got a lot of speed, now looking for that section in front as he grabs the rail. He'll make it around that section, stand tall, give a little claim back to the tower as well. And first score in for Rafael, a 5.57. Now waiting still for the first score of Ishmael, and we'll have a second score to drop through as well.
Yeah, and usually what they'll do, they'll let the other scores drop, see where the average comes through, and then be able to compare a certain wave in terms of, you know, just being able to compare it with the other scores. And there it is, a 5.5, so very similar to Hafa's opening ride, as this is the 5.57. So this is on a pure right, really far on the inside. The setup turn right there. And as you can see, he is able to generate a lot of speed moving down the line. For his standards, probably not super stoked with that one, but it's his best score so far. And this is the backup of Ishmael right now. Yet to come through in terms of the score, but a lot of speed moving down the line. Didn't really maneuver too much, but was able to project himself with a good amount of speed. There was flow involved, so should be a backup score for him.
Yeah, that flow and trim coming through on the longer board, longer craft, often allows you to find that sort of line on a wave. So 5.5 for the opener of Norway. We're waiting for a backup score now. Brazil sitting in the lead with that 5.57 and the strength of the 1.5 just to back it up at the moment. But he'll be looking to go much better than that. So far, it's a pretty good matchup between first, second, and third. As we see our surfer in that third place position just get stuck on the takeoff, so he won't be able to get into a second wave. He'll lose priority as well, or second priority, and move down into fourth. Now Philip from Team France sitting with a couple of takeoff scores where he took the fall Mitch, and he's been holding on to that priority for a while now, hoping to get that 5-point score at least on the board.
Yeah, and in the 2 qualifying rounds that we had for this classification, he had been dominant too, so surprising to say the least that he hasn't been able to get anything above a 0.5 as Ishmael takes the lead with this last one. And doesn't matter how you make it there, as long as you're qualifying for the final, and he understands that bringing a lot of that joy and passion has been very efficient for him to compete well so far this week. As we look at Kenjiro Ito about to paddle out right there from Japan, also been one of the standouts with his placebo surfboard.
Yeah, he's going to be very exciting to see in the lineup this morning. Really fun looking conditions. That board looks like it's got a bit of volume to it as well, so it should suit the kind of softer nature of today's waves.
Yeah, it's worked well even on the bigger size conditions, so wouldn't be surprised to see him drop a couple of big scores as we have live action.
Live action now with Rafa up and riding. He's looking for a 4.20. I would say he's got it with that opening turn. Beautiful execution. He's got a good looking lip in front of him as he finishes off on the shoreline. Holds on to that control, gets one more tag as the fins hit the sand.
Yeah, and it can be really hard to navigate a lot of these inside sections with how high the tide is, as Veaudry now up and riding.
Off to the right, and he goes for the rotation on the face of the wave. Having a bit of fun out in the water. Sitting on that 4.67 as his high score, looking for a 2.41. But we're about to see that requirement shift, just like we saw with that 4.27 of Ishmael dropping in. The requirement now on our surfer in fourth, Philip, is up to a 6.57 to get himself into an advancing position into the final. But with the score to drop for Rafael, we know that situation is going to change for both bottom surfers as well.
Yeah, and Philippe hasn't really gotten anything good so far, but Rafa, as you were mentioning, only looking for a 4.2 right now. That's an attainable score for him. And the good thing for Enriquez is that he at least has the 4.67, so at least matching close to a 5 or the 4.27 that Nilsson has as his backup score. But the cool thing about Ishmael competing out there in the Southern Peak is that he's been left alone for the majority of the heat so far, and he hasn't had that added pressure of everybody else is trying to catch waves on top of him. So staying to what he feels has been the good strategy, and I feel like it's played off. He's in the lead, has first priority, and with 8 minutes to go, has a lot of time to work and improve on that low score of the 4.27 now.
Yeah, as we take a look now at Philip, it's been a while since he's been able to get into a wave, and now he's up and riding on his first solid set of the heat. Opening carve, snap on the second maneuver. You can see that backwash coming into play as well. He's really putting that weight over the front foot to just keep that board trimming forward. And he's going to put his best score on the board. We're still waiting for that last score of Rafael to drop through, and that will give us a good look at the situation across the board.
Yeah, back in the heat right there with that one, as Veaudry now up and riding. This seems to have a good line on it.
Good looking line in front of Veaudry. Right there in the section, second snap, he goes down.
Yeah, tried to maneuver a bit too quickly when he was coming out of it. Still plenty of time, though, 7 minutes, but what's really going to matter right now, though, is a score from Looters that's owed to him. Both Enriquez and Naur are going to be able to understand what the requirement is with 7 minutes on the clock, and as you can see, Nilsson very comfortable all the way on the outside by himself. It seems like he might be having a look at a wave that's coming through right now.
Those lefts he's been taking have been so nice as well. I'm surprised that we haven't seen more of the surfers. Rafa now kind of moving towards where Nilsson's been sitting. Strong paddle now for the Norwegian, and he's able to get into it. Another left in front of him. Great looking turn to start things off with. That's exactly what he needed in that opening critical section of the wave. Gets that second turn. He's not going to be able to complete the second maneuver. That opening one was a good hint at what he's capable of on that open face, and knowing that he needs to get those major maneuvers off the bat.
Right, but he's identified what's good for him in this heat and what's suitable for him given the conditions. Kind of stayed on the left, being on the forehand, much better for him, especially with that prosthetic on the front leg. Can push off with the back leg still, being on the forehand. And as of right now, there's a good probability that he will improve on his low score, the 4.27. I feel like getting the scores for Naur and for Enriquez, at least the requirements for what they're going to need for second place, is going to be imperative right now in the last 6 minutes, because not only are they going to need scores, they're probably going to need their best scores in this heat so far.
Well, we're waiting for scores to drop through across the board. We've been waiting a long time for that right-hander of Rafael, where you had those 3 turns connected together to drop through. It's a 5.83. It's the highest score of the heat so far. Rafa moves up into the lead. That pushes Ishmael down into second. He does have another score to come through, though, to see if it can improve on the 4.27 as his backup score. Veaudry has dropped into 2.07 for his last attempt, so he's still sitting in third. And we are waiting for that last score of Philip to drop through, his real first wave, as we take a look now at live action with Rafa in that red jersey, bright and early this morning, and picking off his first left of the heat, throwing a bit of spray off that opening turn.
Yeah, great performance right there, and getting some indications from his team on the beach to move further south. They've seen that that left has been one of the more viable options in these first 15 minutes of this heat. As we're still waiting on a few scores too, they've taken their time with the replays because they know how important this heat is, Shannon. It's the semifinal. Is their place guaranteed in the final right now for the top 2 spots? They want to get the results right as we look at Semi 2 about to paddle out now.
Second semifinal, we'll have the top 4 surfers between the 2 that will be advancing and competing tomorrow on finals day. 4 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. We've got a 3.93 that dropped through for last of Ishmael. It's not going to factor into his top 2 scores, so his situation will remain the same. Requirements now across the board. We knew it was going to change with Rafa's last score dropping through. It's now a 5.11 on our surfer in green to move from third into second, and a big 9.27 requirement on our surfer in blue to move from fourth up into second. Now we are still waiting for blue's last wave to drop through. That's going to chip away at that requirement for sure. As we can see, our surfer in the green jersey, Veaudry, holding on to that priority. He's now positioning himself as he eyes up this little wall starting to come through.
Well, he paddled out in trunks too. First heat of the morning, a little colder out there. I mean, he was definitely in with a game plan of just wanting to be active and controlling the heat. His best score was his first one, the 4.67, and at the moment only needs a low 5 for second place. The last score for Luders comes in as a 5.83, so that moves him up into first place. And as I said, 11, 12, 13 points, that's kind of your goal, especially being the first heat of the morning. Doesn't matter how you get there as long as you're making it into the final. It's been a good heat, though. Everybody has at least one good wave. Just needs to come down to who has the better backup, Shannon.
It's so true. This has been a great way to start off the morning. And we've got a paddle. Surfer in green has first priority, but he's not going to be able to get into it. Blue now having a look at this, but he's just a little bit deep. You can see the teams on the beach for Brazil just pointing, whistling, showing that there's a set coming on the last 2 minutes, 45 seconds. And Veaudry will have to paddle over this. Nice looking wave on the inside. And Rafa just gets stuck off the takeoff as well. So his situation will remain the same. We are still waiting for that score for Philip to see how much of that 9.27 he can chip away at. As our second place surfer uses priority on this wave, continuing to eye off those lefts. Good bit of work being done now as he carves back. Has to go down to his stomach and goes up for the headstand to finish on the inside.
Yeah, so that won't get scored, but he's having a lot of fun. He's enjoying himself, and you can see right there with that smile, he is just really living in the moment, and I think that's what this event is all about, just having a good time, inspiring others to create some change and motivate others to come out here and compete and be part of this amazing event that we've had all week long. 1:45 though, Shannon. Scores in for Nod. Now only needs a low 6.
All right, so 3.70 drops through for last of Nod. Now chasing that 6.07. Putting himself in position here. Way on that inside. And he's just looking super hungry now, hoping that he gets another opportunity. He surfed well so far to make it into the top 8 as we take a look now at Rafa. And you can see a bit frustrated maybe that that wave hasn't opened up for him. He is still holding on to the lead, but it's pretty close between first and second at the moment. And just with that 5.11 holding off Veaudry, you could see a full situation change. Should there be an actual, set that would roll through in this final minute? The ocean is looking a little quiet. We can see some lines that are out there. We'll see if they're able to get here in time.
Yeah, and I mean, 50 seconds with the amount of swell that we have in the water doesn't seem like a lot of time, but given how high the tide is and how far inside a lot of these waves are breaking, all you need to do really is paddle a little bit inside because those waves have potential for a score. And it seems like Enriquez might be having a look at this left here, Shannon. That's a good wave.
Good looking wave for green. He's chasing a 5.11. Sets his line for that first section. Unfortunately, can't hold on to a decent maneuver as we see the Norwegian just kind of shuffle up to the nose of that board to try and keep that momentum moving forward, but he'll go down on what looked like one of the better waves of the day.
And it seems like now right here with 10 seconds, last-ditch opportunity.
He's got priority, he's in position, 6 seconds on the clock still, and he's got to be up on his feet, hands leaving the rails, but either way, that's not going to be a score, whether it's before or after the buzzer. That's going to count for that 6:07 he required.
Yeah, good effort though. He tried right at the end, and you know, unfortunately for him, I think just a bit too patient over there by the pier bowl. There were a couple lefts that were further towards the south. Still strong performance into the semifinals. Same with Enriquez, but we have our 2 finalists of the day.
Well, Rafael Lauders of Brazil, your reigning world champion. He's into the finals once again alongside a newer competitor at this year's event, Ishmael Nilsen for Norway. We've got more action to come with JP Veaudry hitting the lineup right after this.
My name is JP Veaudry from South Africa. So my accident happened on the 23rd of May 2009, and I was shooting a wedding, and I decided to take my motorbike. It was such a beautiful evening. Just before I got home, 2 kilometers from my house, someone ran a stop street, hit and run, never been found. When the surgeon told me that he was going to take my leg, the very first thing I thought of was, am I going to surf again? Unless you've actually been there, it's hard to digest, you know, what you can and can't do. But I mean, I was a surfer before my accident, and I wanted to carry on being a surfer, stand-up surfer that is. And I think that's what inspired me to get going. Friends and family said, you know, don't put too much pressure on yourself. I decided to go the other route. I got all my friends, all the media, surfing magazines, they all were there on the beach waiting to see like what would happen with my first wave. I had many quiet moments in the changing rooms, getting ready as everyone was in anticipation. I'm proud to say I got up on my very first wave. I can't even express the feeling, and haven't looked back since. Once you get that first wave, anything's possible. But my friends say I surf better now than before. I'm just chasing life, really, and I start my day with a surf. I spend as much time with my family as possible, just because it could all go in a second, and I want to know that I've got no regrets.
Welcome back to Heat 2 of the morning, Day 5 of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships, and we're into our second semifinal for the men's Stand 2 division. JP Veaudry now up and riding. Quick in and out just to get that score on the board. He's in the water up against Kenjiro Ito of Japan, Sean Rangot of Puerto Rico, and Nachman Balulu of Israel. Nachman now with a paddle. Nice steep section in front of him to start things off with. Great backhand attack, and he'll get that first score on the board.
Yeah, it should be a good wave too. I mean, real strong turn right there on the backhand. As you can see, riding an alternative craft too. Not only for the first time in the event, but I also think he's riding it at the specific time where he needs to. As we look at Ito now, he's been a standout all event long.
Yeah, he's really been on fire. Nice style as he's just crouched low, getting himself around the section, keeping that composure, hits the section to finish off with. And that's going to be a great way for him to start things off. So scores to come through for Kenjiro and for Nachman that are going to give us the standard for this heat.
Oh, that was pretty sick. I mean, he attacks the lip line right there, fully goes into the section with a lot of speed. So it should be a big score for him. And I feel like both Balulu and Ito will be starting off with the right foot on this one. 17 minutes on the clock. You get anything within the first 5 minutes, that's already something that you should be very proud of. Looking at the replay right here, Ito a little bit behind the section, but once he comes around it, look at how he's crouched in that position the whole time. He's literally prepared for that one section that stands up, gets into the lip line, and fully commits to the one section right there. Strong stuff.
Scores to come through now for first of Balulu and first of Ito. Another wave coming through now. Nachman under third priority is going to have a paddle here. waiting for his opening ride. Now up and riding on his second. That's going to close out, and he'll just kick out. Great tactic in these kind of heats is to just stay active, stay busy. That's what we saw from Ishmael in that last one. Also positioned himself farther away from the pack, so he had the pick of his own peak the entire time.
Well, and a couple of surfers recognized in this heat that the previous one was a bit slow. They wanted to get to work real early because Balulu drops the highest score of the heat of 4.5, or excuse me, the second highest score of the heat of 4.5, and then Ito goes to town with a 4.83. So that could easily be either your top score or your backup score right now. So you've done half of the work in the first 4 minutes, Shannon. Some incredible things that we're seeing literally at the beginning of the heat. And JP Veaudry, who's been a standout throughout the entire event, wants to get to work with first priority now.
15 and a half minutes on the clock. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with Rafael after a great heat win in that last heat.
Absolutely, Shannon, a great heat win. We're going to get Bridget, your team player, here to help with the transition, Rafael, but congratulations, he's just booked himself a spot in the grand final, our defending gold medalist. How's he feeling?
Rafael, você acabou de conquistar sua vaga para a final, defendendo o seu título do ano passado. Como é que você está se sentindo?
Estou muito feliz. A bateria foi muito difícil, né? Não vinha onda. Mas eu treinei muito mesmo esse ano. Treinei demais. E aí o resultado veio aí. Eu agradeço a Deus demais por ter achado essas ondas. Foi tensa, bateria tensa e vamos lá para a final. Bora, Brasil.
He's very stoked to be at the final. He said that he trained a lot this year to get here and come with a big surf, big maneuvers, so he can go to the finals. And he thanked God for it, and that's it. Let's go.
And I'd like to ask, you know, so many incredible surfers coming out of Brazil at the moment, going back to even greats like Fred Doré, one of my favorites from back in the 1980s, Paolo Kidd in your team here. Who does Rafael look up to? Which Brazilian surfers most inspire him?
Rafael, a gente tem vários grandes surfistas, né, no Brasil, né? E no seu olhar, em quem você se inspira?
Felipe Toledo levou o bi e se Deus quiser eu vou levar também. E assim, eu quero agradecer aí também, todo mundo que está assistindo, galera lá do Sul, Thiago Jacaré, o Márcio Melo, galera da associação lá, minha mãe, meus amigos todos aí, meus suportes. Estou muito feliz aí por esse resultado e vou com tudo para a final.
I think we recognize some of those big names. Lastly, let's finish off. Rafael's got his eyes now on gold medals into that final. Has he got some messages in Portuguese for his Brazilian fans back home?
Aí, galera, vamos embora para a final. Obrigado aí, minha mãe, te amo, minha família, meus amigos, meus apoiadores. Aí, obrigado aqui, ó, a Prefeitura de Navegantes, que eu ganhei a Bolsa Atleta, como que é o nacional lá? Secretaria Nacional de Paradesporto, Ministério do Esporte, a CB Surf, a FECA Surf. E estou muito feliz, sou grato e vamos para a final com tudo. Se Deus quiser vai dar Brasil. É isso aí. E quem sabe um dia vem um patrocínio pro Rafa. Amém.
Absolutely. Brazil looking brilliant. Good luck in the final. Let's get back to the action.
Thanks so much, Rafa. Looking like the man to beat at the moment, though we have got 4 surfers, 2 of them already with some decent scores, given the context of what we saw from that first heat as well. A couple of 4.5s on the board for Nachman of Israel, a 4.83 for that opener of Kenjiro, and last year's silver medalist JP Veaudry sitting with that 3.57 on the board. A 3.87 has dropped through for Puerto Rico's Sean Reingout. So it's pretty close at the moment to see who's going to be taking that advancing position in our Stand 2 division.
Yeah, and JP just got his best score, 3.57, so he's back in the heat, but we did see a wave right there by Ito that was greatly surfed, and he's been doing some amazing work in 4th or 3rd priority the entire time, just being a little bit underneath of everybody and wanting to find those insiders that nobody else wants. Seems like dropping the biggest score of the heat.
6.67 on the board now for Kenjiro. And that's going to be really solid in the context of what we've seen already for this division. Fantastic surfing from the 46-year-old out of Tokyo. Great to see him back in the water this year. He's walked away previously with a bronze medal as his best result back in 2017. But with a performance like he's showing already this week, we've been noticing his style and his flair. He could be that strong favorite to be coming in for one of Japan's medalists.
And both of his 2 top waves have actually been waves where he's had to kind of deal with the backwash at the beginning of it, come around the section, and then he carves it and just hammers this last one too. You can see that board, the placebo, with a lot of epoxy movement underneath his feet, is a great option for today. Meanwhile, Nachman, another 4.5, excuse me, on this one on the backhand. Great turn right there, just to be able to get up into the lip with that small amount of speed was some great work. And then JP Veaudry on the backhand, 3.57 for him. So back into the heat 2, needs to get something in the 5s right now if he wants to move up into the top 2.
Yeah, he's got a bit of work to do to get South Africa into that podium finish, as we see that last wave of Nachman as well. So 10 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Kenjiro in the lead with an 11.5 heat total. You were mentioning today, aiming for heat totals in that 12 to 13 point range is smart, rather than thinking that you're going for those excellent heat totals.
Well, at least early in the morning, when you know that it's slow, when you know that the tide's super high, there's going to be less sections on offer, less availability of good waves. You need to settle for what's out there. So I feel like in the first 2 heats, we've seen that so far. Hafa was able to get a good heat total in the 11-point range too. But Ito right now just kind of set the standard with the 6.67. And I feel like so far, not only has he been extremely consistent with his performances throughout his heats, but also with the way he's been able to use the entire area here in HB Southside, surfing all the way from the southern peak, middle peak, and today using primarily the pier bowl to his advantage.
Great to see those surfers that have worked out this location, the way that it changes with different tides, the different wind conditions that we've seen throughout the week as well.
Well, JP, sorry Shannon, JP right there real quick was asking for indications on the beach, whether to paddle towards the pier bowl or paddle further south. So he's having some struggles out there just identifying where the best spot to sit is. This happens quite a bit on the high tide. I think that's why activity is just the smartest strategy right now.
You can see that Nachman and Kenjiro have decided to sit off the pier bowl.
That's a good wave.
A really good looking wave to come through. Now priority is going to favor Kenjiro in his position, but actually Sean down the line has first priority, so Kenjiro is going to have to kick out. Sean in a great position too for that backhand whip, and unfortunately doesn't get the projection to ride out complete. He's looking to improve on the 3.87 with a 5.13 in order to put himself into that advancing position. Residing in Puerto Rico, originally from Switzerland, and has a long history of competing in extreme sports. Great to see him putting together some great performances this week here for parasurfing.
Especially as a waterman too, loves to be able to be in the water doing different activities, as you were mentioning. On that wave in particular, wasn't able to bring the board down as he wanted to, just not enough speed after that strong turn. But this truly benefits JP Veaudry, because in that instance, Sean had higher priority than Kenjiro, but Kenjiro went on the wave too. He got dropped down to third priority, so JP now, only needing a mid-5, might have a chance to get that score right here with this wave coming through.
Good looking wave for the East London local. And he's going to put himself in position. First priority, we got 7 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. JP chasing down a 5.43. Carves back, pumping really hard to try and find some momentum, but that wave won't stand up. Does seem challenging today to find the waves that will stand, because some of them have had a really nice wall and pocket all the way through to the inside, and others have just hit those sections and just felt a little too deep and soft.
Well, that's why you need to look for the sections rather than the specific waves too. If it seems like a wave that's probably going to close out real quick, it's probably going to have a steep section on it.
Sean on his forehand, staying active.
He's been close 2 times in a row now, just hasn't been able to fully ride out of it as JP up.
All right, JP now on the inside. Some of these smaller waves have had a slightly better shape to it. This is already giving him a little bit more to work with. Couple snaps on his backhand, looking to just tag that on the sand. And looks like he's starting to feel a bit of momentum.
Well, he worked that wave well, given how small it was. Riding a CI Happy every day with the spine technology, which is an epoxy with a stringer in it, and the thing works great. It's extremely responsive, a little bit larger than he normally tends to ride, but having that 6'2" and a benefit of getting into the waves a bit easier in terms of accessibility, I actually think that's beneficial to him right now. So looking for the mid-5s, surfed it very well. Got to wait to see if he's going to get the score.
High score of the heat, for context, is that 6.67 for the second wave of Kenjiro. Kenjiro having a look now, once again, looking to build on the 4.83. Good looking set in front of him. And just pumping down the line, hits the section. Can see that he's eyeing up that same finish.
Yeah, well, he's been on fire, and he's throwing away something pretty good if he would have been completing that turn right there. Just under 6 minutes, though. I mean, he's been in a good priority rotation every single time because he's been so active, too. So every time there's a set coming through, he's usually on one of those waves. I think the interesting score right now, though, is going to be JP Veaudry's, because needing a mid-5, you're going to compare it to the high 4 of Ito with a 6.67 of his as well, and you want to keep it in between those two scores if you were to get the requirement right now. Seems like Sean might be having a look at this left here.
And a paddle now for our surfer in green. Great looking left in front of him. Finally gets that connection that he's been trying for on his first two waves. Finds that lip line, rides out complete. The board looks really fun under his feet.
There's a score for Veaudry now. Good one.
6.50. Judges highly rewarding the work that he put through on the inside. He's now just has a stumble off the takeoff. That would be such a nice little wave as we can see it peeling away towards the right. So JP now into second. This heat is really turning on as we're down to the final 5 minutes, the set of the morning starting to come in. And we'll see if anyone's able to get themselves in position. They're just a little bit too shallow, and it doesn't look like we'll see anyone swinging to go. Nachman just paddles over the shoulder. Kenjiro holding on to that lead. JP now chasing a 5.01 to take first away, and it has put bigger requirements on the board. Nachman's jump bumps down into that elimination spot of third, chasing a 5.58, and it'll be a 5.85 for Sean in that fourth place position.
Yeah, with 4 minutes to go, Veaudry's put himself in a great position right now. Wasn't able to get on that one set wave that just broke through, but in third priority in the rotation, and he's really the only surfer closer towards the pier bowl right now. As we look at the replay of the 6.5 here, great execution, was able to find this wave on the inside, moved that board around a few times, but I think it was really just him maintaining himself in the pocket the entire time, right next to the whitewater, and getting something in the good range. Stoked on that one. Still wants to take the lead, though, as Nachman up and riding.
Nachman now getting that pressure on his front prosthetic, and he'll go down. He won't be able to replace those 4.5s with that chance. 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Sean has a look. He'll pull back. JP did really well with that 6.5 to flip the situation. It was looking pretty challenging at the moment for him to be taking that advancing position into the finals.
It was, but you know, the way he's been able to maintain resiliency and stay competitive throughout this heat has been very important, as it seems like a couple of the athletes checking the scores, wanting to see how updated they are in terms of what's happening in the water, as Ito's still in the lead, and his low score, the 4.83, was initially his first wave of the heat. Balulu, who was in second the entire time, now gets dropped down to third, needing a mid-5, and Sean, who just dropped the 4.23 as the one single best wave of his, he's needing something in the high 5, so still opportunity out there, especially if you're in a good priority rotation too, Shannon.
That's right, 2 minutes, 34 seconds on the clock. Team Japan watching the webcast down on the beach. A little bit of inception there, seeing the screen of her screen show up on her screen as we're watching it on our screen. 2 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, and Kenjiro holding on to that leading position. JP chasing a 5.01 to take first. If he does that, it's going to increase the requirements into at least a 6-point range for both Nachman and for Sean in third and fourth. And we've got a paddle now for our surfer in the white jersey. Nachman chasing down that 5.58. He's got to have a big maneuver. There we go, nice snap, throws a bit of spray for that first section. Now if he can finish off on the sand and just tag the lip one more time, he'll have to kick out as he rolls up the beach. So he'll have a score to come through. We'll see if it's able to replace one of the 4.5s.
Well, got to give him a lot of credit just for the effort, though. I mean, he truly went for it right there at the end. As JP having a look at this one, seems like an inside runner on the right.
Good looking wave. It's got a bit of size to it. Is he going to be able to get around the section? And we'll have a score to come through for to replace that 3.57 for JP. That was a good size wave.
And the big section too, so excellent execution right there under pressure with under 90 seconds to go. Wanted to be on a wave, didn't want to leave anything up to chance, especially since he knew that Nachman had just gotten a wave too, and he doesn't know if he had gotten the score or not to bump him down back into third place. So I thought that was extremely smart. Good chance that he not only get something better than the 3.57, but could potentially get the 5 that he needs.
Scores in for last of Nachman. It was a 4.57, so it betters his situation, but it doesn't get him the requirement that he needs. Sean staying in that same position for Team Puerto Rico down in 4th, waiting for a score to come through as we're down to 30 seconds on the clock to see how much JP Veaudry can change the situation after that last big section. Coming up in our next heat, we're going to be moving into a different division. This will be the last semifinal with the top 4 decided for our men's finalists. And we'll be heading into our women's kneel round 2 as we've got a paddle for Sean. He's unable to get into it, but up and riding. Current heat leader Kenjiro with a decent sized set, put himself in position for this one. He's able to hit that first section, trying to make it around into that open face once again, right towards the pier, and he'll just carve out to finish off with. Scores through for last of JP. It was a 5.2, and on the buzzer he's been able to jump up into the leading position, securing himself a spot in the final once again and having that opportunity to battle for the gold medal that he lost out on last year.
Yeah, and I mean, he's close now. Showed a lot of resilience in this one, came from behind to take the win. And as you can see right there, Team South Africa very happy with JP's performance moving into the final once again.
Stoked, and way to just keep cool under pressure. You know, he was searching for scores coming up to that halfway mark of the heat. He was able to get that 6.5 on the board. He then put all that pressure in towards the finish as well to get that last score and end up taking the lead. Kenjiro Ito of Japan will walk through in second, and we have our men's finalists decided for our Stand 2 division. We've got more action to come, so stay tuned as the women's kneel second round hits the water right after this.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here. Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back. We're in the third heat of the morning, second to last day of competition for the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We've seen our men's Stand 2 division just finish out for the semifinals. Now we're into our second qualifying round for our women's kneeling division. We've got 2 heats. These surfers have already had their first opportunity to put big scores on the board. Now they have one more chance to end up in the top 4 on the leaderboard to be advancing through to the final. As we take a look at our surfer in the blue jersey, Barbie out of Mexico, and Barbara Ritchie. Getting that first wave underway, she's in the water against Spain's Audrey Pascual, France's Emmanuelle Blanchette, and USA's Michelle Eastman. And here we can see France's Blanchette with a paddle. She won't be able to get into that first wave, and we'll have a score to drop through for Mexico.
Yeah, and Blanchet is originally from inland La Roche-sur-Yon, which is a beautiful area in France, but not originally a surfer herself, and competing here in the Neal classification for the women. As you mentioned, second qualifying round. We've only seen these women compete once, but now a spot on the final on the line, as Barbie had a great opening wave right there. Into third priority now. She's recovered positioning on the outside. And as of right now, it seems like we might have another wave ridden by the surfer in blue. She's in a good spot for this one. It seemed like green. Blanchette might have had a look at that one too. So consistency is out there, Shannon. Got to be on the right waves at the right time and put yourself in those positions to advance into another final.
16 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock as we see Audrey putting herself in position here. A strong paddle, and she's nearly into that wave, but it just doesn't break in front of her. Waiting for that first score to drop through for our surfer in blue from Mexico. In this division, we'll have one more heat, and we'll see where everyone sits on the leaderboard at the finish of that. Victoria Feige will be coming up next for Team Canada. She is a 4-time gold medalist, going for her 5th gold medal, which is record-breaking on the women's side. She's the only woman in parasurfing history to go 4 gold medals. As we take a look at the description here for our kneeling division, which includes any surfer that rides a wave in a kneeling position with an above-the-knee amputation, or both lower limb amputations or congenital or impairment equivalent. Could be a spinal cord injury, or it could be those amputations of either one or both legs. Surfers with that strength of that core to be able to pull their legs or their knees up underneath them and surf in that kneeling position, just like kneeboarding.
Yeah, and I think that's extremely beneficial to a lot of people that have originally bodyboarded too, especially if you're a drop knee bodyboarder. You tend to get to a position very similar to this one quite often, and more importantly, you just need to have enough shoulder strength and core strength to get up to that position right there. So a lot of burpees is really, you know, what I feel is a key to success in this division in particular, as it seems like we might have our first wave from Pascual, as Barbie though drops in on her.
Oh no. Now that was a good looking start for Pascual. And up and riding now, Blanchet for France. Great looking set. Good positioning of the body as well as she comes off the top. Grabbing that rail, setting her line. I love the way she's got those arms out and just feeling that wave underneath her.
Yeah, that's going to be a great score. A couple of beautiful directional changes right there for Blanchet. So opening up well in this one, using that middle peak to her advantage, and she's going to start off with a banger of a score right here, Shannon.
Scores to drop for the current heat. In that last heat, it was a score that dropped on the buzzer that saw JP Veaudry walk away with the win. Sam Bleakley's with him now.
Thanks so much, Shannon. JP, this has got to feel great. You've booked yourself a spot in the grand final. Last year, you got silver. What a fantastically managed semi-final. Tell us how it went. Tell us how you're feeling.
Well, I don't know if you heard the previous interview. I said that I didn't win a single heat. My strategy is a bit different this time. I'm going to win every heat as much as I can. It was so challenging out there. I really didn't think I was on top. I don't know if you saw there was one moment the pelican flew over me. I was panting, trying to get back out, and the pelican just kind of said, calm down. Just spoke to me.
Well, it must be very important for you now to get that opportunity to go for gold after having won silver last year.
That's the goal. I really am getting a bit old for this. But I've got so much support back home, so much support from my sponsors, and I'm just so grateful to be here.
You're looking fantastic, and you've also got a lot of support from your incredible South African team. Let's hear some noise from Team South Africa right here, right now on the glass. Brilliant stuff. Team South Africa booking a spot in the final. Congratulations, JP. Looking forward to seeing more. Let's get back to the action.
And an incredible drop in from Veaudry Pasquale. She's carving down the line, setting her rail for a couple great turns. We do see an interference that's now been called on Barbie for that last takeoff. And that's unfortunate for the current heat leader.
Yeah, and that will be a priority interference too, so that means that her entire second best wave will not be counted in this heat. And that will affect not only this heat, but the leaderboard in general too. So an unfortunate error right there by Barbie. But if she were to keep an 8 in her scoreline in this heat, that would definitely benefit herself moving into the final, which could potentially happen for her if she were to be able to get a big score. So as of right now, with just under 12 minutes to go, still a chance as we look at the replay here of what happened. So Pasquale wasn't in a priority situation here, and since Barbie already had one wave, she was in third priority and just didn't look back in time. So drops in on her, gets the priority interference, and we're still waiting for this score right here as Blanchet had a great ride, a couple of beautiful directional changes. Love the way she's able to grab her rail to be able to engage that board as well as she can. And gonna start off with a banger of a score as this is the second of Pasquale. Incredible bottom turn right there in the pocket. I mean, the way she's able to bring that board all the way around, that has a high degree of difficulty, expecting a couple of big numbers for her.
Scores to come through now for last of Veaudry. She opened on that 173. We're now going to see a much better score dropping through. We'll have a score as well for our surfer in green. White with first priority. And Michelle Eastman from Team USA in the white jersey. We haven't seen her get an opening ride yet, so she'll be on the inside looking for something. As we see a 6.83 drop through for Veaudry Pasquale and sets her up with a convincing lead.
And there's the priority board right there. So you usually have this only at the bigger events. If you know it's a smaller amateur event, you'll usually see analog priority boards. So a lot of blocks right there on the edge of the tower. But as of right now, you can see it clearly. I just don't think that Barbie saw Veaudry paddling behind her, and in that case, comes out to be a priority interference. So unfortunate and unforced error, but still has a chance of making the final despite the priority interference though. So she can't get down on herself. She needs to use priority well right here and has 10 minutes, half of the heat still to improve on the 3.33 and add to her scoreline.
Half the heat, still plenty of time to reset, try and get one of those excellent scores. She's currently sitting in the top 4 coming into this round on the leaderboard. And if she does put down, say, a 8-point ride, she could be holding herself in that advancing position. We've got Victoria Feige, the 4-time gold medalist and world champion for Team Canada, getting ready to paddle out in the next heat. She's going to be tough to beat for that 5th gold medal, to see if anyone new can come into that. At the moment, Veaudry Pasquale showing that she's going to be really fighting for that position.
Yeah, no, she's looked incredible in this heat so far. The 6.83, one of the most beautiful bottom turns we've seen in this classification so far in the event. With 9 minutes to go, it seems like the score's in for Blanchet, a good one.
A 5.67 on the board now for France. And that really opens up this heat for first and second. That puts a 5.67 requirement on blue for Barbie out of Mexico. It doesn't seem like Michelle Eastman has paddled out for this heat. So we'll just be seeing these 3 fighting for an opportunity to keep themselves in the top 4 positions to be advancing through to the final tomorrow. And a reminder for those of you that are down at the beach, if you're competing, you're still in the draw. We will be running 4 finals this afternoon. It'll be exciting to see our men's and women's sit divisions with our Champions Crown, as well as our men's and women's stand 3 division. So 4 finals today. The rest will be competed in tomorrow, as we've got a paddle and potential split peak. Emmanuelle has a paddle. She's unable to get into it. And it doesn't look like Barbie was able to either for the left.
Yeah, with 8 minutes to go, Richie has been very smart with the way she's going to approach this heat towards the tail end of it, Shannon, knowing that she's probably going to at least put something in the 5s to make a clear case for her to move into the finals, as it looks like Blanchet up at least on the board, now to her knees. Ooh, a missed opportunity right there. That was a good-looking wave. She got caught up by that little offshore that's out there in the water right now.
Yeah, that was a great looking wave. It looked like she was right there in position, but just didn't have that speed to match the momentum of the wave coming down. Those offshores can be challenging when it comes to moments like this.
Had great positioning though, so if you want to look at the positives, at least try to maintain that same line that you were carrying, but don't stop paddling until you fully feel that you're in the wave, just as we see Pascual up and riding now.
Looking to back up that 6.83, beautiful carve. And she'll get that first maneuver. Looking really comfortable on her equipment. She's got a beautiful style and a great line that she's drawing on every wave she takes off on.
And then she's originally from the city of Madrid too, so not really from a coastline. Has to try to surf as often as possible whenever she does go towards the coast, whether on the west side or the east side of Spain. Have some incredible waves on both parts. Not as consistent though on the eastern side as outside. Barbara with a good-looking wave here, Shannon.
Beautiful wave, and she holds on to the takeoff. Now up to that kneeling position. Looking to get around this whitewater. It's pretty bumpy. She's holding on to that rail, and she's getting herself in a good position. This wave holds out. Unfortunately, it doesn't get the reform that some of these waves have been finding.
Yeah, it doesn't need to improve on much, just a 3.33, had a strong drop right there, wasn't really able to get to the open face up until the very end, and should be something that can potentially improve, or maybe not, just gonna be under the 3.33 that she's carrying right now. Still has 6 minutes to go, and she was in a great position for that wave, just a little behind the section though at the beginning of it.
Taking a look at this last wave of Audrey. We're waiting for the score now.
Yeah, I mean, brings the board all the way around when she's able to execute this cutback. I mean, just some great stuff right there. Fully engaged with the rails, a lot of control. So should be another great score for Pascual in the lead. And as we see, Ana Barbara right now, late takeoff for her. Takes her a while to come around this whitewater, but when she does some good work on the open face. So a couple of directional changes right there, and she's going to kick out with a lot of style and grace, but having that priority interference, your second wave doesn't count though.
That's right. Her second, or her last wave was a 2.67, so that's not going to replace the 3.33, and she won't be keeping that scoring wave. A 7.10 has dropped through for Spain's Pascual and has her in a convincing lead as we see surfers getting ready to paddle out for that next heat. 5 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock, and we have a set approaching, Mitch.
Yeah, it seems like Pascual might be in a good position for this wave right here. Might even let it go, though, knowing that she just dropped the highest single wave score of the heat, a 7.1, so way out in front. And Veaudry, have a look at this. Don't think she's going to get into it. Blanchet, though, with the rebit wave here on the inside.
Has a strong paddle. Just too far out on the shoulder of that wave to be able to get in position. Her priority now switches, and priority stands with our heat leader. Sitting on that 7.10 and that 6.83, she's now continued to improve her lead on the leaderboard. She has an 8.17 from her opening heat. She's now got that 7.10 that will be counting as her second highest score. So she's in a really convincing position to be wearing that red jersey come finals day.
Yeah, and with just under 4 minutes to go, she's been in complete control of this E2. I mean, her first wave was a short one, then gets the 6.83 and the 7.1 afterwards. Has the highest heat total of the day so far, 13.93, close to 14 points. So some beautiful work, both on the outside and on the inside for Pascual, but she's been able to recognize the best sections out there. Meanwhile, Blanchet with the 5.67 and a good spot to move into the final. And Richie right now needing a 6.17, at least for second place in this heat, just based off of one wave. But really getting something, at least in the fours, would be crucial for her to maintain her spot in the top four, moving through into the finals, which is still a possibility, Shannon, with 3 minutes.
Yeah, she'll need to get a bit of work done, though, because we've got an improvement on Emmanuelle for Team France. With that 5.67, she's now improved on the 3.33 she had as her best wave in the opening round, and she's jumped from 5th up into that 4th or 3rd place position. So that's going to bump Barbie down outside that top 4, and she'll be chasing a score at least as a mid-range 6 in order to get herself that position moving forward.
Well, still has 2.5 minutes to do so. Let's see if she can get the chance just to get that mid-6, as you were mentioning. So a pretty good score when you look at the highest waves of this heat so far, 7.1 to 6.83. You'd have to compare it with those 2 waves, but probably on a set wave, you get a couple of maneuvers done, and I think more than anything, just keeping a lot of flow down the line for her would be really crucial to how she is able to get that score. So 2 minutes on the clock right now. The French team, they're stoked. They just got one of their surfers back up into the top 4 with Emmanuel, as you were saying, and Blanchet way to the south, away from everybody else in 3rd priority, and has a lot more to gain right now if she were to improve on her low score as well. So good performance, and with the minute 45, she's just really looking for another wave to catapult herself potentially into the top 2 of the leaderboard.
1 minute, 40 seconds on the clock. She's moved herself down to that peak where we saw Ishmael for Team Norway sitting throughout his entire heat. Those lefts have been looking really, really good throughout the morning, and it was fun to be able to see him out in the lineup. And we can now see that Blanchette is sitting in that same section, also looking for those good-looking lefts.
Yeah, and Barbie's still over there on the Pure Bowl, and Pascual with 1st priority right next to her too, as we look at a few of the competitors that will be coming up later today too. Dariel Davila right there from Costa Rica. See a lot of the Costa Ricans adapting well to the climate here at this event so far. Been a beautiful week in terms of the weather. Got a little bit colder today, but I would say the average around the low to mid 70s outside. Water temp for sure might have dropped down a few degrees today. 45 seconds, there might be a set coming through right now as Barbie's still looking for that mid-6 that you were mentioning.
You can see those little bumps starting to come through from out by the pier. Will there be enough time for this set to hit the surfers in their positioning on the inside? It's definitely going to be a nice outside set that hits. 25 seconds. We've got a paddle here on the inside for Barbie. That wave's not going to break. We've also got Blanchette for France putting herself into position. A strong paddle here. She won't be able to get into it. 15 seconds remaining. And it looks like Pascual for Team Spain with one last chance. She's sitting in priority as well. She's got to be up into that kneeling position, and she's there as the buzzer sounds. This will be a counting score for Audrey, though she is sitting in the lead already with that 7.10 and that 6.83. And she does really well, and smart decision there to keep Barbie off that last set.
Yeah, and I mean, she was so far out in front that even if Barbie got into that wave, she wasn't really going to impact the result of Audrey's performance. But unfortunately for Richie, that priority interference does cost her. But congratulations to both Blanchet and Pascual. Good performance moving through.
Well, impressive performance, and Pascual will hold on to the leaderboard. She's improved that 8.17 with a 7.10. And coming up in the next heat, we're going to have Sam Bleakley alongside a very special guest, the Norwegian Viking himself, Ishmael Nilsen, will be in the booth.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back to the action, Parasurf fans. Thanks so much for tuning in for the continuation of day number 5 for the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championship, live from Huntington Beach, presented by our sponsor, Visit Huntington Beach, as we continue with the women's kneel second qualifying round. We've got some big names out in the heat. We got Canada, we got Brazil, we got South Africa, we got Chile, we got the mighty multiple world champion going for a 5th world title, Victoria Feige, the 38-year-old styler from Canada. We got Vera Kesama from Brazil, we got Similo Dalimini from South Africa, and representing Chile, we got Naomi Alvarez. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined in the booth by special guest Ishmael Nilsson, all the way from Norway, and somebody who's just earned himself a spot in the grand final for men's stand 2.
Hi Sam. Boris, we say.
Great to have you, Ishmael. Congratulations on getting in that final. First of all, a little bit of a reflection on the fact that you've traveled all the way out here. You're based in France, you're from Norway, and you're going to be going for a medal tomorrow.
I hope. I will do my best, but in final, every surprise is possible. So I'm going to play my game, and we'll see. But already being in final is a great surprise for me.
And it's great to see you back at the World Parasurfing Championship. I know you competed in the inaugural events, 215, 216, 217. What has brought you back, and why did you have a break from competitive parasurfing?
I had a break of present, but I was always here looking at the other playing, wanting to come back also to give my best, because on the 3 edition I made, there wasn't really big wave, and I was a bit frustration. Go in the semi-final, but without a possibility to do big waves was a bit sad for me. So I was really happy to come back, but I had made a great surprise with my wife. We get 2 little twins girls, Charlie and Romea, and my time was to be a good father and give a hug to my children.
Oh, well, that's a great opportunity as well. I know that one of your son is traveling with you, and of course, you said that you had the opportunity to earn a grant from the CAF, the Challenged Athletes Foundation. Tell us about how important that grant support has been for you.
Yeah, you know, being able to surf is a thing, but after, if you want to compete, you need money, and when you don't have the money to make the competition, it's quite a hard difficulty. So it's really important when there is some kind of foundation like CAF who gave me a grant. It made me able to come and to compete without impact my family of this kind of money we lose in this competition. Being here is fun, but it costs a lot, so we need this kind of foundation. Thank you so much, the CAF.
Absolutely, and somebody who just kicked off their campaign in this second qualifying heat, it's our 4-time ISA World Parasurfing Champion, Victoria Feige from Canada. Spends half the year on the north shore of Oahu, based and grew up in Vancouver as well. Qualified as a clinical physiotherapist and an incredible athlete who is a role model for parasurfing. And Victoria must be somebody that you look up to a lot.
Yeah, for sure. It's, you know, there are some kind of pioneer who inspired the other generation is following us, and to have this kind of girl represent performances, training, fighting, it's a great show and a great honor to be with her in the water.
And yeah, of course we have the elite performance, but we also have the fun element. Something you like to do is the headstand. Tell us about this, Ishmael.
It was a kind of signature, you know, during the, it's cool for me to look back on the wave. It was really difficult because there was a backwash, but the headstand, I made it at the first competition, and it was for my friend. I know it don't give points, but it's a funny way to make the show. We are in America, so the show must go on.
And that, well, that was more than just a headstand. It was a headstand into the shore bake barrel roll with a clean dismount rollout. In any longboard competition around the world, that would have been a 10-0.
Yeah, for sure. I know the Hawaiian like this kind of style.
And you're based in southwest France, but you're from Norway. Is there an emerging parasurf community in Norway? Are there other adaptive surfers who we can look forward to seeing competing in the future?
Where there are waves, everything is possible. You can have it attract despite the fact that the water is cold. And in Norway, it's not so cold. During the summer, it's possible. So with some disability, the problem is the cold water. But during the summer, we can practice. With a good wetsuit, we can practice. So we have to build something, but for sure there are some guys and girls, and if they are looking to me or hearing to me, just contact. We're going to make something to, I'm not the only one who could represent the Norland. So there are, you know, Bruno Hansen, but there are some kind of people who are living in Norway. I know some guys bring Uncle Sandy went in Lofoten, make surfing disabled people with some guys in the north in Norway. So we have to build something. I'm here with my experiences to share with the people who want to come. I'm living in France. My father is French. My mother is Norwegian. But we cannot choose between our father and mother. But I choose this little country to represent all my family in Norway. I give them a big hug. And my friends and my family are in the swell, in the peak with me when I'm riding.
Well, we love to see that national pride. And right now, talking of national pride, our Canadian Victoria Feige is kicked off with a 5.50, and we've now got some scores coming in for our South African Similo. She's got a 1.5. Vera has got a score to drop being tabulated by the judges, and Naomi Alvarez from Chile also got a score to drop. Similo, the 2022 South African champion, Naomi Alvarez, the 24-year-old from Chile, 4-time silver medalist in the ISA World Parasurfing Championship Neil category, 4 times coming second to gold medalist Victoria Feige, and Vera Kasema there from Brazil. She is based in Florianopolis. So a good start for all of our surfers. Live action, Victoria Feige having a look at this. She just got the opportunity to go on CNN at 11 a.m. yesterday, live television, really are able to celebrate the adaptive surf community. And of course, Ishmael, one of the big elements of this 2023 edition of the ISA World Parasurfing Championship is our horizons being set on possible inclusion of parasurfing in LA 2028. How important would that be for you as a parasurfer, and what does the surf community globally need to do to support this campaign to get parasurfing in the Paralympic program?
Yeah, for sure, the media, all the interest, the sponsor are going to follow us, and if there are more tools to help to progress, it's good for our level, like a kind of sport, if we consider that surf is a sport. But surf is a way of life. I'm here to represent also this kind of roots. And I think we have a place if we get the best. Each rider have to train a lot. And if we are training a lot, we have to be helped. And the Olympics and the Paralympics is some kind of consideration who is going to help us to grow.
And talking of growth, one of the big things I've really noticed in 2023 is pushing the progression of equipment, board design, techniques, training. And for surfers who have amputations, the prosthetics is such an important element. And you know, the opportunity to access the cutting edge equipment. Tell us about your impairment and how you as a surfer are able to access the right type of prosthetic equipment to allow you to be such a strong wave rider.
Yeah, the thing is that we have to get the more feeling of contact and we have to train. We have to make some sports to make our body clever as possible. But for sure, when you are disabled, you have to adapt also the technique, adapt the material. When you are quadriplegic, you adapt your surfboard. But when you are an amputation, you have to think not like valid, but what could be nice for you. And develop the material is not using just a normal foot who is done for walking. We have to adapt legs, prosthetic for the surf. And it's not the same that running, you know. So we have to adapt, and we have quite some good brain. Like Osur is following me. I got Lagaring, my prosthetic brain, who are helping me open their enterprise to try to make something. But for the moment, it was only us in a little part of a shape room. Now we are using also new technology to make it better. And I'm sure tomorrow, if the Paralympics is given to us, it will open a little bit more possibility. I'm an old pioneer, so it's really fun for me to see that the new generation going to grow because we make a lot of mistake, but this kind of mistake is experiences and open the door for the future.
And of course, that opportunity for Paralympic inclusion would generate huge funding potential.
I hope.
Which could be invested in equipment, in technology. And another big pioneer, and someone you're probably very friendly with, is Pegleg Bennett from Cornwall in the UK. And I know he talks relentlessly about how he's always tweaking his prosthetic, developing it, and making sure he can perform at the cutting edge.
And the thing is interesting like this, people think it's a problem for us. No, it's a play. We play to adapt the material. The Valley, they just train. You go surfing, you try to progress. I do the same, but plus I have the opportunity to go in my little room and adapt the food, find some new friends, new technology, and this kind of expectation. You have to make something, go and taste it. Did it work? No. Sometimes it works, sometimes no. But this is a real pleasure to adapt the material.
We just saw Similo from South Africa getting a score on the board, looking to replace that 1.50. Our 2022 South African champ from New Germany in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal. She's loves to surf at Addington Beach. And how important is it to have all of these different nations represented here? That shared space, that rainbow spectrum of flags from all around the world with nearly 200 athletes.
It's bringing you in a great emotion, you know, to represent your country. But for the moment, I still a little bit alone. We are a little country of surf, but in a few years, I'm sure it's going to grow. But I'm really happy to see all the nation support their riders. It gives you wings, you know, and it's very fun to see the battle and the level growing each year.
Victoria Feige, fantastic surfing, going to add to that score. She's got a 5.50, got a nice long right-hander off the top, off the bottom. Beautiful control. Follow her on Instagram at Victoria Feige. She's got nearly 20,000 followers. It's currently 19.5. Let's raise that awareness. She's a real influencer in the adaptive sports community, passionate about free diving, plays guitar, a great reader, looking to get into potential for content creation. She's an incredible sit skier, and she really is one of those role models. But she's going to be surfing in the final against Veaudry Pascal out of Spain, who just took the win and is on the glass with Mitchell.
Thank you, Sam. Audrey, first of all, muchas felicidades. You're into the final now. I'm going to answer the question in Spanish, and I'll translate the answer back. First things first, big performance, a 7 and a 6. ¿Cómo te sentiste obteniendo un 7 y un 6? Las condiciones muy complicadas esta mañana.
Pues estoy que no me lo creo. Este año hemos venido todo el equipo español en general muy fuerte. Y nada, lo he gozado en el agua y ha dado resultado.
Well, she can't believe it, but more importantly, she's in the final, and she said that Spain has a very strong team. They have gold on their mind as an overall medal. In 2020, you guys were world champions. You look to achieve that thing once again. Garasi Sanchez is actually your team manager this year. What's it like having her as a team manager? ¿Cómo se siente tener a Garasi Sanchez, una ex competidora profesional, como manager del equipo?
Pues Garasi es la mejor. Nos ha dado a todos el feedback y antes de entrar a la manga también nos ayuda a plantear un poco la estrategia. Y nada, nos encanta y súper contentos de que esté en el equipo.
Gives us a big breakdown, gives us a lot of info before and after the heat, so having her here, she's not only the best, but she's also imperative to our good performances. ¿Algo que quiera decir antes de la final para toda la gente de España?
Que gracias a la gente de España por apoyarme y mi familia, Fundación también, Almar, os quiero y en la final vamos a por todas.
Mucha suerte, felicidades.
Gracias, gracias.
Sam?
Viva España, what a fantastic team Spain have got. They had a strong team last year. It seems to improve, and that's going to be a great showdown between Veaudry Pascal out of Spain and Victoria Feige out of Canada. Victoria, of course, going for her 5th ISA World Parasurfing gold. That battle between these two surfers is going to be very interesting. Veaudry coming up fresh. How is it for an established champion to have young blood? You know, what does that do for the sport when your level gets pushed further?
I think really it's a pleasure to see that we are not alone who have this kind of fire inside. And it pushes the limit also to see that the young generation come. You want to prove that you are not die, dead, and these kind of little young guns, they want to put you out. So it's really funny, and I think we are just happy to see that his order having medals after medal without challenge don't mean nothing. You are a great champion when you win great champion also.
And you've got a medal to go for. You've earned yourself a spot in the final. How have you trained for this event? And, you know, what do you think is giving you this place in the final?
I think it's because I'm the first fat man in a final. I train, I drink red wine. I'm French, so I like the good cheese, butter, and bread. And that's make me strong. So that's why I need big waves. Yesterday was pumpy wave, it was my day.
And you were charging. Victoria Feige up and riding, looked to replace 4.93. She's got a 5.5 to her name once again on that pier bar ride. Nice opening section, beautiful carving, slicing cutback. Just now onto the inside. She's got 3 minutes 30 seconds remaining. She'll paddle back out for more. She looks to be certain to have booked herself a spot in the grand final, going for that 5th gold medal, and an incredible ambassador for the sport. And we have a lot of big names here as well, not only people who've been excelling in parasurfing, but athletes who have come from other adaptive sports, alpine skiing, wheelchair basketball and rugby. And how much of an impact with this push for Paralympic inclusion is it to have athletes coming from other disciplines into wave riding?
Yeah, for sure, because, you know, surf, it's most of the time an activity you do with passion. And in other sports, they bring all the strategy, the fighting spirit, the training, and this kind of quality is going to make grow the surf like a real sport, you know. So the people who have to come here have to be great champion, training all the air, not only go surfing, but training on all the detail and doing some training hard all the day, all the year, to come and be the best here. And if we have the big waves, we have a big show.
And we had some incredible waves yesterday. Yeah. Elaine and Nichols' 10-point ride, I mean, that was mind-blowing.
She take a great ride, I saw it, and with the little tubes. And you know, there is really engaged wave. And this kind of wave also make equity for the big disability. I'm one of the biggest in my category, and we don't have the power in our legs. I'm on the 2 legs, I have problems, so I need the power of the waves. And for the big disability, the power of the wave can push you to be more performance for the judge. So we need big waves also.
And how nice has it been for you to spend time in Huntington, have this event here, and also enjoy this epicenter of global surf culture?
You know, when I saw that it's going to be here, direct, I know that it was a big problem in my mind to don't think I could come here. I already saw big waves, good waves here. I know it's a nicer place, and it was a really surprise to build this project quickly in 2 months and make the surprise for my little son, Nell, who is following me. I said to him, there is place in my board bike 2 days before coming. Nobody know it, him himself, and he was so happy to follow me, and I can share this moment with him. We just not come for the competition, but California is a place where people have to come. There is a big, big town, but there is the nature. And we were very happy to share this moment with our friend Adrien, who take pictures to make a book. And we went from San Francisco to Huntington Beach, and the chapter of the competition is just part of the story. But surfing Santa Cruz, hello Vincent, oh my friend there, we have a beautiful wave in Steamer Lane, in Morro Bay, in Malibu, and this kind of street makes sense also. Not only compete, but come and visit the people, share the food and all the nature is really incredible here. And you know, in France, I live, it was stormy, it was raining, so it's a good excuse to come to get the sun here and good friends.
Brilliant stuff, Ishmael. That story put my hair on end. The thought of the opportunity to travel down the Pacific Coast Highway and surf all these incredible Californian waves. It's been a pleasure, Ishmael, to have you in the booth. Congratulations, Victoria Feige and Naomi Alvarez booking their self spots in that grand final. Ishmael, thanks for your time. Congratulations for getting in that grand final. Last couple of words, what would you say to all your fans tuning in back home?
I would say give a big hug to my Schleck et la plante Samilan. Boris. Et all min vänner i Norge. Och yeah, I have also big brothers connection in Chicama. So the boys of Chicama is in my heart also. I love my wife, Raphaël, je t'aime, Charlie Romea. And we make the story now tomorrow. Eh?
Absolutely. Thanks for your time all the way from Norway. Ishmael Nielsen also representing the world. Stay with us, surf fans. We'll be right back because we'll be moving into the first semi-final of the men's. Neil Llewellyn Sponge Williams will be up and riding. Ben Way will be back in the booth with me to call the action.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back to the action, Parasurf fans. Thanks for tuning in for day 5. Up and riding right now. Looking like they're kicking things off. It's Martin Pollock from Cornwall representing Team England. Red Dog Wheatley there. Looked like he just had a little look at that wave, but it's Martin Pollock up and riding on this nice bowly right-hander. He's going to kick out in style, and he's surfing against Llewellyn Sponge Williams from Abersoch in North Wales. Wales' first surfing world champion, defending his gold medal. Also in this heat is Josh Bogle from Hawaii. What a great heat. Wales, Australia, England, Hawaii. I'm Sam Bleakley, still in the booth, just being joined back by Ben Way. Ben, this is an absolute smoker. A lot of pressure on these surfers. All of them want to book a spot in that grand final.
This is a stacked heat right here, and you've got all the big names in this one. We've already got a great start in just 2.5 minutes. Looks like Martin Pollock's going to put on a pretty good score. We actually have rides by Red and Blue. They must have gone on during our commercial break.
And Ben, we just had the opportunity to have Ishmael Nielsen all the way from Norway in the booth talking about a great trip he's done down the Pacific coast from San Francisco to Huntington, and a big celebration of global surf culture there. But also, while that was happening, we had a really great performance from Victoria Feige, and she is going for that 5th ISA gold medal. But she's going to have to surf against a really informed Veaudry Pascal. We'll talk more about that later, but what about this? Kicking off for Abersoch, Wales, for Llewellyn Sponge Williams.
Just zapping in some great turns. You can see Red Dog started to look. He saw Martin had the right of way, ducks right on out. And but yeah, great start by Sponge, Llewellyn, and we've got some great conditions. We've got a lot of open space for these guys to crank some turns.
Up and riding from Abersoch, Llewellyn Sponge Williams, up and down, top to bottom on his JP board, jams that section into a big sweeping cutback. And considering the smaller conditions, the way he just engaged that rail off the top, coming back down and then just connecting with a nice clean kick out in style. Already dropping a 5.5, really on a flare. Llewellyn has been training hard all season. He's been traveling, competing at the Parasurf League events. Any opportunity to get in a vest he's taken. Also organizing the Welsh Adaptive Open, which happened at the Wave Bristol this season. And not only therefore working behind the scenes to push the progression of the sport, still competing at the cutting edge. And what I'm seeing with his development and progression with his surfboard design with JP is somebody who's at the top of his game. But this guy, Red Dog Wheatley, he's also looking pretty good as well. How's this replay, Ben?
I like this replay. So he navigates over that bump. He knows before he engages the rail, he's got to get over those little lumps right there. You saw him hop to make sure he's going to get around this section. finds the one nice turn opportunity right there. What I like right here is how he navigates across that section. We're going to watch it again from that previous angle. So you can see there's that little lump that he gets over, and now's where he really gets the speed. Stomps over those little backwashes, and then gets this nice hook. Boom! And right here, when you think it's over, he really motors around this section right here and looks for any other scoring opportunity. He's basically on the sand right there, kicking out with control.
That third turn was the money turn. Jam that, and like you said, you know, he had to really kind of rise and drop, pump to get that opportunity to really find that pocket, that one particular moment. That was where the big turn, as we can see, Red Dog, Wheatley up and riding there on the pier bowl left, a little foamy section ahead, little bounce, goes into the channel there. He's going to drop a score, so he's got a 0.83 to add to Llewellyn Williams out there in the lead with a 6.67. And with that, we're going to go down to the glass with the absolute icon of parasurfing, 4 times ISA World Parasurfing Champion, Victoria Feige. She's on the sand.
Thanks, Sam. Here with Victoria. First of all, congratulations. You're into another final. First things first, I mean, since you first started doing this, parasurfing has grown a lot, obviously, but what's the major difference that you've seen since the first event you've done here at the ISA to now?
Well, there's a huge difference. My first event was in 2016, and frankly, I was a beginner surfer on a big longboard, and I couldn't really turn, and I struggled to catch the waves. And it's through the help of the adaptive surf community and so many other competitors and coaches, and of course Surf Canada, the level has risen and will continue to rise. And I think we're on track to see better turns and more barrels for tomorrow's finals day.
So I saw that in your bio, Haleiwa is actually one of your favorite waves. Could you potentially be seeing a parasurfing event there in the future, and would you like to be part of that?
Absolutely. Tell me who to talk to and I'll make it happen. I love that wave. I mean, of course, it's part of the Triple Crown, but I feel like it's such a heavy wave. If you can be solid at Haleiwa, you can be good anywhere. And when I train in Hawaii, I live so close. So it's just an amazing community there as well, and a killer wave.
Okay, this is a board that isn't necessarily the board that you're riding most of the time. It's a Paisel White Tiger. You want to tell us a little bit about it?
Absolutely. The Paisel is great, especially at straight high tide today when it was a little hard to get into. Having that extra volume and that flatter rocker really helps you get in and get down the line and do some turns.
Work well. Good luck in the final, and seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Sam, on to the final yet again, Victoria Feige.
Absolutely incredible, and I love that quote. I had to write that down. On track to see better turns and more barrels for finals day. What a thing to say, of course. Victoria, an absolute icon of parasurfing. She grew up in Vancouver. She spends now half the year training on the North Shore of Oahu, loves to surf Haleiwa, up and riding right now. Josh out of Hawaii there, nice left-hander, high line, opportunity to get a cut back. Again in this speed section, just accelerating, great control and composure, good carving turn, throwing some spray, dropping down through to the inside. The Hawaiian looking good, Ben, and that's going to be his first score on the semi-final campaign.
Yeah, he picks off a great one. He was staying really cool and calm. He had that first priority. He let everybody else kind of take a ride, let them test out the sandbar. And at 12 and a half minutes, he gets his first wave. He's going to see a pretty decent score, I believe.
Fantastic surfing from Llewellyn Sponge Williams with a 6.67 and a 5. Speeding through this section, climbing, dropping, arcing, radical rail work there, and slashes that turn, and then just climbs in to a little fallout, and then he'll be going back out for more, looking to replace that 5.50. And Sarah, his partner on the beach, looking pretty cool, chilled, composed. She's relaxed, she's happy, she's feeling good.
That's because he's in the leading spot at the moment. Watch if anything switches around. You'll start to see her with her whistle out there, with a little coach whistle, running around, yelling at Sponge. But yeah, nice and cool and calm right now as we have Red Dog on his front hand.
The Newcastrian from Newcastle, up and riding with style. Nice ball section here, pumping, climbing, dropping, generating more speed, moving himself right through to the inside for a nice foam climb here. Finish with completion, and I can hear Team Irukandji's clapping and cheering, and we got some big names there on the sand. We got some of the English team, Spike Kane. So much due love has been shared about Spike. Even Elena Nichols in the post-heat interview that you did yesterday when she celebrated her 10-point ride, the first time she'd been barreled in ocean waves. She even said how back in the day she was a newcomer. It was Spike Kane leading the way, and all of those original names. Tell us some of those core original pioneer crew who we really have to kind of recognize and give shout-outs.
Well, of course, Spike Kane, but we have Charles Chaka Webb, who runs the U.S. Open, the ASP, and he is a gnarly competitor still, and he's coming off an injury right now, but when that guy's in the water, he's a competitor as well. And here we go.
Llewellyn Sponge Williams, nice speed section there, climbs, drops, floats, hits that lip, eyeing up an opportunity for the reformers. We can see his partner Sarah there. There the anxiety starts to build. You can really now see as we move into the last 9 minutes, this is where she starts to get aware of position scores, but she's feeling good. We can see Matthew Thorne there. He represented Wales in the visually impaired division there. It's fantastic to see Matthew. And we got Kirsty as well, a really good new competitor on board who's booked herself a spot in the grand final of one of the stand divisions. And we got the rest of the Welsh team on the sand. It's a really strong, growing team. And if surfing gets in the Paralympics, it would be combined with England, Wales, Northern Ireland for a GB team, which would be absolutely dynamite. So watch out for that on the horizon.
Well, Sam, not to worry. I've told every Starbucks in Huntington Beach to only give Sarah Gibbons decaffeinated.
Yes, Ben, brilliant stuff. We love the alchemy between these two fantastic people from Wales, and of course Sponge, the pride of Wales, the first Welsh surfing champion, defending his gold medal. Mark Mono-Stewart has been eliminated, but our surfers in the next heat, there's some big names there. We got Iborn Orige from the Basque Country in North Spain, and he's been looking really strong. Maxime Caban as well from France, a growing talent, but Masafumi Kobayashi from Japan, also very strong. So he's got his work cut out for him to regain that gold. As we can see, Irakanji's on the sand cheering on Red Dog Wheatley from Newcastle.
We got all sorts of stars, man. We got Mark Haggard right there in the white shirt. We got Mono down on the right corner. We got Matt Formston, our visually impaired surfer, up on the top left. Kai Collis in the middle. We got a lot of great competitors, Emma Dieters, and of course Jocelyn Neumuller right behind that Amp Surf hat. And Dana, Mr. Amp Surf, Dana Cummings right behind them.
Andy Guy as well, wearing the Amp Surf hat, who had a great performance yesterday. As we can see, Josh there, up and riding, takes a fall. He's going to get a second score. He's got a 4 to his name, so a really good start for Josh. Llewellyn Williams is in first position. Red Dog Wheatley in second. So top two will qualify for the grand final to go for gold. Llewellyn with a 6.67 and a 6.43. Red Dog Wheatley out of Newcastle with a 3.77 and a 3.73. Up and riding right now. It's Sponge from Abersock. Arcs that JP Johnny Purton built board back with control. Red Dog Wheatley staying really close there to the pier. That's been his strategy. It's paying off because Josh and Martin are chasing scores. Josh is chasing a 2.5 to book himself a spot in the grand final, and Martin's chasing a 4.33. As we can see, Ebon coming up next. This dude is on the rise. He's cool, he's collected, he's studied the moves, been inspired by Mark Mono-Stewart and Llewellyn Sponge Williams, and he's up and rising. As we can see, Martin Pollock, a fantastic Cornishman there, top to bottom turns, doesn't ride out of that second section, but Martin will feel like he's still got more to give with 6 minutes remaining.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to discuss with you is the conditions today. We've got this high tide. We still have those Santa Anas, so you got the high tide, which makes it slopier, makes the takeoff a little harder as we have live action.
Red Dog Wheatley off the bottom, off the top, arcing, beautiful bottom turn set up there. You can see spray as he engaged that rail and fin setup to really drive up into the section. So this could be an important score for Red Dog because he's carrying a 3.77 and a 2.73. My instinct says that the beginning of that wave had already replaced both of those scores. It's felt like dynamic, open face, critical in the pocket. So that could improve his situation and increase the requirements for Josh and Martin for what they need to get in the final.
Yeah, as we watch that ride, you can see that Red Dog opted for his other equipment. He's been using that kind of narrow, short boardy fish style whiteboard, and now he's back. I think this one's an epoxy. This one is a little bit wider, I think, and everyone is opting to go for their shorter, thicker, wider, just as Victoria Feige said on the interview, and then people like Martin have this advantage of this quick takeoff.
Martin on a beautiful right-hander for Team England, representing Mulligan Cornwall there. The Cornishman absolutely on fire on a beautiful wave all the way through to the inside. He's got some strong maneuvers on that bowl section. Great wave selection as well, as we see answering back our Hawaiian surfer Josh doesn't drop into that wave. Martin chasing a score of a 4.87 as we just saw the red singlet of the Abersock action man, our reigning world champion, Llewellyn Sponge Williams, looking like he's delivered some damage to the scoreboard once again. But what about this from Pollock, from Cornwall? That could really make a big difference. Wave shape was very strong, control in the pocket. Where do you think that could go on the scale, Ben?
I think that could easily move him into second place. I really, really like that ride of him, and such a cool, collected style. He makes the board move so much with such subtle body movements. And what I wanted to show is just the difference in equipment today. You've got Ishmael that went on a longboard in the morning, while the previous days was about slowing down, about kind of fitting in the pocket and kind of dissipating some of that wave power. Today, everyone needs to make their own speed, and having something that takes off quickly is crucial.
Well, let's have a look at the replay, Ben.
Look at that, just snaps it, make sure he stays right in the pocket. So cool and calm. Love how he uses his hand off that bottom turn, and he's just staying right in that critical section. Really buttery turns all the way through, and this one gets a nice tap off that end section. I really like that ride.
Beautiful stuff. I have to say that his cuisine of choice would be the Cornish pasty, the kind of the ultimate meal of any kind of proud Cornishman. It's kind of meat and potato and vegetable based, wrapped in a thick pastry. And
You're speaking my language.
It's what the Cornish miners used to consume to keep their energy levels up where they were mining for tin. As we can see a replay of Llewellyn Sponge Williams looking red hot as always.
Yeah, and as we saw, Martin Pollock had taken down Mono, so we've got some serious stuff going on right now, and he basically he gave Sponge a chance to get Mono out of this semi.
And Sponge has just dropped a 9.0 for that electric final turn there, really putting that well into the excellent range. So Sponge, having already performed with 8.3s, 7s, 8.5s, high 7s in his round 1 and 2. Now in his semi-final, going even further with a 9.0. He's got to feel good about that. He's just building and building and building, and he's looking sharp. You know, not a drop of water out of place through every carve, arc, and turn.
Yeah, but we're also seeing with the positioning of these riders, everyone's having to get over the nose, keep that speed. It's not an easy thing to get the speed up to create a maneuver as we have Red Dog up.
This is an important rave for Red Dog. Really good carving turn for Red Dog Wheatley from Newcastle as he gets a connection through to the section right on the inside here. But already I feel like that's going to be a big score because Martin Pollock is really putting the heat on. He's dropped to 4.5. He's got to replace that 2.17. Red Dog, that wave is probably going to go well up there into his top 2. He's carrying a 3.77 and a 3.27. This is massive moments here because, Ben, we're booking spots in the grand final. All of these surfers, they want hopes of medals. They want to represent their team. They want to increase the chance of their team getting maximum points to get that team gold. But they also want to get medals wrapped around their necks themselves. But what about this replay from Red Dog?
So much more speed off the takeoff than his waves. You got that one quick pump to get that high line to really loop into that cutback right there. That was the most degree of turn that we've seen and the least struggle for speed that we've seen in these smaller conditions.
Powerful surfing from Red Dog Wheatley. I think it's going to really be a big score. Martin Pollock is now up in 3rd position. So Josh needs a 3.04 and Martin Pollock just needs a low score of a 2.54, but that will change, I imagine, when Red Dog's next wave is tabulated, because I think it's going to mean that it might well be something like in the 5 or a 6 range that's required for Martin to move back up into 2nd. We'll wait to see. Hopefully we've got time. Martin Pollock is sitting out there with 2nd priority, but Llewellyn Sponge Williams, what a position to be in. He looks to be certain that he's booked himself a spot in that grand final, and he has the joy of sitting out there in first priority. So what will Sarah be saying on the beach right now, knowing that her man has got himself a spot in the final?
Well, she seems awfully relaxed. Thank good we took off that caffeinated coffee, because it's been nice and quiet. We haven't heard any coach whistles, haven't heard any spongy, and so we're doing all right.
A 5.7 dropped for Red Dog Wheatley, but up and riding right now is Martin Pollock. He's going to be chasing a 4.98. Smooth soul surfing from the Mullion-born Cornishman there, looking elegant, graceful lines, a little nod of the head there, but he'd already done a lot of beautiful work on the outside. So if we reflect on the 4.5 that he got earlier, he needs something a bit bigger than that, as Sponge is up and riding on the set of the morning. Off the bottom, beautiful arcing turn there on his Johnny Purton built board. Again, back into a cutback, radical work. He's already got a 9 on the board. He might well replace his 6.7 on those 2 turns alone as he moves to the inside, and he gets the opportunity to go for gold once more. But right now, we're waiting for scores to tabulate, because Red Dog Wheatley, as it stands, has got that second position. Martin Pollock, he's chasing a 4.98. Is it going to be enough? It's not. It comes in at a 3.87. So massive congratulations to Martin and Josh for England and Hawaii. Great performances, but well done, the Newcastrian Red Dog Wheatley. You got yourself a spot in the grand final. And Llewellyn Sponge Williams, he's going to go for gold once again. Stay with us, surf fans, because we'll be right back for the second semi-final as we kick things off in style here on day 5 of the World Parasurfing Championship.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back to the second semi-final of the men's kneel. We've just seen Llewellyn Sponge Williams for Wales book himself a spot in the grand final. We've just seen Red Dog Wheatley for Australia. Team Irukandji's out of Newcastle also get that spot. But right now it's Spain, it's Brazil, it's Japan, it's France, it's Yvonne, it's Enrique, it's Masufami, it's Maxime. Who is the favorite? Yvonne is having a look at this, the Basque. Routes, what a fantastic surf community he is from. I mean, I could reel off a list of at least 10, hugely impactful shortboarders from that part of the world. It's a great place, got a great skate park there. It's got great food, of course. Tell me about some of the big names from that region, Ben.
Well, one that comes to mind is Aritz Aramburu, a puka surfer, and his family restaurant is right at the end of that little stretch, ins and outs, right on the north end of the beach. And here we have Team Japan.
Masufama in the bowl section there. Nice work. Comes off the top, off the bottom. Charging through this inside section for the float. Connects with that float. Doesn't ride out of that float, but what a great wave. Wave shape-wise, already we saw bowl, we saw curve, we saw speed, we saw control, and he's paddling back out for more, and he's going to kick things off in style. Has he got an opportunity to get into the grand final? This could well be his year. It's a highly competitive final to get into, but with the elimination of our icon of parasurfing, our our 3 times gold medalist, Mark Mono-Stewart. There's a kind of almost like an extra spot available, an unexpected extra spot available for these surfers riding in a kneel position with either above the knee amputations or both lower limb amputations or congenital impairment, as we see up and riding right now. Maxime from France, off the bottom, off the top. Elegant technique there, beautiful positioning, but that wave just covering him up and not allowing him to escape, as we see Ibon, used to these silky right-handers from the waves that he'll surf on the Basque coast of Spain there, but just lost his tempo a little bit from takeoff. So all of those surfers on the last 3 rides, they'll want to replace them. And right now, Henrique from Brazil, arcing, cut back, puts that board on rail. Incredible silky turns in and out of the pocket, using that cut back to carve himself back to the pocket area where the highest degree of difficulty and the biggest reward is given from the judges. That's why the surfers continue to use those maneuvers to stay in that pocket zone.
Yeah, it's an interesting mix of conditions. We've got that tide draining out. We had some backwash. We had some really, really full slopey takeoffs in the morning. Size has dropped just a bit, but we are starting to get rid of that backwash. But I'm pretty sure that it was the backwash that kind of gave that bobble to red and white on their bottom turn. Here we go. Green opening wave. Masafumi from Aichi-ken, Aichi Prefecture, just about 4 hours south of Tokyo. And look how he just drives, finds his high line, unable to get that last maneuver, but he'd gotten a lot of work done. And here we had White. Nice high line set up here, and then this one just kind of pinches on him, as we'll have Ibon. Ibon's up. I like how he really jumps into that wave with speed, but gets a little backwash coming up the face, and he was just a little bit too far over the nose. And now as we watch Blue, Henrique, I like how he's got that similar sideways goofy foot stance that Red Dog has. And so really similar positioning on his board. I really like that style.
Yeah, great work there, Ben. A lot of replays to call. You gave that really good analysis, talking about the different techniques, the different postures. The one person who will probably be most frustrated with that exchange will be Ibon. He just didn't have the tempo from takeoff. He looked like he just wasn't in rhythm with that. How hard is it to readjust in a semi-final when your first wave has a wipeout early on in the ride?
Well, you know, it's you have to take off. You want to get a score no matter what, and you don't want to let too much time go down, because if the other riders get really busy, they're going to keep raising your requirement and put a bigger job in front of you to get out of that 4th position. Right now, he's got plenty of time, ample time, although we do have a little bit more time in between the sets. Less of those bigger sets, more opportunities on the smaller ones, but Ibon is a bigger guy, so he requires just a little bit more juice than some of the other competitors.
And you know, somebody tuning in, if you've not been watching the event, a name you would immediately associate with Neil is Mark Mono-Stewart, the 61-year-old from Australia, winner of the inaugural Neil category at the 2015 ISA World Parasurfing Championships, and then 3 times winner since. He won in 215, 216, and 221. Age 53 when he won that inaugural event in 215. He was the world's oldest world surfing champion, and at 61 he's still going strong. He's got his 3 kids, his wife Deb, and last year he did have to get over a metastasized melanoma tumor in his lung, and I know he wants us to share that information because he did go through immunotherapy and he responded very well, and it did not dent his competitive prowess. He has excelled at competitions around the world since then. He just had a bit of bad luck this week. He just didn't really have the waves he needed. It was no representation of Mark Mono-Stewart fading out. That guy will be back strong as ever. He will be on the sand watching the action because Ibon is up and riding. He did go prone between those 2 turns, so that will affect his score, but he's got a nice little inside section here, and you can really see him climbing and dropping as he kicks out into the inside. But it's our surfer from Brazil who's out there in the lead. Henrique up and down, silky smooth surfing. We got a 6.5 for that first wave with really nice cutbacks and more of an elegant knee border. I love the velvet smooth approach of those buttery arcing cutbacks that we're seeing from the Brazilian.
Yeah, the contrast that we saw between red and blue in their equipment, it looks like Henrique's on something a little bit flatter, definitely an epoxy. You can see that little carbon reinforcement in replacing the wood stringer. And he's just got that luxury of just being able to keep cooler in between the maneuvers. You've seen some of the other riders with more rocker, a little more high performance equipment that worked great on our previous days with size and power. But with today, any extra rocker, any little thin high performance aspect is actually working against you because it's hard to make speed.
And talking of high performance, getting himself a 9, bringing the Welsh pride, the Welsh dragon, the Welsh flair from Abersoch out here in Huntington. It's Llewellyn Sponge Williams.
Congratulations, Llewellyn Sponge Williams. You're into yet another final. First time here in Huntington Beach, though, at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Talk to me about he dropped a 9, an important wave out there.
Yeah, so that 9, I was sitting a bit further to the south side of the competition zone, and I was seeing them coming in, and they were kind of shifting a lot. So I paddled a bit more towards the pier, and that right just came in. I just opened up straight in front of me and had that close-up section. So yeah, it was great. And then I could hear the commentator say 9. I was like, yes, that's what I was looking for.
In comparison to previous days of competition, obviously the swell has changed quite a bit. The tide was high this morning for Heat 2, but with the dropping tide, there were a few opportunities. Having to move, though, between the southern end of the area all the way over towards the pier bowl, how difficult was it to identify a lot of those key waves, such as the 9 out there?
Yeah, so between the south and the north, it's quite a paddle. So you're really taking a risk to sit on the right, and if you see him coming in on the south side, you got to take the risk and head over. So at the start of the heat, I went to the south side because I was watching the heats before, and there was like 2 sets on the south, 1 set on the right. Kind of, it was working like that. So I was trying to time it perfectly, and luckily I got it right, and then waves came.
Okay, talk to me about your equipment. Obviously the board looks good. It seems like it has a lot of volume, but more importantly, a big time traction pad on this one. How important is it to have a good amount of grip, especially at a beach break like this?
Yeah, exactly. So it's a 5.6, and to have these pads, I get them off Bryn Dampney down in South Wales. I think he brings them in from South Africa. Yeah, I've been using wax for years, and dropping into big waves on just a board shell, it hurts my knees. So as soon as I found I could get pads, it's made me more comfortable surfing. I can take steeper drops, and I can hit the rail a bit harder on it.
It seems like it's working well. Anything you want to say back home before you head into the final?
Yeah, I want to say thank you to my boss for letting me take all the time off this year to compete and travel the world. So yeah, thanks a lot, Dad. Love you loads, and thank you everyone at home for the support.
Congratulations, Sponge. Thank you.
Well, the pride of Wales there, Llewellyn Sponge Williams, has booked himself a spot in the final. But who's going to be joining him right now? It's Brazil and Spain. Ibon has dropped a 3.17 and a 1.83. He'll want to get a bigger score on the board to really put more pressure on Masafumi, because Masafumi is carrying a 4.5. So that's one of the biggest scores of the heat so far. But Enrique, those silky turns, that arcing cutback, is being rewarded heavily with a 6.5 and a 4.7. 9 minutes remaining. Maxine down there in 4th with just a 2.5, so he needs a single score of a 2.51 to move up into 2nd. But Ibon really, once he replaces that 1.83, I think he's going to be in a much more solid position, Ben.
Yeah, I think it's also what I'd like to point out is Masafumi with first priority. As we have this receding tide, it's actually settling that swell down even more, making it hard to find those really high scoring waves. And so if you have the possibility to pick out that one wave out of possibly only a 2 or 3 wave set after a long lull, it's going to be very, very important, very valuable, as we have White taking a look.
Live action, Maxime Caban from France, up and riding, right-hander, bowly wave, clean section that he eyes up. Can he get back out on the face? He can. He's still trimming, climbing, dropping. Little opportunity for a cutback. He puts that board on rail as he comes right through to the inside, chasing a score. He will get rewarded for that, and that will change the situation because he's only got 1 score on the board, a 2.5, so he may well move up into 2nd position or 3rd position as we see Masafumi there, 4.5 to his name. Nice opening right-hander, engages that rail, little hopping and pumping just to see if there's any more scoring potential, but also getting himself closer to the pier bowl there for the paddle back out. Strong surfing from our Japanese competitor there, and the Japanese team looking so good. The Spanish team and the Japanese team, for me, have got a really good amount of spirit at the moment, but watch out because Ibon from Spain, up and riding, climbing, dropping, weaving in the bowl. Nice hit there. Can he ride out of it? He does. Little air underneath the fins. That was radical work from the Basque man as he gets himself back through to this little inside bowl reform, and one more opportunity for a little engagement of the rail and the fins right through to the inside, and that second maneuver alone makes me think that that's going to skyrocket him up into first position.
Yeah, I love that turn. We'll pick it apart when we see the replay again. But yeah, with his completely losing contact with the water off that hit, showing a really, you can't hit it any more critical than that. When you go flying down into the flats out of it, that shows the judges a lot of a commitment, and it's also a lot of high level of difficulty in that maneuver.
Yeah, absolutely. Dynamic work there. Drops a 7.67. So because he's still carrying that low score of a 3.17, it hasn't pushed him up into first, but as things stand, he would book himself a spot in the final because the top two advance to the final. And this is a great part of a competition when we have these semi-finals. But a lot of surfers, they don't want to peak too early. You know, yes, they need to give it everything to get to the final. But the final, if you're going for gold, you don't want to have you know, delivered all of your hand in that semi-final. You need to leave some energy in the tank.
Yeah, and with Red, one thing with Red bumping up that top score, he also put quite a big job in front of Green and White now to move into that position, because they're now needing Green's needing a 6.35 and White's needing 8.34, considerably much more than they were needing before that wave of Ibon.
And Ibon, a copper medalist from last year in Pismo at the ISA World Para Surfing Championship, and it looks like Maxime has just broken his leash there. What do you think's happening, Ben?
Yeah, that's exactly what I would say. Either came unhooked or... So now Green's knowing he needs to get into action. We're getting less time here, and he's got a bigger job than he did before.
Masafumi there, chasing a score of a 6.32. Nice wave, though. Gets a little hit on the inside. Japanese team cheering him on. He's got a 4.53 and a 4.5. Having a look at this one, it's our heat leader, Enrique there for Brazil. Bowly section. Big carving, arcing turn. Full completion from off the bottom into that turn, arcing back. Not a second maneuver to back it up, but the line that he took, the use of the wave and the rail was very, very strong. I love what I saw from our Brazilian just then.
Yeah, and we've also seen the judges rewarding one single big maneuver, and we're going to see what happens here is Red.
Ibon up and riding, kicks out, recognizing that that isn't going to have much scoring potential. Who's going to be the first out back right now? Because he will lose his priority, and the priority will be given to the first surfer to get out back. He's probably going to sit up on his board pretty soon, but you don't have to sit up on your board to gain the priority. The priority judge just has to recognize that you're in the takeoff zone. What about this from our Japanese surfer?
All right, Green, probably just hearing what he's now needing. Knew he had to strike into action, and this is a cool little different spot on the sandbar than his previous waves. Got that little outside right double up. Sneaks it on through here on the inside, and I believe he gets one more little squiggle on the inside. He's just not giving up, wants to show that he's finishing the ride with control, and he's just milked that wave for everything that it's worth.
Absolutely milked it all the way to a 5.53, but what about this massive score, nearly an 8?
I love this. High lines it, really navigates around that section, and that could have taken anyone down. By having his hand on that outside rail, he was able to keep that outside rail from going under, which would have taken him out and definitely made it impossible to connect through like this with control, staying in that pocket. 7.67, well worth it. And here we go, Blue. Off the bottom, I love this nice long, holding that rail, that long rail line. It's on one single maneuver, but I suppose he would be rewarded for this. Here we go, Masafumi once again. Gets that tight turn in the pocket, and gets another whip right here, always staying with the energy of the wave as he gets onto that complete inside. And so we still have that little cross and swell. We've got little parts of the sandbar turning on at different times, depending which way those sets come in. And Masafumi's been all over it.
So he dropped to 5.57, Ben, for that last ride. So it keeps him in the mix. He now needs a 5.28. We haven't got any scores left to tabulate. As we can see there, this is surfers in that kneeling position with an above-the-knee amputation or both lower limb amputations or congenital or impairment equivalent. Some surfers may well have a spinal cord injury. Some will have the above-the-knee amputation, as we can see from the likes of Llewellyn Sponge Williams. But right now, Llewellyn has got himself a spot in that final with Australian Red Dog Wheatley. Enrique and Ibon look pretty strong right now, but Masufami is in the mix here, Ben. He's chasing a score. It's attainable. It's a 5.28. What does he need to do now, considering he's in third priority?
He needs to wait for a wave. And so he was needing something in the mid-sixes before that exchange, I believe, maybe low sixes. But yeah, he's made it a little easier job as now his requirements in between his two scores. So he knows that he can get that easily. However, we do have that receding tide, less waves on offer. So with 2 minutes, he basically has to kind of think back at how he got his highest score and what kind of wave he got it on, and try and kind of pick out a similar wave to achieve that requirement.
Enrique in the lead. He's our gold medalist in Neil from 2018. He's been based up on the Central Coast in Pismo training for this event. He's looking sharp. Ibon has got a 3.17 he wants to drop, but up and riding right now, it's Maxime Caban from France. He needs a big score of a 7.77, but this is our heat leader looking to replace a 4.97 as we move into the dying minute and the conditions continue to be glassy here. We haven't got that blowing Santa Ana breeze holding those faces up. We've got a slightly smaller swell than yesterday, but we've got a heat leader up and riding off the bottom, off the top as we kind of move towards that tide being high at 8, low at 3, 22 later. So Maxime with the last little opportunity to get the wave. It's not going to be what he needs, and it looks to be pretty sure that Enrique and Ibon will get the spot in the grand final unless Masufami can get this wave he needs, a 5.28 in these dying seconds.
Yeah, and now you see Ibon really sitting on green because he has that higher priority. Anything comes through, he's going to make sure to go on that and avoid letting green get anything close to the score that he needs to bump him out of that second position.
Yeah, he's sitting on him, sitting tight, but right now Enrique could replace his 4.97. He's got a left-hander to enjoy from middle peak there, up and riding. Our heat leader booked himself a spot in the grand final. Flo, our 2018 world champion in Neil, finishing in style. He's really been surfing beautifully in this semi-final. What I've seen from Enrique is just class, art, carve. The flow between the turns has just been velvet smooth. California style, actually.
Yeah, that was beautiful. California, this, you know what? This is international style across the board. Everyone's borrowing technique, borrowing ideas about equipment, etc.
Congratulations, Enrique Ibon, joining Red Dog Wheatley and Llewellyn Solange Williams in the final. Stay with us, fans, because we're moving into Women Prone 2 Elimination Semi-Finals with Shannon and Mitch coming into the booth to celebrate the surfing.
Welcome to the opening ceremony.
It doesn't matter the color of skin, it doesn't matter where you were born. The only thing that matters is that you're alive and you have equal rights to enjoy the ocean like everybody else. I love you all. I will miss you in person in the beautiful Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach. One of the potential hosts for the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games. And you could be a Paralympic progress. I'm sure we can make it.
As the mayor of Huntington Beach officially declared the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championships open.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back to Huntington Beach, California. The ISA World Parasurfing Championships are taking place this week at the south side of the iconic Huntington Beach Pier. It's been a great week of surfing so far. We've seen a variety of conditions, different challenges for each division paddling out. Today is the smallest day of the forecast we've seen so far. It's also the cleanest this morning that we've had throughout the week. And we're now into our women's Prone 2 semifinals. The top two surfers will be advancing through to the grand final to be surfed tomorrow. This is going to be an exciting heat as we've got a former gold medalist, world champion in Jocelyn Newmuller of Australia up against Tash Davies of England and Yoshida of Hawaii and Karen Dark of Scotland, as we see Anne from Hawaii now up and riding into a great looking start, a great right-hander, and she's going to put that first score on the board with a lot of control.
Yeah, and a great way to start things off for Yoshida right here in a single elimination format now in the semifinals as we look at Tosh up and riding.
Great looking wave for Tash as she's coming through to the inside section. A decent strength in that whitewater as well, showing the size of the wave that she took off on the outside. She goes straight past her catcher on the inside. You can see him swimming quickly to get to her on the shoreline. For this Prone 2 division, it is the division that requires assistance for paddling into waves, catching waves, and getting back onto board safely, as we see Jocelyn go down on a heavy takeoff.
Yeah, unfortunate right there because that wave had a good line, but it was really cool to see her fade at the initial part of that takeoff and then eventually try to redirect on the other side. Still lots of time, 18 minutes on the clock, but as you mentioned, any surfer who rides a wave in a prone position that does require assistance in the water, paddling into a wave, and also getting back on board safely. For the most part, you'll see triple limb amputations, cervical spinal cord injuries, multiple sclerosis, and cerebral palsy. So at this moment, Karen Dark out there, the Scottish surfer in the white jersey, all the way on the outside. She has first priority, but we have seen a good amount of consistency with the waves as the tide is dropping around a 4-foot tide right now. It will drop to around a 1-foot high tide this afternoon.
And we've got a push now from our surfer in white, Karen. Well, they decide not to go on that wave. Let's go down to the beach now to catch up with Ben Way and the winner of that last heat.
Shannon, Mitch, thanks so much. I'm here with the winner of that second semifinal, Henrique Saraiva for Team Brazil. Muito parabéns. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. That was a nice hit. It was a little kind of slow today, but pretty fun. Good waves.
So today we have that decreased conditions. The waves are smaller. Also during your heat, we have the beginning of the tide going out. So a lot of quiet time. And we noticed the difference in your style compared to everybody else. You had so much more speed and really relaxed between the maneuvers, while everybody else seemed to be really having to try and pump the speed. And what's the difference of having the speed in the maneuver or having to try and make speed and force the maneuver?
Oh no, you need to have speed to surf in these conditions. Like I got my last one before the last wave was a left. Like I couldn't get speed. So if you don't have speed, you won't do the turn, because you have like everything start from the beginning, right? When you are thinking about the turn and then you do the turn. So yeah, I didn't know that I was with that speed, but good to hear.
And tell us about the equipment. I know I could tell it. I figure it's an EPS epoxy. I'm not sure. And who's the shaper? What's the? Also, is it a quad or is it a twin fin?
Yeah, this is a 3-fin. That's my shaper, Rafinha, from São Paulo in Brazil.
That fire hand, Rafinha?
Rafinha fire hand, yeah. He does like hand shape surfboards. And this board is fun because the history of this board, because he made for me for 2017. I came to compete in the US Open, and I was coming back 1 month after to the ISA, and then I left this board here in a friend's house. And it stayed in California since 2017. I always surf the competitions with this board. It's not like I have a brand new board in the car, but I love this board. So I have been surfing with this board for the competitions in the ISA. He has a lot of history, this board. Like, I love it.
And do you have a quad fin on that board?
And no. It's a three fin.
I'm sorry, you just said tri-fin. Okay, but very forward position.
Yes, it's very forward position. It's the same shape that I have been surfing for almost 20 years, and maybe I have do like small changes. And yeah, it's pretty good. It has epoxy has a nice flotation, flotation. And we have a little carbon on the board too. Maybe that's why it's lasting so long. And yeah. No. Because I'm thinking more about what is coming today, like with Felipe Kizu is a big friend of mine, and I'm more looking like he's about to make history today. Will be the first competitor to, if he win, like to have 6 world championships. So yeah, I'm pretty stoked for that.
He's looking super strong on his new Magic Machine as well. He loves his new Impact. Now, so you're going to join Spain. We have Wales.
He's surfing so good. Like he had his injury 3 years ago. He was telling me yesterday. We surfed yesterday, pre-surf together, and he was telling me about his injury. And like he's 2 years of his on kneeboard, and he's already like making final and giving a hard time. His first wave on the first day of competition was beautiful, and yeah, and I'm looking forward to that. And what about the Red Dog? Did he make?
Red Dog's also going to be in there.
Man, that will be so nice. Yeah, I'm looking forward for tomorrow.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Finally, a word in Portuguese to everyone in Brazil, because you are in the final. You brought your country to the final.
Oh yeah. Obrigado a todo mundo pela torcida, meus amigos que estão aí, e minha família assistindo, todo mundo. E é isso, vamos torcer aqui pro resto do time Brasil e torcer pro Kizu fazer história hoje aí mais tarde. Vamos lá.
And parabéns, Rafinha. I see you in Brazil soon.
Obrigado, Rafinha, pelas pranchas. Valeu.
Back to the live with you guys.
Thanks so much. Team Brazil looking really strong heading into finals day. Mentioning there Felipe Kizu Lima, who's the 5-time gold medalist, going for a 6th gold medal this year. Very exciting to see. We'll have on the women's side Victoria Faye going for her 5th gold medal. We've got a few going for a 3rd as well. Jocelyn Neumuller pulling off of that wave on the inside, now getting the ride back out to that takeoff zone with 12 minutes on the clock. We've seen a lot of action take place, Mitch, during that interview.
Yeah, that's what happens when it's a bit smaller. The pusher and the catcher can be in a better position in comparison to when it's much larger on the outside. And with the tide dropping, we've seen a consistency of good waves come through in the first 8 minutes of this heat. Yoshida drops a great score, 6.83. Already has a backup of a mid-5 too. Meanwhile, Davies and Dark both have a 3.17 in their scoreline, and I feel like Neumuller right here is going to drop what seems to be not only her best score, but a significant one at this point of the heat too. A lot of action, as you were saying.
Top 2 will be advancing through into the finals. The bottom 2 will be knocked out of competition. Jocelyn took out the gold medal back in 2021. It's been 3 Australian women that have held down those gold medals for our women's Prone 2 division over the last 3 years. Emma Dieters for the 2021 win and Sam Bloom for the 2020. Now the interesting thing about this category is that both Emma Dieters and Sam Bloom have been reclassified. They now compete in the Prone 1 division, which is the unassisted division. The classifiers determining that they have enough of that core strength engagement and upper body strength to be able to do the work themselves, to be able to paddle. And so they're not competing in this division. Of course, Sam Bloom, the multiple world champion, is not competing in this year's event, but it could be Jocelyn's for the win. Aside from waves like this from Anne, looking really strong.
Yeah, I mean, she opened up with the 6.83. It was a great wave. Already has her way up into first place with a 12.16 heat total, backed up with a 5.33. I really enjoyed this wave from Neumiller, though. Not only was she able to get a few directional changes in, but was really in the pocket of the wave because her handler had her in that position when she was about to take off. But as you can see, the 28-year-old from South Australia using that board excellently to perfection. And not only does she have a different stance than we normally see here in Prone 2, but I really like the way she's able to position her hand and keeps the board balanced the entire time when she's on the wave.
Team Scotland has 2 competitors in the draw this year. Karen doing well in the semifinals now with a 3.17 already on the board. That was a solid wave for her to be taking off on the outside section. And now getting those turns in together as she goes straight for her catcher on the inside. She's moved up into second, dropping a 2.57, and will now have another score to come through for Karen.
Well, 52 years of age from Inverness, Scotland. She's actually been a gold medalist at the Paralympics in hand cycling. So a big accomplishment for her, looking to compete for a world championship this week here in HB. And 52 years of age, I mean, quite an accomplishment to be able to get a gold medal in the Paralympics, but also venture into another sport which is very difficult to start on when you don't necessarily grow up doing this. So for her to be here to compete for a world championship, awesome stuff.
Yeah, pretty impressive. She does love being in the water. She's been, you know, partaking in sea kayaking for a long time. So making that transition onto a surfboard was just another way for her to enjoy being in the sea, being on the water. And now to be able to find herself competing with the potential to be advancing through to the finals now is really special. 8 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. She would be chasing down a 3.51 to be taking that second place position. Jocelyn sitting with that 5.17 on the board as her high scores, chasing basically a 7 to take away that leading position from Ann Yoshida out of Hawaii. Ann's been a really consistent competitor over the years, competing since really the early days of Parasurfing World Championships. She's a really bright person to have on the beach for Team Hawaii, encouraging, but also you can sense within her that real fierce competitor, and comes across in a lot of her conversations too.
Right, and she brings a lot of mana, a lot of energy to her team, and it seems like she's up and riding again here, Shannon.
Staying so consistent. Great looking wave, nice shoulder to it. And she's gonna drop down to the bottom of this wave now, carving back into the section. Great looking start for her, and we're gonna see if she can improve on that 5.33.
Well, and just like a lot of bodyboarders here in Prone 2, you'll be seeing a lot of these surfers not only grab one of their outside rails depending on which side of the wave they're gonna be going on, but they're always keeping one of their hands on top of the board to be able to center their weight and balance themselves out. As you can see, going right, she's always going to have that inside arm on the outside rail of this wave right here. Great positioning, a couple of beautiful turns, and going right on this one, looking to replace a 5.33. Potential to do it right here.
And another opportunity now for Jocelyn to improve on the 5.17. That was a huge cutback, really committed all the way into the foam and that power section of the wave, back out to the face. And she's looking like she has such a good amount of control to her equipment, and she's also committed to getting those full wraparounds with her turns.
Yeah, and you can just tell that she has a lot of power in that upper body too, as Davies up and riding again.
Davies with a long wave in front of her. Great takeoff. She's looking for a 3.51 to put herself into an advancing position, but we are waiting for that last score of Jocelyn. It's going to make it a lot more difficult as we see Tash coming into the inside. It's great to see her take out a heat win a couple of days ago, and to be able to share that stoke with her friends and family watching back at home. She's going to ride all the way into the shoreline, and her catcher has done a great job to sprint down, grab her, and now get her back out into the lineup.
Yeah, and we're getting a lot more competitors coming out of the North Atlantic in every kind of category here at the ISA. England, Scotland, Norway, you have Denmark with Kasper Steinfeld and the rest of the sub team over there. And I feel like that area has really exploded in the last few years when it comes to leveling up their competition, Shannon.
And Karen goes down on a committed takeoff. Has been that region of the world that's really been upping that that competitive prowess. We see the Norwegian, we just had him in the booth here, and Ishmael, he's advanced into the finals in his first year competing. You can see that energy from that region of the world, enjoying surfing in colder water. They'd be feeling really comfortable here in California as well. Of course, we've had really nice weather during the afternoons. The sunshine has been out. It's been a little bit warm too with those Santa Ana winds, but that water temperature is still a bit chilly. It's been nice to have that bit of neoprene on, and those surfers coming from colder regions be feeling right at home here in California.
100%. That has a lot to do with the way you're going to be able to compete this week. Your comfort levels coming into the event differ depending on the wave that you're going to be competing at too. But it seems like for a lot of these surfers, adaptation has been a big word for them, as we see the highest single wave score of the heat drop in for the former gold medalist. She takes the lead.
A 7.43 for Jocelyn Newmuller of Australia sets her up with a convincing lead in semifinal number 1. Top 2 surfers will be advancing through. They had the qualifying rounds for round 1 and 2 where we took the top 8 surfers into the semifinals, but now it's these head-to-head matchups for women, top 2 advancing through, and we'll take another look here at the near 8.
Well, this is, to me, not only the best wave of the heat, but really excellent execution on the outside. She was able to move that board into the lip line a few times and use those directional changes to her advantage, always staying in the pocket there on the inside too. So well-deserved score, near 8-point ride as you were mentioning right there for Newmuller. She takes the lead. Yoshida, though, still has one more score to come through and doesn't need much to retake first. She does so.
She does it. She puts down a 6.40, takes away the lead once again, puts down a 5.80 requirement now for Newmuller to take away first place. Both of them, though, in a very comfortable position to be advancing into the finals, as the requirements are now into the 9-point range on Tash and Karen.
Yeah, and with 3.5 on the clock, a 9 still attainable. Haven't really seen a score that has moved up into the mid to upper 9s today. We have seen a 9.0 though from Llewellyn Davis a few heats ago, so it's definitely something that is accomplishable right now, but your handler would really have to put you in a good position to be able to get that score. But speaking of 2 very talented surfers out there in the blue and white, 3 minutes could be an eternity for them to be able to get that score. So the significant one would really have to pop up for you to get the opportunity, but I feel like there's a chance right now.
Yeah, 3 minutes is feeling like an eternity with the nice, clean, glassy conditions. A few little bumps out there, but nothing that's looking like a great set at the moment. Still some time for another set to roll through, I believe, before the actual finish of this heat. We've got some great support down on the beach. Of course, in the next heat, we'll be into our women's second semifinal for this division with Almagro, Dines, Rouillard, and Duran. Spain, England, France all paddling out, trying to book themselves a spot in the finals. 2 of them guaranteed will be heading there. We've got some great crowds down on the beach. Of course, a lot of the competitors and support teams, but also being a Friday, we're seeing the beach get a little more packed as well.
Well, and finals will be happening on later today, as we will have 4 of them. Looking at the replay here of Yoshida, a 6.4 for this one. Great directional changes right there. She's been opting to catch most of these rights off of the pier bowl. Good identification of the best spot to be sitting at right now with the tide dropping. An excellent job by her pusher to get her in the right spots for a lot of these waves too. So with a minute 40 on the clock, it seems like there are a few waves coming through. Both Davies and Dark needing something in the 9s. And Newmuller, the former gold medalist, looking to replace a 5.17 as her backup score. A 5.8 would give her the lead back.
Incredible consistency that we're seeing for our heat leader, Yoshida, in the green jersey, taking off on 4 waves and making the most of them. She's got 2 6s as her highest counting scores now, but she's dropping 5s, which is really great within the context of this heat. Now another chance here. Great work to hit that lip on the opening maneuver. She does bite that outside rail and she'll go down. Catch her next to her to quickly paddle and grab her back to put her on that board. As we see Newmuller with a chance, she's chasing a 5.80. They've got her into a great looking wave. She's now getting that big turn in, that direction change, shifting that weight forward just slightly and coming in under the lip, doing really well to just swing that board around. You can see that she's been putting in all that work, all that time in the ocean back at home in South Australia to prepare for moments like this to try and get herself a second gold medal.
Yeah, and you can definitely tell that her skill set is one of the best ones out of this event, and specifically in this classification too. Wouldn't be surprised to see her get the near 6 that she needs to move up into first place with 20 seconds to go. And even though Davies and Dark won't be moving into the final, strong performances from them throughout this event. We'll probably be seeing them next year for this event once again.
Scores to come through now for last of red as we're down to 5 seconds on the clock. And there won't be time for any more waves to be ridden. Now the question will remain, is Jocelyn Neumuller going to take away the win within this heat? Regardless, both Neumuller and Yoshida will be advancing through to the final.
Yeah, and strong performances by both of them, both on excellent waves out there, and great positioning in terms of how difficult it is to manage time at a beach break, especially in a 20-minute heat. So excellent job. They're moving through to the finals.
Just waiting for that score to come through for last of Australia's Jocelyn Neumuller as the Irukandjis are down, pulling her up the beach, and she's quickly into the shoreline. Great surfing. She drops a 6.1. She's able to regain that winning position and showing that consistency heat after heat to take away multiple heat wins at this year's World Championships. She's going to be in the finals alongside Anya Yoshida and 2 more coming from the following heat. We'll be back with more action right after this.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We've got a push for Céline Rouillard of France into her opening ride. Great looking section in front of her as that corner starts to stand up. It's going to get more critical as she continues that clean ride all the way to the inside, getting multiple turns already and hits the lip. She's got a lot of speed coming out of that ending section, and that's going to be a really fantastic way for her to start off her campaign.
Yeah, and looking at semifinal number 2, an all-European affair, Sarah Almagro from Spain in the red, Hannah Dines from England in blue, Céline Rouillard from France in the green, and also from France in white, Beatrice Duran. So all-Euro affair, a spot on into the final on the line here for both of women that will be advancing as we look at Parasurfing Prone 2. Any surfer who rides a wave in a prone position, that does require assistance in the water, paddling into a wave and getting back on the board safely. For the most part, you're seeing triple limb amputations, cervical spinal cord injuries, multiple sclerosis, and with 17 minutes on the clock, seems like we're about to see a big score drop.
Yeah, solid looking wave as we take a look at the replay now from Hannah Dines, who scored a 4.33 on this opener.
Yeah, get a one to start things off for Hannah, and getting off to a quick start has been imperative for a lot of the surfers that have moved on to the finals already. this morning. Couple of great directional changes right there, and one of the more enthusiastic people on the beach all event long. Hannah, she's been having a great time, and looking at the replay here of Celine, comes in as a 5.83, a wave that didn't seem like it had much on offer. Really one of those duds that just seemed to have a lot of flat movement right here through the middle, but she does connect with the lip line very well right there. Brings the board all the way up and around and finalizes going left, so a good performance and a strong one right there to start off.
A 5.83 to kick it off for Celine, as we see one of our surfers go down on takeoff. And we've got 16 minutes on the clock. That was our surfer in white with a big set, charging out the back for Beatrice. Team is right there to get her back on the board quickly and safely. And you can see all 4 competitors eyeing off that pier bowl section.
Yeah, that's definitely the most optimal place, but as Sponge Williams was saying a few heats earlier, there are a few waves every now and then towards the south, but having the most concentration of sand next to the pier bowl, that's where you're going to see the most consistent waves be breaking throughout these 20-minute heats. Once it gets into the finals, and we do have 25 minutes, I feel like you're going to be able to move around a bit more, but overall, as of right now, I think the pier bowl is the safest bet in order to get 2 big scores on the board.
It's been an incredible week of competition so far for this year's ISA World Parasurfing Championships. The first time that the parasurfing community has gathered at the iconic Huntington Beach south side of the pier, and it's really proved to be an excellent venue for this type of surfing, for the parasurfing community specifically. It's been great to see the variety of different days, different conditions coming through. We've had some of those bigger days at the beginning of the waiting period where it was really challenging to be able to get positioning. There was a lot of current, there was a bit of wind in the conversation, as well as sets that were breaking well past that first tee off the pier, which really shows the size and the consequence to the waves. But now coming towards finals day, we're going to see a different sort of expertise have to come into play when we're looking at smaller conditions and needing to be very selective.
Yeah, and you're going to be seeing a lot of people that have that competitive experience, especially within the finals, use priority to their advantage, and I think manage time a lot differently than they have before in this event. As it seems like a couple of waves rolling through the lineup. Seems like the pier bowl once again the option here.
Beatrice now finding her second scoring wave, opened with a 183. Beautiful takeoff out the back, and she's got a good looking lip as she's coming towards it on the inside section here, just angling slightly, and she's going to go up into that white water. Great connection with it. Similar approach to what we saw from that 5.83 of Celine Rouillard. As we track now with Hannah Dines, she's coming through to the inside, and she's put some work together to back up that 4.33.
Yeah, some good work right there by both women in the blue and the white jerseys. Dines, no doubt, with the longer ride, but Duran had a couple of great directional changes on that wave going right. I feel like her pusher has really been putting her in a great position for a lot of these pier bowl rides, because most of the time you can get too far out on the open face. They were just deep enough to the point where she came around the section and had one real big turn on offer on the outside. So expecting some big numbers from both white and blue.
Scores to come through across the board. As we wait for those, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Ben Way and the winner of that last heat.
Thank you so much, Shannon Mitchell. We're here with Jocelyn Newmiller for Australia, winning that semi-1. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So what were you and the boys thinking about when you came down, saw the swell had been chopped in about a third, and also those really high tide conditions? When you guys were eyeing it up, did you have to kind of swap up your whole strategy, or did you kind of have the same plan knowing that the waves are going to drop?
I think we really went with the same game plan. I think I was a bit sad to see the smaller swell because I definitely love the bigger swell a bit more. But we really just stuck to our heat plan and just worked on executing the best possible waves with the conditions on offer.
So we were just having a small chat about teamwork. You got the two mats and Vance, and I wasn't even aware that Vance switches off as far as pushing and catching it. So having that extra member, you were saying, just in case one of them gets injured, just in case something happens or someone's fatigued, you have that tight-knit combination of team members. How much of an advantage is that?
Yeah, I'm definitely very fortunate to be able to travel with 3 people that have all worked with me day in, day out back home. So I think that's a huge advantage, being able to switch in people that know me, know how I surf, and really it's such a tight-knit group that anyone can switch into any position and we can execute the same game plan, which is fantastic.
And today we saw that previous heat really go to sleep as a couple times as that tide started drawing out. Already smaller, but when you have that tide going out, pulling the energy out to sea, it just puts so much space between the sets. Does that add a lot more stress as you're waiting for scores? We had Ann pop up in the beginning, but you did have a higher top score.
Yeah, I think for us, we still stick to that game plan, like try and get one within the first 5 minutes just to get us started off. Like, it doesn't change depending on the conditions. We'll just be patient and wait for the best wave to come through.
Well, Team Australia is looking super strong. Any words to your mates at home that are supporting you?
Nah, thank you to everyone that helps make this possible. Like, our Team Australia here is on fire. Like, it'll be fantastic to see how the rest of the team progress through the semis today, but I'm looking forward to a strong finals performance by everyone on the team.
Well, great performance as usual. We'll get back to the live action. We'll be seeing you in the final.
Thank you.
Back to the booth with you guys.
Thanks so much. Impressive performance from Jocelyn. Sticking to that game plan as we take a look now at Sarah Almagro. She's been putting together some really well-structured heats as well, and I think she's going to be a strong favorite, should she advance through this, to put some pressure on Jocelyn for the gold medal.
Yeah, this is a tight heat, though. Everybody has at least one good wave as we look at Dines now up and riding, going left.
Great looking left in front of her. She cuts back on that opening section for a big turn. Now with that clean wave and angling off to the right, setting her line here back to the left, getting some great maneuvers. Looking to back up the scores. We do have a previous score to drop through for her still, and now she's going to be improving again, slapping the water and feeling that stoke as she finishes on the inside.
Yeah, and solid performance right there. We're still waiting on her previous score, so just trying to get busy with the opportunities that she has seen out there in the water. I think that's really smart. As I've said in previous days of competition, Shannon, there's times where you really just need to rely on instinct and not be waiting for the beach announcer to give you your scores, because if they are watching replays and you know that everybody else is catching waves, might as well be on those scoring opportunities that you might have yourself too. So right now with 9 minutes, this is an extremely competitive heat. Everybody's going to have at least a score in the 4s or the 5s. So right now, going into the last 8 minutes of this one, it's anybody's game.
It really is, and we're out of that leaderboard format, so it's going to be those top 2 advancing through, and it could be really close in those heat totals by the finish. Still just under 9 minutes on the clock, so there's a lot of time remaining. That priority is sitting with Beatrice from Team France. She's hoping to get herself into the top 2 alongside Celine to be advancing through for the finals. But we do have those scores to come through for last of Sarah and for last of Hannah to see where they're going to factor into the top 2 equation as well. How much pressure is going to now be on the rest of the field?
Well, and Roulard's had a great heat total already, 5.83, 5.07. That's incredible work by her, and we're still waiting for the best score of Duran in the white jersey, which I think is going to be a crucial one at this point in the heat too. She does have first priority still at the moment, and Hannah, who's been, you know, really on fire throughout the entirety of the event, she's been finding her rhythm on her last 2 waves too, and it almost seems like the consistency has doubled in this heat. As we look at Roulard once again, had a look at that one, lets it go. There's a bigger wave on the outside. Seems like it might be shaping up well.
It's now 9:42 a.m., so we're a little ways off of that high tide, that peak of the high tide. Hopefully it does continue to get more consistent as that low tide is draining towards midday. Beatrice with a great looking right, huge section in front of her, and she'll hold on with control to a bumpy finish. She's gonna ride this one all the way in, try and get those little extra movements for those points, those turns right and left. We are still waiting for her previous score to drop through as well. The judges have a lot of work on their hands within this heat. It's been really consistent. A lot of waves are being caught. The level across the whole field has been pretty high, and we're starting to see some of those scores come through as Celine's being put in position for this wave. She's now dropped into second because Sarah Almagro's dropped a 7 for her second wave. Now Celine chasing at least a 5.08 to be able to take the win away. as she's got a good looking right, and she's cutting back into the section. This wave is looking like it might steepen up for her, which is going to give that critical nature to it as well. And she's got that speed as she flies down the line, looking to get to that green face once again. That's going to be really solid for her heat total, seeing if she can improve on those 5-point rides she already has, and a massive cutback on the inside as well.
Yeah, some real strong surfing right there for Roulard, who was needing this wave at this point of the heat too, because everybody else is getting on her heels. But as he mentioned, the one equalizer right now is the 7-point ride of Almagro. Doesn't have a real strong backup, a 3.9, as the last comes in of Celine.
A 6.03, so Celine regains the lead, but we do have another score to drop through for Sarah Almagro down into second. We have a score to come through for Hannah Dines of England. Her backup score at the moment is the 4.33 to her 5.2, which was her second wave that's dropped in for our surfer in blue. And we've got scores to come through for White and Beatrice Duran. So across the board, we still don't really know where we're going to be sitting with those full results, because we've had some great waves ridden across, and the judges are taking their time looking at the replays.
Yeah, and it's been real consistent out there too. A lot of waves ridden by all surfers. The last of Dines in, it's a 5.6, so not enough for second place. It's a real tight heat for second. She's up again though.
She's up again. She's chasing down a 5.31 with a big section in front of her, and she's cutting back off of a great takeoff, Bowley as well, and manages to hold that rail just in position without flipping that board. She's going to look for this in section to go complete. Could be her best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, this is going to be a tight heat to score right now. A 5.31 is what she needs, literally just in the middle of her 5.6 and the 5.21. So has to be right around there. And with 4.5 on the clock, a very competitive heat out there. And we're still waiting for a few scores for Duran as well, as she's out a few and holding on to first party. She's been in that position for a while, but young Hannah Dines from England, some great work right there on a bigger set wave. Wouldn't be surprised if she moves back up into the top two.
So waiting for scores again for this last wave of Hannah in the blue. We're still waiting for waves for White and for Red. At the moment, White is chasing a 9.07, but we know she's chipped away at that. We just don't know by how much. So she'll have a smaller requirement on the board. And we're not sure if if Sarah is gonna improve on that 3.9 by very much. Just waiting from the judges panel as the crew is down on the beach for a great second to last day of competition. We will be crowning a few medalists this afternoon. We'll be running 4 of our finals come later today. Around 1 p.m. we'll have our men's sit final, followed by the women's sit final. Followed by that, we'll be going into our men's stand 3 and women's stand 3 finals for about a 2:40, 3 p.m. finish for the end of day 5, and tomorrow we'll have 14 total finals to wrap up the event.
Yeah, and it seems like green here, Celine up and running again. That's a beautiful looking wave.
Great looking wave. She's now dropped into second, and she's just gone too high with that line that she can't cut back down to the bottom of that wave. She's into second because Sarah has improved her situation overall with a 7.6 as her highest wave of the heat. She's now into that leading position, and Celine chasing an 8.57 to take away the lead. 3 minutes to go. It would be the first excellent score of the heat if Celine's able to find it.
Yeah, and Hannah right there gets a 5.67. So at that point of the heat, it was enough. But since Roulard had improved with the 6.03, she extends her second place position. And Duran, that was a good looking wave. Unfortunately, catches a net paddling into it. 2.5 on the clock, and Almagro has really distanced herself in first place right now, Shannon.
And we're finally getting a look at the situation as Sarah's up and riding again. Great 2 snaps to start, coming in off the lip under the foam, and just throwing a lot of spray off that bottom rail as well, checking left to right to see what will be the better direction to continue with this wave. She's going to put a little weight forward. That wave's going to fade out though. Now she's looking to improve on a couple of 7s. She's already sitting in that leading position. For Duran specifically, for Team France, we've been waiting for scores for her for a long time. Judges have dropped in a 5.17 for her second wave. We now have another score to come through. She was momentarily in that combination situation, but as we knew, she was going to chip out of that. She's now chasing a 6.69 to get herself the advancing spot over Celine.
Yeah, and I mean, Almagro is just an animal. She really knows how to compete when she's on these waves, goes for it every single time, had an excellent combination on this last right-hander. Wouldn't be surprised to see something, you know, in the excellent range on this last one. So she's going to remain in first place. Right now, though, the battle for second with a little over a minute to go. Hannah Dines with priority needs a 6.19. And Roulard looking to improve on a high 5 right now. Duran drops a 4.47, needs a mid-6. Here we go.
And Celine now chasing a combination of scores to get herself into the leading position with a beautiful peeling wave here at the south side off the pier bowl right. Big smile on her face as well as she's carving down the line. She's going to hit that section, shift that weight through her shoulders and her head, and use all that knowledge of control over her board to put down another score. But Sarah Almagro has increased the situation with an 8.5 on this last wave.
Yeah, this was well earned, and I mean, truly incredible to get up into the lip right there twice. Gets the third one too, so a strong combination of major maneuvers on the outside as well. Was looking right, ended up going left right there at the end, but the work had been done out the outside. Gets the first and only excellent score we've seen all heat long, moving through with a solid performance into the finals.
An 8.5 and a 7.60 is how Sarah Almagro is going to round out semifinal number 2. She's going to be joining the great surfer of Celine Rouillard in that second place position, who's advanced through into the finals alongside 2 of our surfers from that last heat in Jocelyn Newmuller and Ann Yoshida. So Australia, Hawaii, Spain, and France walking away with medals in the Pro 2 division on the women's side. We've got more action to come right after this with our men's Pro 2 semifinals hitting the water.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
And we're back for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Thank you for tuning in wherever you are in the world, whether you're here in Southern California or you're a support crew for one of these surfers that's paddling out next. Jose Martinez from the USA, Davi Teixeira from Brazil, or Claudio Morales of Chile. We've got 3 competitors. This is the men's semifinals for the Pro 2 division. We've just seen some outstanding performances in our women's Pro 2 division with excellent scores being dropped. Now we get to see the men looking to take their spots in the finals. Jose Martinez also trying to get himself another gold medal to the one he won back in 2021. Davi Teixeira. Sorry, this will be our surfers from the previous heat just working their way in. So we haven't seen any waves ridden yet for those in the water.
Yeah, and that's actually our surfer from Japan, who's going to be out there in the blue jersey. Seems like we have a couple of colors that are mixed. But yeah, overall, I think today has been an incredible day of competition in terms of the consistency of these waves. As we look at Tomoki Fujiwara out there in the blue, Jose Martinez will be in the red, and Eric Lazar is going to be in green. So talking about the consistency, how much the tide has affected a lot of these waves, getting up into the excellent range. We've not only seen some of the better performances throughout the event, but at crucial moments of the event too, Shannon. We're talking about the semifinals, a place in the final on the line, our Japanese competitor up.
Great looking right to start things off for Japan, trimming through the inside here. He's gonna set up that bounce off the foam. Looking casual as he's kind of checking left to right to see how to start off this heat. Nice and early, 16 minutes to go. And we'll have a first score on the board for Tomoki Fujiwara.
Yeah, 46 years of age from Japan. Been a consistent surfer throughout this event, and you can see right there, clear communication with this catcher all the way on the inside. Should be posting what is going to be the best score of the heat at the moment. And with a lot of waves being ridden in the previous heat, now only having 3 surfers in the water in comparison to 4, would be thinking that a lot more of these surfers are going to be a bit more selective with a lot of the waves they're going to be catching, especially towards the pier bowl. It seems like the left goes into deeper water, the right tends to be that better wave off of the pier bowl.
That's right. Jose Martinez, Tomoki Fujiwara, and Eric Lazar for Hawaii. Our apologies for having the wrong graphics up to start, but we are back and rolling, and Tomoki's got his opening ride to come through. Eric now set up with first priority and Jose in second priority. As Jose's already taken off on a wave, he's going to have a score to drop through alongside that of Tomoki. We're going to have a heat underway.
Yeah, big one too, because Martinez has been on fire throughout the entirety of the event. We all know what Lazar is capable of with his pusher out there. Ashton Hurley, good looking wave for Lazar.
And he pulls into the barrel on takeoff, goes down over the lip.
Yeah, and he was right in position for that one too. A great barrel attempt right there for Eric. He loves to charge, getting assisted by one of our volunteers. Ashton gonna make his way back into position for him, but wow, he charges. I mean, fully goes for it. That's one of those attempts right there that he'll still get rewarded. And his wetsuit, in comparison to a lot of the other competitors, actually has some padded vest in the chest area and in the back, so a little bit of extra flotation for him. As we look at parasurfing prone 2, any surfer who rides a wave in a prone position that does require assistance in the water, paddling into a wave and getting back on the board safely.
That's right. Surfers with cerebral palsy, multiple sclerosis, a cervical spinal cord injury, or a possible triple limb amputation. As we take a look at Eric's dedication.
Well, and look at the way he put his body into the barrel too, so the board wasn't fully in there, but he tried to get his body in there as much as he could. As we look at Fujiwara's opener, this comes in as a 4.67, so a good amount of distance, some directional changes right there. A good start for the Japanese surfer in blue, just being very patient on this one. The wave never fully stood up for him to engage his rails into the lip line, but a great start for the Japanese surfer who's been posting a lot of double-digit scores so far in this event, Shannon.
Yeah, he's been super consistent throughout this entire event. It's no surprise to see him out with an early start, getting that 4.67. Great wave selection as well between his decision-making alongside that of his pusher to just get a wave that they knew they could put a solid score on the board and now start to build from that in the back half of the heat.
Yeah, and Martinez with just the 1.67, that's a small score by his standards. Wants to get another gold and wants to bring 2028 LA into the Paralympics. So I think if he's able to achieve the gold medal and kind of get the message out, especially being a local boy for that event, that would be something significant moving forward with the development of parasurfing.
Tomoki with a great line and a huge re-entry, drives off the lip, gives the clap, and he's gonna find that speed as he comes through to the inside as well. We'll see if this wave reforms, gives him maybe another opportunity to give something dynamic to the judging panel. He's kind of checking left to right now as it hits that inside slab, and he's just gonna carry down that line with so much speed as his catcher has run around Now grabbing hold of him, and they're going to get him back in lineup. That outside maneuver specifically was unreal.
Yeah, without a doubt, the best wave of the heat, too. So with 12 minutes on the clock, he's going to add to his heat total and probably drop in something near the excellent range.
We've got scores to come through. While we wait for those, let's go down to the beach to hear from the winner of that last heat.
Thank you so much. We are here with the winner of that last semifinal. We have Sara Malgro from Spain. Congratulations. Felicidades, tia.
Thanks a lot.
So, yeah, I think we were possibly mixed up in one of our last heats when we were saying that your brother was pushing. Your brother was catching today. Your brother Javi's catching, and Alejandro was pushing. So what was... Oh, we were mixed up.
Yeah, I'm Alejandro. I'm catching. Javi pushes.
See what happens? We got too many team members. So what was the communication between knowing that the waves are smaller, knowing that there's less waves, about taking it easy, maybe choosing the right waves, not to cost the paddle out? The previous days we had currents, big waves. If you took the wrong wave, you could lose a lot of time getting out. Today you can get back right quickly.
Yeah, well, it seems the condition where I surf in the Mediterranean Sea, so I'm used to it. I feel very comfortable. Also, we have Alejandro, who was the catcher. He was telling us like the waves were coming, and also Javi, the communication with me was awesome.
Amazing, and to get that high of a score, 8.5 and 7.6. I don't think you really knew how high your scores were, but in conditions this small, I mean, for me, as far as the prone goes, the earlier days, we had a lot of dynamic surf, but you had to take really, really big drops, finish that drop, make the drop, and then you could kind of start your maneuvers from there. From here, from the takeoff, you're able to get into rhythm. What's the difference?
Yeah, I have to do like a more rounded carving, so I get pushed by the foam, so it's easier for me to get to the next carving.
And how excited are you to be joining Hawaii, Australia, and France in the finals?
It's going to be a tough heat, I hope, and I can get through it.
Well, let's send a message to everyone in Spain who's super excited about seeing Spain in the final.
Bueno, España, estamos en la final y ojalá este sea el año y llevarnos el oro por fin. Un beso a todos los que me estáis viendo y a mi padre, pues muchísimas gracias por verme.
La tía está curando. All right, let's get back to the booth with you guys.
Thanks so much. Outstanding performance from Sarah. It's going to be a really stacked women's final in the Prone 2 division. As we see Eric Lazar just take a moment to catch his breath on the inside.
Yeah, that board has a lot of volume too, tends to ride it as a twin fin. Was asking me before the event started if he wanted to ride it as a quad or a twin. Asking for assistance right there to get up to his feet and wanting to get on the wheelchair as fast as he can because just drops a 4.6. It's his best, but we saw the wave of Martinez. Should be a great one, as it seems like he actually might just be paddling out right from there. So trying to use as much time as possible to get back out because with 9 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, things can go by real quick when you're in the shore break, Shannon.
It's so true. He's sitting on a 4.60 as his high score. We've got another score to drop through for Jose Martinez, but wow. Tomoki of Japan has dropped an 8-point ride, has him set up in a solid lead, and we'll take another look at it now.
Yeah, it's really this one turn on the open face right, and you can see the clap that he gives right here. He was stoked with that wave, and well-deserved excellent score for Fujiwara from Japan. Excellent recognition of what the wave was going to do, and that comes down to empirical knowledge. Just the experience of being in that situation before, kind of predicting what the wave was going to do, was able to redirect left at the end and get a little bank off of the end of it too. But this wave from Martinez, extremely impressive. This guy is just an animal. I mean, fully commits to the use of the rail right there. A little bit of a smaller wave, but the combination of major maneuvers on the outside got him an excellent score as well.
So 2 8-point rides, one for Jose Martinez, one for Tomoki Fujiwara. Those two sitting in a convincing lead now over Eric Lazar. If they can get those solid backup scores, Eric's going to need to put himself into the excellent range as well. We've seen him go there already in this competition, so it'll be no surprise if he finds himself with a wave like that.
Yeah, he definitely wanted the swell to stick around as much as it could, but he's got to do the best he can with the waves that he has on offer right now.
And imagine if he had been able to pull off that first takeoff where he pulled into the barrel, he could be looking at, you know, a 10-point ride.
Yeah, for sure, as we see the woman who has the only 10-point ride of the event, Elena Nichols, right there towards your right. She'll be coming up later today with another chance to potentially get another gold medal in the women's sit division.
That's right. She'll be competing in the women's sit final, which will happen this afternoon around 1:25 p.m. So be sure, if you're tuning in now, if you're going to head out for free surf, get in time to turn on your screens and watch the finals that will be playing out at the end of the day. Our men's sit final will be first. That'll be around 1 p.m. And we'll have 4 finals with finishing competition around 3 o'clock this afternoon. 7 minutes on the clock now. Everyone is back in position. Priority is set. Eric with that paddle all the way from the shoreline back out. He set himself up only in 3rd priority, which could hurt his wave selection if the next set rolls through and there's not that many waves within it.
Right, but what's working out for him right now is that the other 2 surfers are a bit further south than him, and despite having lower priority than them, if there was a wave that were to break closer towards the pier bowl, he would have the right of way because nobody's really in that position next to him. So that's the one positive that he needs to look at right now. And plus, he was able to match the 4 that Fujiwara has at the moment as his backup. So, I mean, this heat is still wide open. He's needing a 5:08 to overtake Martinez. But I think not only does he need to match the 8-point ride, he wants to get something at least closer towards a 9-point ride to fully get back into this heat. Not a lot of time, 6 minutes, but there are a few waves coming through, Shannon.
Yeah, we can see those lines. See a few birds just enjoying the calm conditions this morning. Nice and glassy. You can see Catalina Island out in the background. And you can see Eric getting into position with a great looking set. They might not be in position for Eric to get into it, but for Tomoki, they're gonna have a look. He decides not to go as well. That wave still just breaking, so they're a bit far out for it.
Yeah, I've rolled under them, and Martinez now with a look at this one, he's up.
He's up and riding. Great bottom turn to start things off with, and sharp off the rail as he comes to the inside, flying down the line. He's got so much speed as he connects with that next section, but he'll decide to kick out, and that's a smart decision knowing that the scoring potential is going to be on the outside.
Right, but the smarter move was just to go on a wave and improve on the 1.67, had a very low backup, and you want to be able to distance yourself from 3rd place at the moment, which Lazar was only needing a 5:08 to overtake him in 2nd. So realistically, a strategic move right there with 5 minutes on the clock. That means that Lazar not only going to need a higher requirement, but he could potentially be overtaking Fujiwara in 1st place right now.
Jose getting back onto his board. You can see his pusher swimming quickly to try and get to him. Tomoki now looking to improve on the 4.67. He's still in the lead as Jose dropped a 4.43, and Tomoki just angling back towards the right. Great green face that he started out with. He's been doing really good at finding these inside connections. You can just tell what a waterman he is. He knows the way this wave is breaking. He knows exactly where to keep his board in position to find that reform on the insides as well.
Well, the use of his speed, too, on this wave was superb. Only looking to replace a mid-4. I think he's going to be able to do that. And with 4 minutes on the clock, this was a smart move, too. As we've normally seen from a lot of Japanese competitors at the ISA World Games, the juniors, here at the Parasurfing World Championships, you tend to see them be very disciplined, but more importantly, in the last 5 minutes, their decision-making is some of the best that I've ever seen. So right now, gets a score of a 5.57, extends his lead, and that was very smart because Martinez just got a 4.43 as his backup, meaning the Lazar's needing close to an excellent score.
That's right. Now chasing a 7.84 for Lazar. Him and his teammate out the back just waiting in position. He's also now in 1st priority as both surfers have caught that last wave. Now they were able to extend their positions, not by a massive amount, but primarily for Jose getting the 4.33 instead of having that 1 on the board has increased the requirement to what we would be expecting Eric to be chasing, knowing that the other 2 surfers in the water have those 8-point rides.
Yeah, and Eric's such a good competitor. He is sturdy, really methodic, and out there with Ashton, his pusher, they're definitely going to want to be on a set wave right here to get something close to excellence. They've just been out of position for a lot of these waves that have kind of rolled under. I think it's still the smart strategy to be on the outside, though, just given his size, the board that he's riding. He wants to be on a set wave, and he might have some potential to do so on this wave right here. 2.5 on the clock. This might be the wave.
This could be the opportunity. Decides not to go. So being selective, wanting to wait for an even bigger set. That is a pretty small wave now rolling underneath. Could have had, you know, a nice ride, but really he's going to want to hit one of those critical sections, possibly look for a wave that might have that closeout to barrel as well.
And in the end, it comes down to the indication of the surfer, which wave they would like to be on. So decides to let that one go by, and 2 minutes to go on the clock now. Martinez in second, and it's been a very competitive heat, this one. An 8 for both Fujiwara and Martinez. Lazar has the 4.6. Had the incomplete barrel at the beginning, so just the attempt, and it's really come down to those initial waves that both blue and red had that got them the excellent score, because after that, Lazar's just playing catch-up the entire time, but he's sticking to what he feels is the right decision, and I fully agree with it. 90 seconds to go. If you're not on a set wave, your chances of getting that score close to excellence is going to diminish quite a bit. So unless a wave comes in, you just need to be moving into the inside in the last 30 seconds. But it feels like he wants to be on this one right here.
1 minute, 15 seconds to go. It's a decent sized wave. He's got first priority, but he doesn't get into it. That's going to open the door for Tomoki under third priority, who's got to carve out because Jose Martinez has taken off down the line in second priority. Tomoki now riding. We'll see, though, if Eric's going to be able to get into that wave, and he just doesn't get there. Still a minute on the clock. There's still more lines coming behind, so there might be another chance for Eric. But Tomoki's trying to improve on his 5.57 to really solidify his leading place. We also know that Martinez got a piece of the action with that clean right-hander, and he could be improving the 4.33, which could make the situation even harder for Lazar.
Yeah, and with 30 seconds to go, it seems like there's still a few lines on the outside. You see the pusher for Japan and blue making his way to the shore break, and now all eyes on Eric in the green. Has a chance right here. Seems like it's a right, but might have to opt for the left right here with the big section ahead.
Big carve down for Eric on that left-hander. Now off to the right, hoping for this reform inside. He's going to need something really drastic to be able to get himself into an excellent score. And now the requirement has grown as the judges have dropped in a 5.83 for Lasta Martinez. The 5.57 of Tomoki means that Eric would be needing an 8.97 on that last attempt.
Yeah, something close to a 9. That's not the score that he was needing. Comes in as a 3.1, but just overall, excellent performance throughout the entirety of the event. He's going to fall short, but had posted a couple excellent scores and demonstrated why he's one of the best surfers in this classification overall. But it's going to be Fujiwara and Martinez moving through to the final.
That's right, and Martinez with a chance to get a second gold medal. Coming up in the next heat is Davi Teixeira. He already has a gold medal as well. He's the reigning champion, and we could see the two of them battling it out for a chance to see who will go gold this year. We've got more action to come with Sam Bleakley and Ben Way joining the conversation right after this.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back to the action as we move on to the second semi-final of men's pro. And we've just seen our Japanese surfer and the mighty Jose Martinez put them spots in the grand final. Eric Lazar sadly eliminated, but what a great performer he's been. Honda, Spain, Davi Teixeira, Brazil, Claudio Morales, Chile. These are the three surfers now battling it out for the remaining 2 spots in men prone 2 grand final. What an incredible semi-final we just saw. Ben Way in the booth with me, Sam Bleakley. Emotions on the beach right now. Jose Martinez is going to be absolutely overjoyed to make that final, as is our Japanese surfer, Tomaki. But what about Eric Lazar? Big shout out to the Hawaiian, of course. He had such an incredible performance earlier as we get to see the marine life rising to the occasion. What a credible moment here. Huntington Beach really delivering not only incredible surfing, but some of the best wave riders on the planet on your screen right now.
Yeah, this is just beautiful. And yeah, I mean, we always have great marine life showing up for the high vibes in the ocean.
Up and riding right now, live action from España. Up and riding again into the bowl section, off the bottom, off the top, demonstrating the radical rail work that he's been delivering all event. That score most likely is going to be a huge one to kick things off. We've really seen the judges in prone to really rewarding rail work when surfers rise and fall and get high in the lip and drop back down. So Ander there, the 19-year-old from Spain, the 2023 European champion from the Basque Country in San Sebastian, looking good. That rail work up and down using a lot of the wave covering from the bottom to the middle to the very lip line. Immediately you get the feeling that that could be a kind of borderline excellent range kickoff for Honda.
Yeah, that was a really vertical section that he hit. Could have easily taken any of the riders down, and he was able to really hold that inside rail, as it looks like we just had a wave by Claudio.
Davi Teixeira lining up for this section. Is he going to go? He's up and riding on a right-hander. Teixeira in the foam. Takes a wipeout, doesn't come out. He's got a score to drop. Claudio Morales has got a score to drop. Comes in at a 3.0. Ander from Spain. My feeling says that that's going to be a really strong start. It may well not be excellent range just to keep some space in the scale, but I think, oh, there it is. It is excellent range. Right on the money. It's an A. It just felt like it was going to be a big one. That climb and drop. Whenever these prone to athletes engage the rail enough to get to that high part of the wave and then knock back down into the low part, either through carve or through using the lip line, they're heavily rewarded, because these are surfers in a prone position that require assistance, and their impairments may be triple amputation, spinal cord injuries, multiple sclerosis, or cerebral palsy. So you'll see different techniques from riders. You'll see surfers who may have amputations having a lot of trunk core strength, able to wiggle their hips, but you'll see surfers with spinal cord injuries using their elbows to really initiate and drive the turns. It's Claudio Morales from Chile, but what about this replay? Straight in there with an 8 Benway.
I love that. He does a quick redirection. He's eyeing up that this section's going to come, pops it down right there, and anyone would go down in that section. It's the highest risk, the highest level of difficulty in that area of the wave, as he just powers on through and shows a lot of control and good flow on this ride.
Little pop-tart floater there for our Spaniard, and we can see a little chance there to get Davi's replay. It comes in at a 1.73. Not a big scorer there. Davi Teixeira pulled into the section there, didn't give some open face. Talk about the positioning today between the pier bowl and middle peak. Where do you think the biggest scores have been coming through the morning?
Well, especially in this prone division, we have seen a lot of the scores come over from that fat section next to the pier. But let's see who got some of that right now.
And someone who got some of that in the final is Jose Martinez down on the glass.
Jose, congratulations on another heat win. You're into the finals. You must feel ecstatic to know you can go for second gold medal.
I am just over the moon. The goal for this whole competition this time was to make it one more day, and we made it one more day. It was apparently they told me it was 20 seconds left and they got what I needed. I can't believe it. It played out just right.
How much does it help you with that motivation, taking away the win, not even just that advancing position in second?
You know what, to be quite honest with you, it's all up to the judges to score on what we can do the best. So for me, all I have to worry about is doing my best. So I've been working with that and just kind of forgetting about my opponents. All I tell everybody is, like, it's not that I'm not worried. They're really good. The only thing that I'm really worried about is priority, because if I can stay away from the priority card, then we're golden, you know? I don't have to worry about me interfering with them interfering with me. So I kind of just try to shy away, kind of calm myself. I was doing some breathing techniques right before. My jitters were going. Everything at one point when we made it out, and we were just waiting, I told my pusher, I'm like, hey, would you mind if I just dip myself? I need to shake off all these jitters. And he goes, go ahead, I feel you.
Well, it's so good that you have that way of, like, calming yourself down. You know the techniques, you've been working on things behind the scenes. There's a reason why you're already a world champion, to be able to get your headspace right, as well as the surfing you've been putting in behind the scenes. Now, coming into finals day, it's looking like the conditions are going to be small again, as opposed to the bigger conditions we had earlier in the week. How are you feeling heading into tomorrow? Are you going to keep the same game plan, the same equipment underneath you as well?
I think we're going to base ourselves off of how it wakes up. We're hoping that tomorrow, whether it's the same but just more consistent, would be great. We'll stay with the same equipment, but if not, we'll change just from what it calls. We were thinking about actually going with a bigger board, but I'm really comfortable with this board. It seems like the judges like what I'm doing with it, and I've been doing a lot of video replay as well, watching what they're saying. So I'm trying to just adjust to give them something better, you know, and that's all I can really do.
Amazing. Well, one of the sharpest athletes in the draw this week. Well done. We'll see you in the finals, and we'll go back to you guys for the rest of this.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant work, Jose Martinez, and what a champion. The way he's articulating that inner focus, analyzing the video replays, recognizing what he's been rewarded with, taking that risk of maybe changing board equipment based on conditions, but also emphasizing how comfortable he's feeling on the loose lively board he's riding. That guy has got his eyes on gold.
Yeah, and pre-heat, Jose would created some new nicknames for his opponents. And so Tomoki is now the silent assassin. And out in the water right now, Claudio is the Chilean slayer. But let's watch Davi on this one. Finally finds the space that he needs to really let loose on this one. And he is karate chopping the heck out of this one right now as he just slices and dices all the way through. And I think that little bobble in the beginning, well, let's watch. That's that 8.0 by Ander. Look at this airdrop floater. And just keeps that rail engaged right there, sticks that elbow in to keep control and reset that board with style. But I think that first mistake that Davi and BB did on that first wave, BB's his pusher, they try to start behind the peak, maybe hopefully get a barrel section, but there is no more offshore to hold that open. So while if we had the offshore, he could have got an in and out barrel, but the lack of offshore just made the lip crumble down on him, and they got right back into action.
And he's got right back into the action there, projecting with a big off-the-lip effort, not riding out of that off-the-lip, as we can just see him getting this wave on the head. He's going to demonstrate his little roll-through technique there. Just what was interesting about Davi Teixeira then is you'll notice as he rolled, he just made sure he kept his face away from the foam, and that's a great technique for any parasurfers getting into wave riding. Is you don't want the foam to hit you in the face, because the water can go up your nose into your sinuses. You want to either come above the foam or below, but if you do have the foam hit you, just turn your head away, and that's something that we just saw performed very well technique-wise from Davi Teixeira. He couldn't get under, he couldn't get over, but he did stop that foam from going up his nose, as we can see. 8 minutes remaining. Teixeira has got a 7.53 and a 2.23. It puts him up into first position, but it's Claudio Morales up and riding right now, chasing a 5.0 high line. The Chilean on fire there. I can hear the Chilean team hooting and cheering, riding his Pearson Arrow, based up there in Santa Cruz. all up in the top of the wave. So a lot of ground covered, but referencing some of the opportunities for a big direction change or a top to bottom maneuver, it hasn't rivaled David Teixeira's 7.53 or Anders 8.0.
Yeah, and part of it is reason being is very big difference in equipment. Claudio's on that longer shape with that big stable center fin, which helped with control and drive on those bigger days, but it's now going to be that big center fin that kind of slows the direction change when you have these open spaces on the wave where Davi's got that quick twin fin set up.
So 7 minutes remaining. David Teixeira out there in the lead. Claudio Morales from Chile, based in Santa Cruz, where he works as a psychologist, originally from Santiago. Loves to surf his 7.6 Pearson Arrow at Pleasure Point. He's supported by High Fives Foundation. Big shout out to High Fives Foundation and the Challenged Athletes Federation. We heard of the benefits from CAF when Ishmael Nielsen, based in France but representing his country of birth, Norway, came in and emphasized how much his CAF grant, Challenged Athletes Federation, look them up. You can find links on the ISA website. Brought him here to compete for Norway. As we can see, David Teixeira, our reigning world champion, rebounding off the foam on the inside. He got gold in 2022 in Pismo. He got gold in 2016 at the second ever ISA World Parasurfing Championship. He's going for his third gold, representing Rio de Janeiro. And of course, Rio will be the host of our next World ISA event, the World Juniors, which will be happening very soon. You'll have the opportunity, Ben Way, of heading down there. Macumba Beach, Rio de Janeiro, will be home to some of the best up-and-coming junior surfers on the planet, and that's something to look forward to.
I'm really excited as we have red on another.
Honda, nice trim line, comes high, looks to do the float. Can he ride out of that float? Unable to keep that trim speed, but we can see the commitment to the maneuvers from the surfer from the Basque Country, the way he's really trying to cover ground, climbing off the bottom, climbing off the top, projecting those high lines, using all of the wave. And that's something the judges will really appreciate. When a wave rider is able to surf off the bottom and off the top of the wave in the pocket, using all of the wave, they get heavily rewarded.
Yeah, and since he didn't have a backup with just 6 minutes remaining, they needed to get into action. They want to start stacking and really trying to solidify that second advancing position. So just testing it out. They've already got a really high score. They just need to keep building on that backup score just for a little bit of safety.
The Chilean Slayer, Claudio Morales. I say Chilean Slayer because this is the nickname Jose Martinez has given him. He's out back, but on the inside on a nice bowly left. And the 19-year-old from Spain, our 2023 European champion, and a beautiful float redirect through the inside. Great wave choice to take a smaller wave that offered a lot of shape but gave massive scoring potential. So he's certainly going to replace that 1.93. As we can see, David Teixeira locking in the section, coming off the top, putting that board on rail, dags that rail, so he's not going to really get a significant score, unlikely to replace his 6.27, but watch out for Ander because he's going to drop something and it might well put him back into first.
Yeah, I believe so. Ander's shown so much variety and so much versatility in his riding. As we have Kirk Watson, Kirk on board, he's going to be out there and had a little talk as he's unable to really see the conditions. Had to give him a little briefing on what it's like today. They actually have some time to get to their feet. He was stoked on that.
Yeah, it's clean, it's smooth, very challenging. Some of the visually impaired athletes have had to compete in heats in the afternoon on shores. Combination of the difficulty of the breeze really affecting the opportunity to hear their spotter and the texture, you know, the challenge of not having that smooth feel. But watch out, David Teixeira, left-hander, off the top, off the bottom, whacks that section, rebounds, cuts back, little spray thrown from the third cutback once again, and he's still climbing for more, floating and riding out of this last section here in style. David Teixeira looking to replace a 6.27. Fantastic surfing from the Brazilian world champion. Now putting pressure on our Chilean Slayer, Claudio Morales, based in Santa Cruz in California, for the score he needs, which is now increased to a 7.23, but Ander has dropped to 4.10, so he stays in second position, not enough to put him into first, but as it stands, they have both earned a spot in the final if Morales can't get a 7-2-8.
Yeah, and I mean, the 8.0 just had so much more wow factor to that first maneuver where he airdropped down to the face, as we have Green in a good position for this one.
Claudio, he's chasing something big up in there in the mid-sevens on his pleasure point. Constructed Pearson arrow, 7-6 single fin on trim, looking very elegant there. A nice redirect, opportunity for a cutback. He puts that board on rail, completed cutback. Fantastic surfing. He's really got a hope now of getting that score that he needs. It's relative to some scores that we've already dropped. He's chasing a 7.28. We've already seen Teixeira get something in the high sevens, and we've already seen Ander get an excellent 8. So where is that going to sit in that scale, Ben?
Well, somewhere right in the middle, I would figure. Needing a 7.28, I don't know if he's going to get that, but he will definitely greatly reduce that requirement if he replaces one of those scores. And so we're going to see how he does. It's definitely, I would call it much higher than the 4.83. I wouldn't say that it's comfortably all the way to the 7.28 that he needs, but right up in that range.
And sitting out there with priority, looking to only replace a 4.10. So we've already had Tomake and Jose Martinez book spots in the grand final for men prone 2. And it looks to be David Teixeira and Ander from North Spain who are going to earn those other 2 spots in that grand final. But there's still 1 minute 50 remaining. Is it enough time for Claudio Morales and his team to get out back and hunt for that 7.28 they need, Ben?
Yeah, I can't wait to see that score come in and see what's really happening. I'm sure Claudio would love to hear what he's got for that, as well as even if he got a better score, he's still going to chisel away on what he needs, make a smaller job, but they need to get back out in the lineup into position, which is also a little bit time consuming considering we only got 1 minute and 20 seconds.
The Chilean chisel will be on display as Claudio Morales hunts for a 7.28. Is there going to be enough time? We got 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining. David Teixeira blasts that section in the foam. Doesn't climb out of the foam there, so he's not going to replace his 6.27. Can Ander replace his 4.10? He's up and riding in a beautiful left-hander at Huntington Beach. Surf City, USA comes out of the bowl section. Full cover-up twice in a row. 2 foamy cover-up. Shampoo, conditioner, everything, and still more face to come, more scoring potential. Already feels like he might well drop that 4.10 and really solidify his chance of getting gold in the grand final, Ben.
Yeah, and we're seeing Claudio Morales got 4.73, so he didn't improve on his top score, so he's still needing that 7.28. We don't know where they're located in the lineup, but they need to get into action quickly because 30 seconds is barely enough to spin around and get another wave.
I do see a 1 next to his name, and there he is. He has got priority. He's got a chasing wave. He needs a 7.28. Up and riding, David Teixeira in the middle of the wave. Big re-entry, massive, radical off the top. Can he ride out of it? He can. One big, huge maneuver from David Teixeira. He absolutely feels that. That's why he's our 2022 ISA World Parasurfing Champion, as Claudio Morales chases a wave, but even if he did catch that, it wouldn't have been in time. So he is going to be eliminated, and David Teixeira and Ander Goenaga from Spain, the 18-year-old and the 19-year-old, they have booked themselves a spot in the grand final with Jose Martinez and Tomake Fujiwara from Japan. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. Coming into the booth next, we got special guests. We got the mighty man from Abasoc, our reigning world champion, Llewellyn Sponge Williams.
Here at Surf City Huntington Beach for day 3 of competition.
That inside arm and then floating it.
Team El Salvador's only competitor, Jonathan Arias, drops the highest score of the competition, a 9.83.
Tiene una ola grande, entonces eso fue lo primero que vi la oportunidad, la aproveché, la agarré, subí, crucé, hice pegues y pues hice lo que pude y todo lo que sé y todo lo que aprendí.
Great looking wave.
Oh.
Change of direction. Huge whip on his backhand, goes in for a second.
Newest member of Team Japan, Nagisa Ikegami, gets a 7.67.
Great looking wave in front of Nagisa.
And with the heaviest drop of the day, Team Australia's Emma Dieters drops herself a 7.83.
It's cool to come back with the Australian team and try and get that vibe going again that we had last year. Was pretty cool. We all did really, really well for Australia, so hopefully we can replicate that again this year.
And tune in tomorrow, day 4 of competition, for more parasurfing action.
Welcome back, Parasurf fans. Thanks so much for tuning in. A pleasure to have your company as we progress through the rounds. We're now moving into our Visual Impairment 1 heat number 1 from our round 2 of the qualifying, as we see Thomas Da Silva, Ben Newman, Andres Campos and Elias Ricardo DL, our reigning ISA World Champion, our gold medalist from 2022 in Pismo, as we move on to the Parasurfing Vision Impairment 1 classification. Any surfer riding in a standing position with an IBSA classification level of B1. So these surfers will have a really big vision impairment justified by the International Blind Sports Federation. I'm Sam Bleakley, and I've got the absolute honor to be joined in the booth by our reigning world champion from the Neil category, Llewellyn Sponge Williams from ISAsurfing. Thanks for coming in, and congratulations for earning a spot in the grand final earlier today.
Oh, thank you, Sam Blakely. It was a surprise to get invited to the booth, but yeah, this is an experience, and yeah, to be watching the heat with you and talking about the competition, it's going to be great.
And you've been looking fantastic. You've been excelling on the scores. You were going into the 7s and the 8s, and today you got a 9. I mean, how does it feel as an athlete to be continuing improving on your scores?
Yeah, so I put a lot of work in. I've been changing boards, been working closely with JP surfboards, and yeah, just to figure out the boards, and literally the smallest tweaks to a board can make it feel so different. So yeah, to be a part of this and watching the sport grow and being able to push myself more and more, it's great.
And with that, someone who's pushed themselves all the way to the final, let's find out who it is there on the glass.
Davi, another solid performance. You finding yourselves into the finals for another year in a row. You got the chance to go back-to-back. Are you feeling the pressure for that for a second gold medal?
Yeah, I think I'm very grateful for everything happens in this championship. And the name of Jesus, I think I'm ready to win, to go to the finals. That's an honor for me again. And that's it. Let's go improving myself day after day and getting better.
Now yourself and Jose Martinez are really the heavy hitters. You're the two, world champions that are still in the draw. You're going to be meeting up in the final. How do you feel to go up against him in that match?
I feel happy to compete again with him. I really like to compete with him. I think when I'm in the water with him, it's more, exciting, But that's nice. That's nice. I really like Jose Martinez, and that's it.
And anything that you're going to change up heading into finals tomorrow? You said the water's feeling a little bit colder. Do you enjoy that, or do you prefer it when it's a bit warmer out there?
Whatever. I am from the water, so that's it. Whatever.
Well done. We'll see you in the finals, and we'll go back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Congratulations, Debbie Teixeira, once again booking him spot in the final and going for gold once again. And my guest here, Llewellyn Sponge Williams, you're going for gold again. How much pressure is it coming into an event as the reigning gold medalist, knowing that you really want to keep up that elite level?
Yeah, so over the years since 2016, I've been pushing myself to try and get that gold. Then in 2021, I obviously caused an interference in the last 3 minutes and lost it. So I came back last year, and I had that mindset. I can't let this one go this time. So yeah, coming back this time, it's a bit more pressure I think it's more pressure to defend it than the work you build to get it. So yeah, it's a difficult one.
Well, I've even heard amongst officials, judges, talking about how some of the big names have clearly been training all season, and you're one of them, someone who, even though you are a reigning gold medalist, what I've seen is someone who's fine-tuning their equipment, their fitness, their approach. And how important is it now to have the growing opportunities beyond the ISA with the Parasurf League Tour and other adaptive events, and the increased chances to train and compete internationally with the very best, pretty much non-stop this season?
Yeah, so the Parasurfing League, just after this event, we're going to have the Global Championships. So, yeah, it's going to be held on the same beach, exactly the same spot, I think the same setup. So, yeah, excited to take part in that. And then all the events around the world, we got the ASAP World Tour. And then, yeah, and I ran the Welsh. Well, this year was in the last month kind of decision to move it to Bristol to run it and carry on with the competition or cancel the whole competition. So yeah, luckily got moved it to Bristol and people came over and yeah, it was just a great event.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of working at that with you. It was very inspiring. Thanks for having me, and look forward to these events continuing to grow. And how special is it for you to come to Huntington Beach? Such an iconic centre of global surf culture and competition.
No, it's amazing, especially the parade coming down the main street. They closed the road down, like bars on both sides, everyone getting involved, and all the shops, obviously with a history of surfers and Kelly Slater's footprints, everyone's probably stood in that. So yeah, it's great to watch it. This is my third time surfing Huntington Beach, so yeah, it's great to be here and with the ISA, being involved with everything, it's great.
And Elias Diel is up and riding, our reigning gold medalist. Talk to me, Llewellyn, about this division and how important that relationship is between the spotter and the athlete.
Yeah, so I've been out surfing with Thomas de Silva in Spain and in France. He was like, oh, can you take me out? Can you be my eyes? And I was like, oh, what, how to? I had no idea how to deal with it, but it's literally, they just want you to be there. You tell them there's a wave coming, you tell them to duck down when it's coming, and then you have to whistle them back towards you. It's a full-on relationship between the eyes and the surfer.
And what we're seeing is not only, that team vibe, you've got a fantastic kind of Welsh team behind you, as we can see. Kirk Watson coming up for Australia. He's going to be surfing against Thomas Spesselbrook out of France. We've got, yes, Irukandjis, yes, the Welsh team, yes, the Spanish team, etc. But what we also have is this global parasurf community. And, how cohesive is the parasurf community and how do you all inspire each other?
Yeah, so everyone has their own team, but every time we come to the event, it's like going to a second family. Everyone's there supporting each other, helping each other out, cheering each other on. So even in the water, everyone's super friendly, like we're sharing waves. But yeah, it's an amazing opportunity. Like I said, it's a second family for us, like going to all these different countries and having the home life, and then coming straight to this, and then it's just another complete different lifestyle.
And then on top of that, when the waves are pumping, and you get a 9-point ride. I mean, talk us through this incredible ride that you had in the semi-finals. I mean, that was absolutely outstanding.
Yeah. So, yeah, I was paddling there. I heard him saying that I got 2 6s. I was like, oh, I can't be doing with 2 6s. I need to better it off. So I paddled a bit further north, and I saw this wave coming in, and it just opened up in front of me.
You banged that section.
That felt really good. Yeah, that felt good.
On your fresh JP, I mean, tell us a little bit about the relationship you have with Johnny Pitton.
Yeah, so I've been on standard surfboards for a few years, and then I had gifted a board from Bird Surf Shed, which was a 1984 Ramonski knee board, and that helped my surfing adapt to where it was. And then I had a local friend, Ryan, which is Canadian. He shaped my other board. And then my surfing just started to progress from that, and then it was finding someone that was happy to work with me and being able to bring these boards out super quick so I have the time to practice on. And JP took that role, and yeah, we're really close, and the board seemed to be working.
And it definitely appeared to be working, and you've got the final to look forward to, but a big name missing from that list is Mark Mono Stewart. Of course, he hasn't had a great performance in this event, but that doesn't mean he won't be at the top of his game for the rest of the season. How much of a role model and an inspiration has Mono been for you personally?
So when I came to the first ISA in La Jolla in 2016, Mono was there, super welcoming, showing me his boards, offered me to ride his board. I tried his board. It was very difficult for me because I stand in a regular stance with my knee across the board, where his knee was like straight in his mold. So I popped up on his board, and then I whacked my knee into the mold, and the board just literally went left. So I can't put weight on my stump. But yeah, I've been watching him over the years, and I've been watching everyone else and just learning everyone's techniques and stuff, and I've been just playing it in my head over and over and over, and just been trying different stuff. And yeah, he's been a great push for me. Like he said in the last competition, he was like, "Oh, thank you for pushing me as well." So yeah, he's been a huge ambassador for the sport.
And you've got some big support from the Welsh surf community. I know Carwyn Williams, one of Wales's best shortboarders. He's right behind you. How proud are you to be the first Welsh surfing champion?
Yeah, when I won it last year, I didn't even know I was the first one until people told me, and then obviously the week before I came off to California for last year, I was staying with Carwyn, and then he was the one that was on the road to it in the 80s. So yeah, to have him by my side, he calls me after every heat, cheering me on. So yeah, it's a massive achievement, and hopefully I can carry it on.
And a stepping stone to the Parasurf drive out of Europe and globally, collaborating with the ISA, has been the work of Toby Williams and Ben Clifford at Surfability down there in Caswell. How important is what Surfability is doing and has done for parasurfing?
Yeah, so Surfability is in Caswell in South Wales, and they are getting people flying in from different countries, and they're always fully booked with people with different disabilities that want to try their different boards, different technique, and be in a safe area with great coaches. So yeah, they're pushing the sport forward. Like this year, we've got 4 representing Wales, which is the biggest team we've had. So yeah, it's carry on the work.
Yeah, you've got a fantastic growing team. And with this ambition, this push to get parasurfing in the LA 28 Paralympics, what do we need to do as the surf community to help with that campaign?
Yeah, the surf community, as it's growing already, so I think we just need to stick to what we're doing. Like the classifications are getting tighter and tighter. So everyone just needs to get together. Of course, if we go to the Paralympics, it'll be Team GB. So Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland and England will be one nation, which would be great because we have great surfers from Team England, we got Team Wales, and we got young Jade from Scotland. So yeah, we'll all get together.
We got a great team. And talking of a great team, the Germans, Ben Newman, we just saw him up and riding right now. If we get a little catch up of the scores, he's got a 7.83 to his name. So it's the single highest score of this second qualifying round. So the top scores combined from both qualifying rounds will create a total. As we can see the Welsh flag there on the ground, that's some of your kit, and that's Dariel Melendrez there from Costa Rica. Tell us about this surfer and how hot he is.
So, Dariel shreds, and as I was walking to the booth, then he asked me if I could borrow one of his boards. I was like, yeah, my boards are on the beach, take a pick, which one would you like to try out?
So what do you think he's going to go for, Spike?
I think he'll go for that one.
Is that the one that you just won your heat on?
Yeah, that's the one I'm using at the moment.
Well, that says a lot, the fact that you've booked yourself a berth in the final, going for gold, and you're willing to loan your equipment to another parasurfer. I mean, that really is a symbol of the shared experience and the shared community you're part of here at the World Surfing Champs.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. People are sharing ideas, different boards. You can see them all on the beach talking about different fin setup, like Jose was yesterday. So yeah, we're all just feeding each other information about how we're progressing in the sport. So yeah, for Dariel, I was in Costa Rica. I surfed his local break, and he shreds, and he's going to be fun. So he wanted to try it out because he's got a super thin, narrow board, and he doesn't think he'll go in this condition. So
Thomas De Silva from France up and riding, gets the second score, looking to replace a 0.50. Ben Newman on that last score, he will possibly go into his top 2. He gets a 1.9, so it replaces his 1.77, and he's got a 7.83, as we can see. Catherine Beattie, she's going to be surfing soon. Sean Brody, the team manager of the USA team, as Dariel is just borrowing your board from Costa Rica. He's off to get his singlet. Tell us about those feelings, Llewellyn, when you go to get your singlet, when it's your heat coming up. You know, the nerves, the energy, the stoke to be here at Huntington.
Yeah, so when the heat finishes, you're kind of busy watching other heats, and then you realize you have to go pick up your jersey, and then you see all the other heat competitors there. The stoke that we all have there, we all give hugs and handshakes and wish each other luck. But as soon as you get in the water, it's a completely different game.
Game face on once you get in that water.
Definitely.
And you know, you come from the north coast of Wales, Abersoch. We know all about the south coast within the surf community, and you've also got waves on the west coast. What would be your advice to any people tuning in Wales of how they can get into parasurfing? You know, where do they go? What do they need to do to open these opportunities?
Yeah. So of course we've got Surfability in South Wales, but I also run 1 or 2 days a year in North Wales on Hell's Mouth to take people with any kind of disabilities out. Surfability come up for that day. So yeah, I think we had 8 this year going out, new people, and the parents on the beach were so happy. They were coming out of the water super happy, and the parents were saying, oh, never knew this was possible because the access to the beaches in North Wales isn't great. So hopefully I can arrange something for the years to come to make it easier for wheelchair users to get down to the beach and have more safety down there.
Now, one of the lovely stories, you know, I know about you is when you were recovering from your injury, your friends decorated your hospital room with surf posters and even the smell of Sex Wax air freshener. If somebody told you right then that you were going to be a world champion, what would you have said?
Yeah, no way. Because I surfed for 2 or 3 years before the injury. And yeah, when I lost a leg, I remember grabbing my friend's hand and I said, I just want to surf again. And I want to try and do it better than I did before. And here I am now.
And it's such an incredible story. And the way you are surfing this year compared to last year, to me, it just looks like even more exciting, even more engagement with all parts of the wave. Where have you been doing your training? You know, is it been the travel and the competitions, or have you been honing in on particular waves in Europe that have been giving you this extra edge?
Yeah, so after the ISA last year, Sarah took a time off work to concentrate on my surfing, so we did a 4 months traveling. So we went from California to Hawaii, we went from Hawaii to Indonesia, then we did the Mentawais, and then Sri Lanka and the Maldives. So it was just time in the water, different waves, different situations. And yeah, coming home, and luckily 2-3 weeks before I came out here this year, it's just been pumping in the UK.
Yeah, and it really shows. You can really see that you've been surfing consistently. You're looking sharp and fit and focused, and you're also enjoying your wave riding. What would be your advice to competitors to get that right balance of making sure you're still loving surfing, but also wanting to perform with the contest jersey on at the highest level?
Yeah, that's a good question, because I've been telling my friends at home, like when we go surfing, they think they're in a competition with me because I'm in that mindset kind of thing. So from being a free surfer to a competitor, the difference in surfing is crazy. Because I was like, oh, competition is like taking over my fun of surfing. But every time we're out there free surfing anyway, it's just super fun to be on the wave. It like clears all your thoughts and your negative and all that. So yeah, everyone just needs to spend more time in the water, like share the stoke, be happy with each other, and just have a good time.
Are you a Welsh speaker? Did you grow up with the opportunity learning to speak Welsh?
Yeah, my whole family's Welsh.
Oh, that's incredible to hear. Well, you know, I'd like to kind of say, when we get this replay now, Ben Newman, who's going to replace that 1.90 and might well book himself a spot in that grand final with our reigning gold medalist, ISAsurfing DL. As a proud Welsh speaker yourself, have you got some messages in Welsh for people tuning in back home?
Yeah, dwi eisiau dweud diolch yn fawr iawn I pob sy'n adra sy'n supportio fi. I'n heulu a i'n had sydd wedi gadael fi cael amser off y gwaith I wneud hyn blwyddyn yma a concentratio ar ennill yr aur I pob adra tro yma hefyd.
Beautiful stuff. Reigning world champion Sponge, going for another world title. How are you feeling leading into tomorrow?
Feeling good. So last year I had 4 heats out of 4 heats, so I've got 3 this year, so 1 to go. So.
And you've got that fantastic support from your partner Sarah. I mean, she's on the sand for every heat. She just seems to be there for you at every moment.
Yeah, she's the energy. She's like definitely on the beach. The only thing I can hear is her whistle, her shouting at me, get back out there, paddle harder. So yeah, she's been a massive rock for me, and been able to take time off work to help me around the world, like carrying my surfboard, carrying it over reefs, dropping me in, coming to get me, getting my crutches. She's amazing.
And so, can you picture yourself competing for your nation in the Paralympics in LA 2028? Do you think it's going to happen?
Definitely. Well, I really do hope it's happened. So, in 2016, before I started competing, Sarah got me to post, because we saw the first championship in 2015. And I was like, oh, I need to get involved in this, but I was too late. So 2016 was coming up, and I was like, I need to get into this somehow. And Sarah said, right, let's write a status on Facebook. So I posted it. Within 2 weeks, I met with Surfability, Welsh Surf Federation, and I was flying out to California to represent Wales on my own. And that's where it happened. And then I got the bug of competing. So,
and now you're a world champion, going for gold once more. Sponge, it's been an absolute honor to have you calling the action, sharing your energy, getting the opportunity to share the beautiful Welsh language with all your fans tuning in back home. Right now we got ISAsurfing DL from Brazil. He's booked himself a spot in the final along with Ben Newman. Thanks so much, Llewellyn and Sponge Williams. We'll look forward to watching the grand final tomorrow. But stay with us, surf fans, because we'll be back real soon for the second qualifying round 2 there of Heat 2. Kirk Watson, Thomas Spettelbrook, Matteo Salandri, and Joshua the Jedi Lawyer. Ben Way will be coming back into the booth. Stay with us.
Sweet.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Oh, what images to enjoy there. Takes the words right out of my mouth when you can see marine life like that welling up in the Pacific here at Huntington. 10 miles of beautiful sand. Massive shout out to our sponsor, Visit Huntington Beach, and of course the Foundation for Global Sport Development, GSD. We're grateful to be here. We're continuing day 5. We can see that beautiful view from the iconic Huntington Beach Pier as we continue the heat number 2 of the second qualifying round for the men's visual impairment 1 category. These are surfers riding a wave in a standing position with an IBSA classification of level B1. The IBSA is the International Blind Sport Federation. We've got out of Australia, Kirk Watson, out of France, Thomas Spettelbrook, out of Italy, Matteo Salandri, and out of the US of A, Joshua the Jedi Lawyer. Great 4 surfers. 2 spots look to be booked already in that grand final. Our reigning gold medalist, Elias Ricardo Diel from Brazil, and it looks pretty good that Ben Newman from Germany will qualify for that grand final. But we'll wait to see what scores are dropped in this second qualifying round. I'm Sam Bleakley, back in the booth with Ben Way. I just had the pleasure of hosting Llewellyn Sponge Williams, and it was really special for Llewellyn to share some words in his native language of Welsh with his fans tuning in back home. But right now, it's going to be our surfer from White, the Jedi, Joshua Lawyer, straight to the rise up there on the top of the wave, but he won't drop down into that section, but committing to that longboard takeoff with flair. Josh the Jedi Lawyer looking good. And tell us a little bit about some of these surfers, Ben.
Well, Josh the Jedi, stand-up comedian, jiu-jitsu practice. He practices jiu-jitsu at Joel Tudor's gym. Super cool. His spotter, John, has also worked a lot with a lot of our clinics and different events with CAF, etc., Amp Surf. And yeah, and then Kirk Watson. Man, love seeing his surfing. He's on his roundtail D-Burge boards that he always rides. And he's got 1 score on the board, and we've seen a ride by Blue as well, 3.50. That tide's receding really quickly, and it's starting to really kind of, conditions are swapping up. Still rather gutless compared to our previous days, but for these guys, where it takes a little bit of time to get to their feet as they're feeling out with their feet. And they have no idea what the wave's going to do except for the description or the little bit of a little painted picture that their spotter gives them of what the wave's going to do as they're taking off. But once they're moving, it's all up to them to just do complete feeling.
Absolutely, and the Jedi talked about that value of description, as we can see up and riding out of Italy. Matteo there, beautiful control on a nice open face right-hander, and he kicks out cleanly, and he's going to get a big score on the board. Matteo works for the Italian railway company responsible for accessibility in the national stations. He is going to drop something big. Joshua, the Jedi lawyer, the 43-year-old, describes himself on his Instagram account as blind surfing champion, pro adventurer, martial artist, comedian in exile, uncomfortably honest about religion and mental health. I like the sound of that. He is a brilliant dude, and he's a longboarder as well. And of course, you know, training there in jiu-jitsu with Joel Tudor down in Del Mar, of course, that says so much about the physical prowess he can bring here to the ISA World Parasurfing Championship.
So I was joking around with Loya the first day when we saw him out there, and you and I were going through our little intel cards that he's a jiu-jitsu, practices jiu-jitsu, and Figgy Deal, who won that last one, or I'm not sure if he actually won, I'm not sure, he did. So Ricardo Figgy Deal is a black belt in jiu-jitsu, and Josh said, hey, how about we set up a blind jiu-jitsu battle?
Well, with that, let's go down to Figgy, because our winner is on the glass right now.
Thanks so much. I'm down here with Elias. Congratulations on getting that win. It must feel like such a relief to be walking away now on top of the leaderboard.
Thank you for the ISA, the great competition. For me, it's like a dream surfing in Huntington Beach, and I'm so happy, and nice waves today too, and I to do my best today, and I wait to result. Excited for the final.
Very excited. We'll get those official results after this next heat. Now talk to me about the surfboard, the equipment that you're riding, and you've got Bruno working with you in the water. How important is that relationship?
Bruno is a great friend. Us surf together every day. Just enjoy, because surf is our religion, our lifestyle, and for me, important is funny. So fun, surf fun every day, and Bruno is a great friend.
Now, are you feeling any pressure as a former gold medalist to be winning another gold medal this week, or are you just excited to have the opportunity?
Yeah, I have just one thing, is gold, and I am happy and wait for the results now. Yeah.
Well done. Hopefully we'll be seeing you in that final, but you're currently on top of the leaderboard. We'll see how this one plays out. Would you like to say something quickly in Portuguese to your friends and family tuning in?
Valeu, galera. Pô, foi difícil, né? Tô me recuperando dessa virose e dei o máximo hoje e esperando agora o resultado, ver se rola essa vaga na final, e amanhã é um novo dia, vamos com tudo, tá? Valeu, um abraço a todos, beijo na família, minhas filhas, my daughters, Joana and Laura, Dad love you.
Well done. We'll see you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Great words there. Our reigning gold medalist getting the opportunity to get himself a spot back into that grand final and go for gold once again. A black belt in grappling, as we can see up and riding right now. Our Italian on his second wave. Big commitment to the takeoff there. Takes a nosedive, but no lack of holding back. Really strong score to kick off with a 4.33. So there are spots available in the grand final, because the surfers are still in this qualifying round. So they're combining their best two waves across qualifying round 1 and qualifying round 2. As it stands right now, Ben Newman is second on the leaderboard. So surfers need to really get a couple of fives to stand a chance. Thomas Spettelbrook from France up and riding right now. The Frenchman is a user of the Mark Phipps built surfboards there. Of course, we saw Laurie Phipps qualify for the final yesterday in her division. So Mark Phipps represented across the French team 10 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. The Jedi waiting for a wave. He got a nice takeoff opportunity, but didn't quite drop down into that ride. So because his hands didn't leave the rails, the judges wouldn't have deemed it a complete ride and scored it. But he's paddling for this one. Joshua, the Jedi lawyer, that wave just fading out. No takers there. Beautiful glassy conditions still. How do you think this is going to play out for the rest of the day, Ben? Bearing in mind that later on we will be having our first finals.
Well, you know what? I mean, we're really lucky to have these conditions. We're also lucky that the offshore did calm down just a bit, because that could be a really tough factor to try and get into the entry of these waves. It would push these guys out of these smaller conditions. Even on the bigger days with a lot of force on the takeoff, that offshore was pushing these riders outside of the back. And the stronger the offshore with a smaller swell also really settles down and flattens out the swell. And so we're going to see a big change, I think, in the conditions after we get past that midday high tide and get that incoming tide to kind of increase the frequency of the waves that are coming in.
Yeah, we've got that high tide has happened at 7:25 a.m. It's 3:22 where we'll see our low tide as we see the Portuguese flag and the Brazilian flag waved on the sand. Coming up next after this heat, we move into men stand 1 semi-finals. Then we'll go to women prone 1. That will be the last 2 qualifying rounds to determine our finalists. And then we go to men prone 1, the semi-finals. Some big names to look forward to. Joel Taylor, the founder of Unite Clothing, making a wave riding comeback as we get to see those conditions. Couple of feet and still mild water temperatures. It's been a beautiful fall here in Southern California so far.
Yeah, so it's calling 137 for the low. I was just looking at the schedule and I was like, maybe the tide's not going to come up at all. And so I'm not sure which is right. I'm sure Sam does a lot of research. He's probably, I would trust his call more. So we might not see the tide come back in, but we will see the waves stand up on that low tide.
So the Jedi there having a look at the option for this wave. He's going to get a chance of a wave here. It's going to be a steep drop though. Can he hang on? It's going to be very difficult to navigate. Joshua unable to get to his feet. Went for that first wave. It looked like it had some open face, but that second wave, he was just slightly inside. So it was a difficult one to catch. He's got 7 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. So he's still got a lot of time. And tell us a little bit now about that relationship between the surfer and the spotter. What will be shared at this moment?
Well, let's watch this. I think this is going to be a good chance for him.
Nearly pops up. Good takeoff. He's still got an opportunity though. He's got 7 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. And now you can just see the teamwork here. In comes the spotter, out comes the communication. And what's quite interesting about the rules, Ben, is the fact that the spotter and the athlete can't actually physically touch each other. That's one of the rules with regards to this division.
Yeah, and I mean, that whole touch factor isn't really necessary as long as you stay nice and close and keep within verbal communication. One thing I wanted to point out earlier, Kirk Watson had paddled for the last wave. You could see his pusher paddles right next to him in the very last second. The reason for that is the pusher is actually able to almost look like they're going to take off together. They're able to read what's happening, and that keeps that communication. They also have a longer chance to say, nope, this isn't the wave. Let's not waste sending you on a closeout, and let's hold it back. Where you have the other guys that kind of say, hey, this is a good wave, and sit where they're at, and then they can't see the same. They can't really see what's happening with the wave as their rider's already kind of far away from them. So that's one thing that Matt Formston taught me, was that you really want to paddle together like you're going to catch the wave up until the last moment, just to keep all of that communication all the way up to takeoff.
Kirk Watson, a silver medalist from this division in 2021 from Sydney at the Northern Beaches, rides his D-Burge Roundtail. He's out there in the lead. He's got a 4 and a 3.17. So that combination of 7.17 at the moment is very favorable, because if we combine his 4 with his best wave of round 1, which is a 4.27, he, as it stands, has booked himself a spot in the grand final. Having a go at this wave, it's our surfer in green from Italy, Matteo. He's got a couple of good scores to his name, a 4.33, and he want to replace that 1.23. Matteo in the opening round only got low scores, a 0.9 and a 0.5. And I must reflect on the fact that when these visually impaired 1 classification surfers did have their opening round, it was low tide, back glare, and onshore. So right now, there's a lot more of a canvas for these surfers to express themselves. It's cleaner, smoother, it's better.
Yeah. And one thing I want to point out as far as White, Josh Loya, I mean, he's a big guy. He needs all of that flotation to get into the waves. Unfortunately, he has to, at this moment, he's riding just a stock issue kind of longboard with that low nose rocker. And since it is a longboard, they would have the advantage of taking off farther out. But at this moment, when you take off farther out, you've got way more of a chance of getting tipped over and having that tail picked up, which you've seen on those first 2 attempts. So if anything, I think that they should relocate onto the inside, get him a decent score on some whitewash where he doesn't have the chance of being picked up and purling.
Big shout out to Huntington Beach, of course. 10 miles of sand to choose from here. As we can see, the iconic pier originally built in the early 1900s, but up and riding right now. Kirk Watson, top to bottom action there, looking to replace that 317 and attacking this section through the inside in style, and that could well go up into the excellent range because that was explosive, Benway.
Yep, and he did the skeet shooter, he did the sniper kick out right there. That body language says he feels that it was something good. He's already out in the lead as we have green.
Matteo up and riding, beautiful takeoff, bottom turns, gets nice and low, controls. That wave runs away from him, but a big takeoff. He's going to add to that 1.23. Probably he's going to replace it, so he's got a 4.33 as his highest score, but watch out for scores coming in for Kirk Watson. It's a 9.5, a near perfect ride, and justifiably so. That was radical stuff for the Australian. Irakanji's cheering. Kirk Watson booking himself a spot in the grand final to go for gold.
Wow, just displaying that feeling, that connection with his board, with the wave. Also, you could see they really kept that communication with his spotter that said, hey, you know what, this one's going to stretch backside, shoot it down the line. He may have been saying, right off your bottom turn, you're going to have a chance to hit it. He got right into action quickly.
It's Thomas for France on the Mark Phipps board, chasing a score. He wants to replace that 307. Look at Kirk Watson there, out there in the lead with a 9.5 and a 4, and Matteo's dropped to 317, but Thomas Spettelbrook, he's got a 4.33 and a 3.5, and we've got 2 minutes 40 seconds remaining. So as it stands right now, Kirk Watson would have booked himself a spot in that grand final along with Elias Diel and Ben Newman, and it looks as though Thomas has got that 4th spot in the grand final. These other surfers, they need to get into the 10 range to secure the spot, and it's not just the results from this heat, it's an opportunity to carry your highest scoring wave from the first qualifying round as well. And some of the high scoring waves from the qualifying round were from Thomas De Silva, so that surfer is also a contender to get in that grand final because he's got a 6.94 combination.
Yeah, that score came in really quickly for Thomas Spettelbrook, and he got a 4.33. Much heavier drop on that last one, and he's up again.
Nice takeoff. Foamy, but looking to just drop back down into the flats on his Mark Phipps built board. Thomas has got a 4.33. He's just dropped that score. It adds to that 3.5, so that combination of 9.18. He's just on the cusp to get in the final. Really, he needs to get something in the mid-5s, Ben, to really give him a chance, just with 1 minute 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and that would show the urgency in this. This is that wave. Snaps it under the lip, comes right off the bottom, links up another turn, and he can feel that the energy is dying out, and he is stoked. But just amazing. That's some of the best visually impaired surfing that I've seen, just being able to be in the perfect spot in the wave and sneak in maneuvers as though he's has zero visual impairment.
Wow, incredible stuff from Kirk Watson from the Northern Beaches on a D-Burge roundtail, getting a 9.5 for Team Irakanji's and booking himself a spot in the grand final. So as it stands, I do need to do some calculation regarding Thomas De Silva, but up and riding right now it's Kirk Watson. I can confirm that we have Elias Ricardo DL and Kirk Watson in the final, and I'm pretty sure with the tabulation that we're going to have Ben Newman in the final. Who will be that fourth finalist remains to be seen with these last scores to drop, as Matteo Salandri from Italy gets another score, and he's put on a fantastic performance, kicking off with that 4.33, answering back with a 3.17, now chasing a 3.50 to move up into second position. Will it be enough? We'll wait to do the math. That was fantastic, but a big celebration, Ben, for Kirk Watson, a 9.5. Incredible stuff for the Australian.
Yeah, unbelievable, and well, completely believable. I've seen his performances before, but as far as doing that in the heat, when it's completely necessary, we're excited to see him go to the final.
Well, with that, let's have a little celebration of yesterday's action, day 4, and then coming back into the booth, we will have Mitchell Salazar and Shannon Hughes to call the action in the elimination semi-finals of men, stand 1 live from Huntington Beach for day 5 of the ISA World Parasurfing Championship.
Welcome to day 4 of the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. With our first perfect ride of the competition, Team USA's Elena Nichols with a 10-point ride.
She makes it out as well. The crowd on the beach is going wild. You can see the excitement on her face as well. That was an incredibly well-executed wave.
Honestly, wasn't expecting it to barrel over me. I thought it was gonna break behind me, and when it did, it was just like, this is happening. I don't know if I have the words yet for that, but it was so sick.
And with an almost perfect score, Team Australia's Jocelyn Neumuller with a 9.43.
Do right now, Jocelyn Miller with a big, beautiful top to bottom combination, dealing with that bounce on an overhead section and then charging out of that bowl.
As we take a look at Piero with a great backhand snap to start.
It was really disappointing for me last year. I was not able to get any good wave. It was pretty smooth and everything. And now, since we're here, we're scoring really good waves every day. And that's it, man. It's super fun.
And with this ride, Team USA's Jose Martinez gets an 8.33.
Locked in, comes off the bottom, nice float, climbs high, gets a second section again for a big float, airdrop, and right out of that with the flair of Mike Stewart at his finest. Looking incredible is Joel Taylor.
That's it for day 4 of competition. Join us tomorrow for more parasurfing action.
Second to last day of competition here in Huntington Beach, California for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships as Roberto Pino goes wild on the opening turn, finds that second foam climb. He'll get a 2-turn combination to kick things off and put a lot of pressure on the rest of the field. He is looking for some big scores, the opportunity to take away another gold medal.
Yeah, and you can see right there, Brazil, Portugal, Japan, Camilo Abdullah from Portugal in the blue, Kentaro Kondo from Japan in the green. He's up and riding now.
Great looking forehand. It's a little bit caught up on the foam and can't hold on to his balance. He'll put a score though to back up the 4.17. That was his opening ride. We've got a 2 for Camilo on the board to kick things off. And now a score to come through for Roberto Pino. We are in our men's stand 1 division. And we've got an elimination round on our hands with the top 2 surfers from this heat and from the next in the semifinals advancing to the final tomorrow.
Yeah, and you can see right there dropping one of the highest single wave scores we've seen all day long. Pino going straight to the lead with this one and looking for another gold medal, Shannon.
A 9-point ride to open up for Roberto Pino is a great way to kick off his campaign in the stand 1 division. He's looking for a first-time gold medal specifically in this division, but he already has a gold from stand 2. He's been reclassified as short-statured surfers are now competing in the stand 1 division, which also includes surfers that are riding in a standing position with an upper limb amputation or congenital impairment equivalent, as we take another look at the 9.
Well, excellent timing right there on the forehand. Gets the foam climb right at the end too. and he is just very fluid in his approach, especially on the right-handers and the forehand. You can see a late drop right there, but once he reaches the lip line, just perfect timing and excellent execution of that one snap, calms it up with the foam climb at the end. Well-deserved 9-point ride.
Great surfing, great way to kick things off. Surfing for home. His daughter in the hospital going into surgery today, so he's had that heavy on his heart. But he said that he's here to do a strong job to try and win that gold medal to bring it back home to her.
Yeah, and he's going to go straight from the airport to the hospital to go and visit her. Wants to win the gold medal for her, as you were mentioning, but man, he is such a talented surfer, 46 years of age, from Pernambuco, the Brazilian, looking for another gold medal, and it seems like he's found his home right here in Huntington Beach, where Brazilians have been very successful before. He says that Felipe has been an inspiration to him, and Felipe has been a two-time champion at the U.S. Open level here in HB. Once again, I think we might be seeing another Brazilian on the podium, perhaps with the gold medal around his neck too.
It seems pretty likely across multiple divisions, potentially. You can see Kentaro up and riding just in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. And this morning, it was really glassy. Well, it was a little bit offshore, kind of went glassed off for a little while. Now we're just starting to see the first of that texture hitting the lineup with that onshore wind. We can see the flags from the teams down on the beach also just starting to flutter inland rather than back out to sea with that offshore wind. And we know that onshore is going to get a little bit stronger. These guys will be really thankful that their heats landed today while it was still quite clean out.
Yeah, and the low tide too. We got our lowest part of the tide at around a couple hours just after 1 p.m. And as you can see, the tide has definitely played dividends when it comes to the consistency and a lot of the quality of these waves. There's a reason why we've seen 9s and back-to-back heats, Shannon.
Well, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Sam Bleakley and the winner of that last heat.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Kirk Watson, you just got a 9.5 and you've got yourself a spot in the grand final. How are you feeling?
Pretty stoked. It's like, yeah, Team Australia, we're going for it.
And talk us through that 9.5. I mean, that must have felt incredible. Talk us through what you went for and the maneuvers that you did.
Yeah, Chuck, my guide, his wife's actually competing as well. And yeah, so we surfed a bit on the northern beaches together and he was like, oh, right. And he's like, no, left. So I was like, okay, must be opening up. So yeah, I just dropped down. I went, oh, well, you know, go for gold. And yeah, I don't know what happened. It just all flowed.
Well, what happened is you tore it apart and got a near perfect score, but you've also got this incredible team behind you. How powerful is it to have all these big names, from Emaditas to Mono to all the big Aussies, Matt Formston, everybody's with you and behind you?
Oh, yeah, no, it's a great team, and we got some up-and-coming guys as well. Like, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Kai rip it up later. But yeah, no, it's a good team. It's, yeah, I'm just glad I can give them one back.
Well, you're looking good. Good luck in the final. Let's hear some noise for the Irukandjis. Woo.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Kirk. Let's get back to the action.
Thanks so much, Sam, as we've got some live action with Camilo up and riding for Portugal. Looking to improve on that 2-point ride that he started off with. Found that outside section to start. So he's going to be bettering his situation. Pino out in the lead with that 9-point ride, and Kondo in second. Pino now up and riding again. Nice snap to start. Cars back into the pocket. Quick in and out. Nice and controlled. As we take a look here at this wave from Camilo. This was that outside section, Mitch.
Yeah, great floater right there for Abdullah, the kid from Sines, 44 years of age, been competing extremely well throughout this event so far, knows how to throw it up into the lip line, and as Kirk Watson was saying in his interview, waves have really turned on. It's glassy out there, really consistent, and we've hit a point in the tide where every single wave is really bowling up. Seems like Pino over there by the pier bowl.
Yeah, he's just finding a lot of rhythm. Great forehand snap, really flares the tail, climbs the foam for a second time now, and he'll be backing it up. So we've got 2 scores to drop through from Pino. He's sitting pretty much alone on that pier bowl peak looking up for the rights.
That's a gnarly turn that he just executed right there. I mean, fully committed to that one single maneuver on the outside, especially with the deep bottom turn he had as soon as he took off. He was a little bit out of position because he went on the previous wave where he just had the one carve, had to drop in a little late on this one, but no doubt going to be an excellent backup. could easily match the 9 that he already has in his scoreline with 11 minutes to go. We talk about a nation that has been well represented on the World Championship Tour when it comes to parasurfing, and the years that they've been here since 2015, multiple gold medals. Wouldn't be surprised to at least see one more in this iteration.
Up and riding now, Camilo sitting in second. He dropped a 5.33 for his last wave as he goes in for a great wraparound. Now bounces off the foam. That would have been a solid score had he been able to ride out.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, isn't able to fully control it, but still only looking to improve on the 2. And now with the single elimination format, the thing is just to advance. So once you're in the final, that's going to be a clean slate. But right here, you just want to add to your heat total. He's going to do that and a lot more. 10 minutes on the clock. I feel like the structure of a lot of these heats, especially going through towards the mid part of the day, you really have to deal with a lot of the consequences of the glare later on. Right now, while it's clean, you're able to focus a lot more on your abilities because you don't have to be as selective with where you're positioning yourself out there in the lineup. These men understand that. There's a reason why we've seen great scores so far in this heat. As we look at the replay here of Pino, I mean, that is just excellently executed right there. Perfect positioning, great bottom turn, and once again combos it up with the foam climb at the end, scores in.
An 8.67 to back up the 9-point ride. He's currently sitting on a 17.67 heat total and looking like a strong surfer to take out the final and the gold medal. He's got the work done here. Still half of this heat to go. There's going to be an opportunity to really strongly battle for that second place position unless we see 2 more excellent scores for the same surfer.
Yeah, and with 9 minutes to go, going to be untouchable in first place, but you got to look to move through in second as we're still waiting for the last of Abdullah. Seems like the left came in as a 5.33, so his personal best. Actually, I believe we're still waiting on that score, so going to improve on the 2. Meanwhile, Kondo, though, he was busy early on, was able to get the 4.17 and only trailing by a small amount, as it seems like Pino's asking for situation for his color, really grabbing his rash guard and making it sure that they're able to see him out there.
Yeah, wanting to know exactly what he's chasing or where he's sitting. He's not chasing anything except maybe another perfect wave. He's got a 9 and an 8.67. The beach announcers are giving him that communication now. He's also sitting in first priority, but he's kind of on his own peak, so at the moment, priority hasn't had to come into play. Now he's up and riding in, he's ducking into the barrel, hangs on with control after the hand drag, comes out and combos it up with a couple of turns, looking for one more on the inside. This in section's gonna be great to see how he finishes. Wraps it around, engages the rail, going for another turn here, and this wave offers him more and more. What a perfectly executed opportunity.
Well, that's a perfect wave. I mean, he couldn't have surfed that any better. We're going to see our perfect 10 of the event, our second perfect 10 of the event, excuse me, as he just fully executed on that wave. And it was really the positioning on the barrel right there that had him in a great position to not only execute the barrel ride, but also get a combination of strong maneuvers afterwards.
That was insane. A 10-point ride has just dropped in for Roberto Pino, sitting on a 19.00 heat total. And he's going to be right back out to that same peak. It's an easy paddle at the moment as we see Kentaro trying to get into that wave. He's unable to do it. And if I were one of these two in the lineup, Camilo or Kentaro, I'd be paying attention to the fact that Roberto's been sitting off that pier bowl right, and it's been providing. It could be the spot to be sitting. As we see Camilo now on his backhand, loving the feeling of those lefts as he's able to really open up on that backhand turn. He's going to put that next score on the board. He's got a couple 5s right now, pumping down the line as this reform opens up. He goes to tag the section and goes down, sitting with a couple of 5s on the board. He's hoping to improve so that it's more than a 6.33 requirement on third.
Yeah, and it seems like there's a chance that he will be doing that right there, as Kondo still with priority right now. As he mentioned, at the moment, needing a 6.33. Wouldn't be surprised to see that requirement go up a little bit more. But I think just the development that we've seen throughout the years from Roberto has been really impressive when you look at the different kinds of waves that he's had to surf in different parasurfing events. Going from La Jolla to Pismo to now to Huntington Beach, he's always adapted his style, which has been very suitable to beach breaks, but more importantly, finding the opportunities out there. Look at the positioning. I mean, perfectly executed technique into the barrel, completely disappears, And when he comes out of it, look at the way he combos up with that turn. In the pocket the entire time, full commitment to this wrap right there. Love the way he brings the board around fully. And I think the lecture on this wave at the end of it was really important just to add those extra points on the board. But the barrel had given him the majority of the score on this one. Great, great wave right there, and the second perfect 10 of the event.
And that was just moments after he was sitting there looking, you know, not entirely stressed, but just wanting to know the situation, wanting to figure out everything that was happening in the heats, make sure that he understood that he already had the 9 and the 8 on the board, and then to be able to see that little wave coming through, that wedge, and be able to slot himself into the barrel straight away. What a great performance. And now you can see Camilo paddling over to sit where Roberto's been surfing this entire heat.
Yeah, and you mentioned that, and there's different strengths and characteristics that everybody has. Obviously, with the stature of Pino, it's much more beneficial to him to pursue those barrels in several waves that would benefit his style. Abdullah, though, on the other hand, much taller, a surfer that likes to engage with the lip line a lot more, and you haven't really seen a lot of those sections closer towards the pier bowl because they fade out very quickly. More towards the middle peak, though, you will see a lot more closeout sections, which is where Abdullah has been able to get his mid-range scores. But I feel at this point of the heat, as you were mentioning, time winding down, you want to add more pressure to the person that's in third place. The only way to really do that is to present something different to the judges that they haven't seen from you so far in this heat. So with a little over 4 minutes, wouldn't be surprised to see a different dynamic on the next wave of his.
That's right. His last wave, just a 4.37, doesn't factor into his 2 5s on the board. Kentaro now sitting with first priority, but he's sitting on his own down to the south end of the podium. And Camilo sitting just under Pino for that third priority. 4 minutes remaining, and we've got a paddle here from from Camilo. So great positioning, straight up into the lip. Goes for the layback. It's going to be hard to see him pull that one off and get back to a standing position, but I like what he's looking for in that wave.
Well, the only way he's going to improve on one of the 5s if he truly goes for it. So as of right now, I think that's a smart thing to do. Seems like Pino might be holding positioning on the outside with 3.5 on the clock. But Abdullah, though, adding some more pressure. You get the beach announcer to keep talking about you a little bit more, and that gets into the mind of your opponent right now. So Kondo always thinking about what he requires, and it seems like he might have a wave here. Good looking one.
Good looking wave in front of green. He goes down on the takeoff. He'll have to reset. He'll still be far away from the rest of the pack. Currently still chasing down that 6.33. So Camilo's had a couple opportunities and he hasn't been able to increase the requirement, which means it's still within striking distance of Kentaro.
Yeah, and unfortunate right there. Wasn't able to get to his feet in time. And it seemed like a quicker wave as Pino gonna hold on to priority and positioning right there. Seemed like a good wave, but I mean, he's so far out in the lead, he doesn't even need to catch anything else in this heat with 2:45 on the clock. So attention to Kondo because he had the chance right there, wasn't able to get to his feet in time, but we have seen him throughout this event drop multiple 6-point plus rides, and I'd be really interested to see what he could do if he were to go left in this case too. We haven't really seen a presentation of anybody really go left besides Abdullah in this heat, and I feel like a 6 is very attainable with one strong turn on the backhand.
It's so true, and on that backhand, he'll be able to drive hard off the bottom and get that board possibly more vertical, just a little bit easier if he's on the right wave. 2 minutes remaining, and the ocean's a little bit quiet out towards the end of the pier. On the inside, we can see that there's a paddle now for Camilo. He's in a great position to try and improve on his 5-point rides. Beautiful line being drawn, tags the lip to finish off with a lot of control.
And very efficient too. Smart surfing right there, was able to get in a 2-for-1 combination in a real short section. So great stuff right there from Abdullah. I feel like he's gonna improve on the 5.17 by a good margin too. And with 90 seconds on the clock, the requirement for Kondo is probably going to be a bit higher now as Pino closer to the pier bowl once again might have a wave here.
An opportunity opening up in front of him, 1 minute, 30 seconds to go, and a takeoff straight into a powerful forehand tap, combos it up, and that is just excellent surfing all around. He's already got 3 excellent scores on the board, and he's just dropped another.
I think this might be another 10, to be honest, and if it isn't, it's going to be very close to it. He surfed that wave perfectly, and he's just on another level right now. He found his groove in this heat, and just in spectacular fashion has been dominant in this one.
Well, you nailed it. It's another 10-point ride. We have our very first perfect heat of the World Parasurfing Championships in the history of competition. Roberto Pino, no doubt, putting on a performance like that for his daughter Laura in the hospital today, and this will be very emotional to catch up with him post-heat.
Well, and the fact that he's doing it at 46 years of age makes it even more impressive too. A little bit of a late drop, but it positioned him well right in the pocket, strong snap, and then an even better second one afterwards. So a combination of major maneuvers, perfect execution, and a master plan out there right now as we look at the replay from another angle. Look at this first turn. Whack, fully snaps it around, great control of his board, and once again reaches the lip line in time right there. Fully commits to throwing the fins on the outside and has the first and only perfect heat in history at this event.
What an incredible performance from the Brazilian. He's booked himself a spot into the finals alongside the 2022 gold medalist, Camilo Abdullah of Portugal. Camilo, your reigning world champion, has made it through in that second place position ahead of Kentaro Kondo of Japan. But it's this man, Roberto Pino, who is a very strong favorite now to walk away with his second gold medal in a different category, competing in the Stand 1 division as opposed to the Stand 2, where the short-statured surfers used to be classified. We've seen that classification change in the last 2 seasons, and Roberto will be going for a gold medal in Stand 1. What an impressive performance.
Well, that's to say the least. You get a perfect heat. You're able to compare yourself against some of the very best of all time, like Shane Besson, who had 3 perfect 10s in own right, just like Kelly Slater did. So an awesome performance, and huge congratulations moving into the final.
We've got more action coming up next. In the semifinals, we'll be seeing 2 more surfers between Anthony Smith, Shingo Kato, and Maxime Claren. South Africa, Japan, and France, with a chance to get themselves into the next heat. We've got more action to come, so stay tuned. Second semifinal to paddle out for men's Stand 1 right after this.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back to the action. We have just seen a perfect heat surfed by Roberto Pino of Brazil in our first semifinal of the men's stand 1 division. Now we've got 3 surfers paddling out there knowing that the waves are on fire and they could be trying to find themselves some excellent scores as well. Anthony Smith of South Africa, Maxime Clarkin of France, and Shingo Kato of Japan. Top 2 will be advancing to the grand final.
Yeah, and a big heat right now, knowing that 2 spots are on the line. Opportunities that were out there, as you were mentioning, Shannon, the waves are pretty fun, and especially for Southside HB at this size, not only with the lower tide on offer right now, I feel like how clean the ocean is, it's really beneficial to these surfers right now in Semi 2 of men's stand 1. Big heat out there. Seems like we have a couple of scores on the board already.
We got a 4-point ride for Shingo in the blue jersey to open up, a 2.07 with a 0.5 on the board for Maxime in green, and Anthony in the red jersey with that 1.57. Anthony putting himself in position now for his second ride. Good looking right, pumping down the line, looking to connect with that second section, and a nice combination to start things off.
That's a great start for him on the board right now. Had the 1.57 early on, as you were mentioning, but this is no doubt a strong wave when you compare it to the 2.10s that we saw in the previous heat from Roberto. Should be moving him up into first place.
Wow, well, we've just seen a perfect heat surf for Roberto Pino. 2 10-point rides back-to-back, dropping other excellent scores along the way. He's on the beach with Sam Bleakley.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Wow, Roberto, the feeling of getting a 10-point ride, that must be very special. I'm just going to get Paulo Mendes to translate, but wow, what a feeling. Congratulations, the 10-point ride.
Ele está te falando que o sentimento é incrível de tirar uma nota 10. O que você sentiu quando você fez esse 10?
Muito feliz de realizar esse fato histórico. Eu tava acreditando muito naquela direita do pier e eu conversei com o meu treinador Paulo Kid e ele disse: fique lá 7 minutos e se caso não aparecer onda você venha para o meio. Mas o meu coração estava dizendo que era para ficar lá. E eu peguei a primeira, a segunda onda, quando veio a terceira, rolou uma placa na frente, eu disse, eu vou arriscar. Arrisquei, graças a Deus, Deus deixou eu sair do tubo, ainda fiz mais 2, 3 manobras. E eu estava ansioso para entender o 10, eu estava tão nervoso que eu não estava escutando o 10. E depois o meu amigo português disse, Pinto, tirou um 10. Aí eu fiquei mais aliviado.
So he's saying it's a special historic feeling for him because he scored a 10 here in Huntington, no? And since the beginning he was believing in the rides close to the pier. So he said, I was talking to him and said, stay 7 minutes there. If nothing happens, come to the middle of the beach, to the Rob Machado's points, because it's constant, the wave is there. So he rides the first and second wave, and when he saw the third wave he was dropping, he realized it could be a chance to get the barrel, and he said God let him get out the barrel, and he did more 2 maneuvers. So he didn't hear he had a 10. So the Portuguese guy, his friend, talked to him and said, hey, you scored a 10, man. So he gets really, really happy with that. And yeah, that's it. He's very happy.
Incredible stuff. And lastly, Roberto, I would like you to share some words with your daughter back home in Portugal and all of your family and your friends tuning in, supporting you going for gold.
Para você falar umas palavras com a da tua filha tá lá no Brasil e a tua família que tá te dando suporte, para você falar isso.
Hoje eu falei com ela, ela tá muito bem da cirurgia, já tá querendo voltar para casa, com aquela agonia dela de sempre, acho que puxou o pai. Estou muito feliz que a cirurgia deu tudo certo, agora focar na recuperação dela de 1 ano e meio. E quando ela melhorar, ficar boa, vou treinar ela para um próximo Champion ISA aqui na Califórnia, que ela também é da categoria Stand 1. E só tenho a agradecer a Deus por tudo da minha vida, minha família. todos meus patrocinadores, todos eles, eu sou muito grato a eles. Sem eles, eu não tenho eu não tenho essa capacidade de ser um grande profissional. Sou muito grato aos meus patrocinadores. A CB Surf, a meu treinador Paulo Kid, que desde o momento acreditou no meu potencial, e conversou comigo desde manhã cedo e disse: a tua direita é aquela lá. E muito feliz de ter feito 2:10.
Yes, Hidor back in home had a surgery this week, but she's really well now. And like him, she's very anxious to come back to her home. And he said he's very thankful for CB Surf, the Brazilian Confederation, for all his sponsors. Without that, and of course with the support of his family. So he's very thankful for all and to God, and he's very happy. And since early he saw the rides and we talked, and he believed in the rides. So he is very thankful for all supporting and ready to the finals.
Well, that was Brazilian brilliance, perfection, a 10-point ride, of course, for your family, for your daughter, but also an inspiration for the parasurfing community globally. Thanks for the brilliant surfing. Good luck in the finals. Shannon and Mitch, let's get back to the action.
Thanks so much, Sam. Incredible performance from Roberto to eye off the wave he wanted to be paddling out for. Keep that consistency of deciding he's going to wait for the right ones and continue building on it until he found 2 10-point rides.
And making history, too, in the process. I mean, a 20-point heat total. Not many people have done that just in general in the sport of surfing. So huge congratulations. A historic moment. Not only that, but doing it at a place that has, meant a lot for surfing overall. Big moment, not only for Roberto, but for surfing in general.
Now, currently in the water, we've got less than 10 minutes remaining in semifinal number 2. A little less fireworks in this one, but very competitive nonetheless, with a couple of 4s, has Shinko sitting in the lead. Now Maxime up and riding, looking for a 4.01 from the grommet for Team France. Nice backhand snap and control as he kicks out on his forehand. He's looking for that 4.01. Anthony Smith sitting in first for Team South Africa, chasing a 4.80 to take away the lead. Any improvement on a 1.57 has him putting Maxime in a more challenging position.
Yeah, and Clarkin, only 13 years of age from Anglais. So I would have to say one of the youngest competitors on the men's side for sure within the event. With just under 9 minutes to go, gets his best, a 3.1, so not enough for second place. Only needing a 2.98 now, and Kato still in the lead. Needs to be careful despite having first positioning in the heat and also first priority, because as you mentioned, it's very competitive. Everybody has something above a 3 now, and it seems like he might be using priority on this.
Up and riding now on his forehand. Great looking wave. Gets around that opening section, finds that first turn, just pumping along here. Tags the lip, and this little corner might offer him one more chance. He'll kick out cleanly.
That was a great wave, though. I mean, for sure, to me, better's the 4.0. Great wrap on the opening turn. Excellent execution and recognition of what the wave was going to do down the line. As it seems like a little down the beach, Smith had a look at that left right there. So the only issue with the tide bottoming out in a few hours is that you have a lot of these waves that normally would have been breaking on that inside sandbar. But because now it's so shallow, a lot of them either have no energy or tend to close out. Clarkin having a look here. So got to be very watchful in terms of the waves that actually do break a little bit further outside. Those are going to be the best scoring opportunities out there.
7.5 minutes remaining. Scores to come through now for Shinko. It's a 4.77, so that sets him up with a better lead. And Maxime having a look, trying to make sure that he's onto a wave that has a bit of that open face as well. Beautiful conditions this morning, but with that little bit of glimmer, that glitter across the surface of the ocean, you know that that wind has picked up. That glare is going to start to get significantly worse, and those conditions are going to get a little more challenging through the afternoon with that onshore wind that we've been seeing trending day after day.
The only good thing about the wind picking up is that it gives you an identifier of where the wave is supposed to break, and it adds a little coping to these sections that wouldn't normally be on offer when it's super glassy.
Maxime on his backhand. Good looking wave so far. Trying to just find a little bit more speed as he comes through to the inside. He's doing well to get that weight over his front foot and got that last turn thrown in as well.
Yeah, 6:40 on the clock, and that was a big moment in this heat for him as Kato does improve on his last of 4.77. So Clarkin only needs something close to a 3-point ride and just under the requirement of 2.7 for him. So still needing the 2.98 with 6.5 on the clock. And Smith right now needs to be very smart about his wave selection because wants to distance himself first of all from Clarkin in third place, but overall I think needing close to a 5. First place is still within reach.
Ant Smith has been one of those that's been a strong force for the South African team over the years. As we see Shingo with a quick in and out, just caught behind the section, trying to eye it up to be able to get into those lefts. For Ant Smith, we know that he's one of those that has a lot of strong competitive experience in his past, and also has been there along the lines of seeing the growth for the parasurfing community in South Africa really come to fruition.
Yeah, and we all know how South Africa has done here in the past too, with Jordy Smith winning the ISA World Games in 2006. We have JP Veaudry in the event. One of our local lifeguards is originally from South Africa too, Greg Isley. He's usually up in Tower Zero, but was doing water patrol earlier this morning for a lot of the divisions out there. And I think overall, Smith feels comfortable here, especially at a beach break, very similar to his home break, as Kato with a good wave here.
Left just runs away from him on that one. That was a good opportunity that Maxime had. Great wave selection, just unfortunately fell on the first turn. So that score goes incomplete with a 1.67. Up and riding again quickly. He'll just have to hit the eject button.
Yeah, slips off right there. Still has enough time though, 5 minutes on the clock. Only needing something close to a 3. It seems like Smith is interested in this wave here.
And a paddle for Smith, now up and riding. Again, just caught behind the section. That little bit of wind, like you said, it offers that coping, that little bit of definition to the lip of the wave, but also sometimes forces those waves to crumble down a little bit quicker. Combine that with that low tide that we're just approaching now, and getting some of those closeouts might be a little more challenging to get into the open face, but it does provide that nice single section if you're able to get that hit right off the bat.
For sure, in parasurfing stand 1, any surfer who rides a wave in a standing position with an upper limb amputation or congenital or impairment equivalent, also as short stature. So 4 minutes on the clock now, Shannon. Smith did paddle for that wave, so it goes down into third priority, and Clarkin still only needing something close to a 3. All it takes is one turn, really, and Smith knows that too. He's trying to better the 1.57 at all costs. A really tight heat right now. Everybody has a score above a 3-point ride. Wouldn't be surprised to see some fireworks here in the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, we could really see it open up. We saw some good scores on the board for both Camilo Abdullah and for Kentaro Kondo in that last heat for Portugal and Japan. Of course, it was Camilo who walked through in second place behind Roberto Pino of Brazil. So we've got 2 gold medalists already qualifying themselves for the final. They're going to be trying to battle out to see if one of them can walk away with another gold medal to their name. Maxime now with a paddle, and he's got a little work to do. That was a great looking snap on his forehand to start off with, looking to improve and chase down that 2.98. Now we got Ant Smith having a quick look. He won't be able to get into it.
Anna, the 13-year-old right now making life tough for both Kato and Smith. Fully goes up into the lip right here. Was a little dirty, but it's very close to whether or not he's getting that score, and it's in, Shannon.
Scores are in. It's a 3.63. It's just enough to take him into that advancing position. 2 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Now Ant Smith, relying on, the years of competitive history that he has, chasing down only a 2.23, but he's paddled for a couple of waves. He's had a couple of attempts, and he hasn't been able to replace that 1.57 for a while.
And he's moved up and down the beach too, went over to Machado's Peak, was at Middle Peak for a little bit, and now back at the Pier Bowl, where he initially got a 4.5. And unless a wave comes through right now in the next 2 minutes with second priority, Kato going to play a little bit of defense too. So Smith needs to be very intelligent when it comes to understanding that his opponent is right next to him too. You can't make a mistake right here and go on a wave without using second priority. Seems like Kato interested in this one.
Kato has first priority, so he's going to take the first wave in this set. Great snap to start, looking to improve on a couple of 4s. Can he find one more turn? He's in that little power section in that whitewater of the wave. That's going to be all that he gets on this one from a scoring potential. So it's that single turn out the back. Now Anthony Smith with priority. Ant, we'll see where he's at in the lineup. He's looking for only a 2.23. He looks at this wave, decides not to go, but it closes out anyways. It would have just been a takeoff. Maxime sitting close to him as well. He's going to maybe apply some pressure for the 13-year-old in the water. 1 minute, 15 seconds on the clock. It does look like there's another line coming through, and it could give Ant an opportunity.
All he needs to do is literally stand up, get into the lip once, and he'll get the 2.23. And smart for Clarkin to try to split the peak with him here.
And a split peak. Both go down, so neither are going to improve their situations. A minute remaining. Shingo has just dropped in a 6-point ride, so that was a great decision from the heat leader to take off on that first wave in the set. He was able to get that outside turn, judges rewarding him well. And now Maxime, if he can improve on a 3-point ride, he's going to be putting more pressure onto the legend out of South Africa and Ant Smith. He goes down on the inside. Where are your thoughts and where we're sitting for the last 30 seconds?
Well, don't think that was a smart choice, because now he left Smith on the outside with priority and enough time to get that 2.23 that he needs. So at the moment, there's still enough time. It seems like there's a couple of waves approaching, and Smith has just been a victim of bad luck in this one. He was able to move over towards Machado's peak. Nothing really popped up over there. When he moved to middle peak, not much on offer, and then moves back to the pier bowl, and not a single wave really with the potential to better the 1.57. Big upset right now, but you got to give props to the 13-year-old from Anglais. Huge performance moving into his first final.
Super impressive for the 13-year-old out of France, Maxime, advancing to the finals behind Shingo Kato.
Yeah, big performance right there from Kato moving into the final, but it's really the 13-year-old from France that moves through into his first final ever. First appearance here at the Parasurfing World Championships. He's in for tomorrow.
We'll be right back with more action after this. Heading into a new division, the men's finals for Stand 1 have been set. More to come.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
We're back with a brand new division, the Women's Prone 2 Round 2. This is a qualifying round with the top 4 competitors that will be advancing to tomorrow's final overall on the rankings. Taking a look now at M. Dieters, getting a great start out here in the Prone 1 division. She's a former world champion, going for another gold medal this week, and she is all the way to the inside. She'll have her catcher on the inside there to help her get into position. And we've got a great heat underway.
Yeah, the reigning and defending gold medalist out of Mona Vale. Favorite wave is Crescent Head for the 41-year-old representing Australia. Big heat out there in the water. Only 3 people out there in semi number 1, or round 2, excuse me, as this is still a qualifying round for Women's Prone 2. Ayala Schuster is in blue and Catherine Beide is in the green jersey. So 3 different nations represented, but a lot of the local crowd supporting Team USA. Should hear a lot of support for Catherine.
Yeah, this is going to be really exciting out in the water. We had Catherine join in the booth with Sam Bleakley yesterday, sharing more of her story. The former silver medalist, as we've got two right on top of each other. Catherine tries to get out of the way, but she just gets sucked over the falls on top of Alaya. Now in this heat, it's our prone 1 division, which is a non-assist division for surfers riding in that prone position, meaning that they have the strength, the mobility of their upper body and their arms to be able to get back onto their equipment and to paddle safely into position. They're surfers with multiple sclerosis, cerebral palsy, or a thoracic spinal cord injury, and they have been putting together an incredible demonstration this week.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just to be able to get themselves in position for a lot of these waves, especially with the different tides that they've had to compete in so far. And it's been Dieters who has been active in the first few minutes of this heat, already posting what seems to be a keeper score.
Scores in a 4.83 for the kickoff of Dieters. Is a great way to kick things off. Got a little bit of current starting to pull from under the pier. You can see as that tide is starting to drain. And Schuster for Israel, sitting close to Dieters for that bowly right-hander that's been coming through.
Yeah, and Ayala is originally from Haifa, rides a lot of their magic boards from Ben Way, and not only is she riding a 7-foot board from Ben Way, but also riding a lot of experimental and different boards that we wouldn't normally see in competition. So good place to experiment here at HB Pier.
Well, speaking of Ben Way, he's down on the beach ready to go with the next interview. Take it away.
All right, here we are with the winner of that last stand division, Shingo Kato out of Hamamatsu. And, well, mazu omedetou gozaimasu.
Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you.
So I'm going to talk about the conditions, a big difference in contrast from his earlier rounds. もう最初のラウンドもすごい波大きくて、もう結構ハードなコンディション。今日はもう結構気持ちいいな感じ。もうちょっとなんか大体にある日本のサイズ。今日はもっとなんか自分のいつも乗ってるような感じ。
いつもの動きは全然できませんでした。緊張がひどくて。
He said he wasn't able to do his normal surfing at all. He's just way too nervous. もうすごくもう結構有名な選手いっぱい入ってて、もうサウスアフリカのアン・スミスがもうすごいもう自分のディビジョンの大ヒーロー。So I was telling him, Ant Smith, he had a lot of pretty strong competitors in his division, and to come up on top's got to feel good. まあそれでもう勝ち上がってもう本当気持ちいいでしょ。
はい、他の選手の動きとか見てなかったんで、自分が上がってくるまでは勝ってるか負けてるか分かんなくて、勝ってたので気持ちよかったです。
Yeah, so he didn't think about any of the other riders. He was all about just making himself through. So we didn't bring his board up because this guy has no sponsors to represent. So, なんかsponsor 探してますか？
探してます。よろしくお願いします。
Yep, so he needs a sponsor. He's got room on his boards for their, well, これからファイナルにスタンディングも日本もまた選手が入って、もうチームの応援もすごく上がってる。それでも応援メッセージお願いします。
日本チーム結構ファイナル進出した人が多いんで、みんなで頑張っていきましょう。
All right, so he's got all of his fans, everybody. We got another Team Japan in the finals. Exciting stuff. おめでとうございます。いつもありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。Thank you.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Well done, impressive performance, and Team Japan putting another surfer into the finals. It's going to be a really close battle, I believe, for the team gold medals this week.
Yeah, I truly do think so. Brazil has a lot of finalists already. Spain, once again, with an incredible field. France, and I think the U.S. and Hawaii right behind them as well. So going to be a tight battle and a tight race towards the finish. And we also talk about Australia, once again, being a contender. Their surfer out there in the red jersey still leading in this heat with only the 4.83. And as you had talked about, parasurfing prone run, any surfer who rides a wave in a prone position that does not require assistance paddling into a wave and getting back on the board safely. So we're talking about the division where a lot of these men and women have a lot of upper body strength. They can do most things on their own, but when it comes to positioning, that really requires a lot of experience and skill out there presented in the water.
You can tell the difference between surfers that have been spending a lot of time in that preparation, that surf often back at home, and those that are maybe newer to the sport. At the moment, we've seen some great performances, specifically from M. Dieters for Australia. She walked away from her first heat with a 7.83 as the best score overall of the division. Her backup was a 4.83, so right now she's equaled that in the water. She'll need to go better than what she currently has in order to put more pressure on the field. We've got a 5 and a 4.17 for Paloma Oñate from Spain, who will be coming up in the next heat, as well as Suzanne Edwards from England. Those two are sitting in the 3rd and 4th place positions with heat totals at the 9.17 and the 5.64 mark. Now, Alaya Schuster of Israel is sitting with a 4.97 heat total from her opening round. She's right there on the brink at number 4. She'll be looking to improve on a couple of 2s in order to really secure her position into the finals. As we see Emma with a nice opening wave, just has a steep takeoff there, drives through the section a couple of times, and looks to reposition now.
And really like the use of her board right there. I felt like positioning was great from Emma. And the shape of the board, a smaller, stubbier one with a lot more volume on it. Not only is she an incredible participant at this event, but surfing at Crescent Head quite a bit, which is one of the premier waves in the area which she lives in. So I feel like she's adjusted very well, coming from a point break background into a beach break like HB, and drops another score in this one, a 3.67.
She's building that consistency, starting to find her favorite waves out here on a smaller day. Conditions have changed quite a lot. We could see Adi Kling from Team Israel. He's a former gold medalist here at the Adaptive World Championships. He's in the coaching role this year, and you always know when Team Israel has a surfer coming up next, because Adi's got a whistle and he has been blowing it down on the beach. As we see Schuster now for Israel, riding through to the inside. Heavy takeoff out the back, and she'll be putting a score in. Catherine Beatty as well for Team USA, former silver medalist, and she is putting together a great looking ride here, putting in all the effort she can to try and angle off to the left and ride closer to the pier as she kicks off.
Yeah, and she's a local surfer too from Altadena, so just right up the road in that part of LA. And you talk about the support for Team USA and how well adapted they've been to these kind of conditions throughout the week. Incredible job by their amazing coach, Sean Brody. He's been down here every single morning from basically dawn till dusk at night. And I think once they get things figured out in terms of the finals, they're going to have a lot of support here tomorrow, and especially even in a couple of hours once we get our first finals going.
It's so true. This afternoon we'll be finishing off competition by running a couple of finals. Well, 4 to be exact. We've got our men's and women's sit division. Men's final will be the first one for the sit final around 1 p.m. Following this women's sit final, we'll be heading into the men's and women's stand 3 final. It'll just be those 4 today. We'll be finishing out the rest of those 14 finals tomorrow with our closing ceremonies in the afternoon. And we've got some live action out in the water. Looks like Schuster for Israel, just looking to reposition herself here. We got a 2.67 on the board for her opening ride. Catherine dropped in a 2.80 to improve on the opening 0.53. And Schuster now just looking to flip her board around, let that wave hit her to just go past. Now she's in a position where she can kind of get a feeling for that sand underneath her and just walk out for a moment before hopping back on that board.
Yeah, she was 4th place at the U.S. Open last year, Favorite place to surf is in Carlsbad right here in Southern California. Is actually a stained glass connoisseur, has a workshop at home, also enjoys swimming a lot. Big drop right there from Dieters.
Knifes the rail in, manages to hold on to her board, but not really in that prone riding position, just kind of off the side. That was a really great takeoff. I love seeing her commitment to trying to grab that angle quickly and put that board in a critical position on the wave.
Well, you need to be angled on it, especially with the low tide too. You can see a lot of those waves that were breaking right there have good positioning when it came to not only the low tide, but also the pier bowl hitting it exactly where it needs to be in this point of time with the swell direction that we have in the water. Usually with the west, it's the pier bowl and middle peak that are usually the 2 best options on a tide like this. When it's a west-northwest, as we had seen the previous 2 days, usually middle peak is offering up a better left and the right is less steep. That's because there's a lesser amount of sand that is concentrated towards the southern part of the beach. When you have more of a west, since all of the sand is concentrated closer to the pier bowl, most waves are breaking right there. Case in point, the last 2 heats, Pino, perfect 20 right here on the pier bowl. And the previous heat where we saw our Japanese surfer concentrate right at the end, his best score was on the right.
Yeah, really great spot to be sitting in at the moment. That's why you can see Catherine Veaudry in position. Like you said, this is, you know, her most local surf break, coming in from just inland. She loves surfing at the cliffs, which is just north of where we're currently sitting because it tends to be a bit less crowded. Surfing here at the north and south side of the Huntington Beach Pier is one of the, you know, the most eager places in the world for young and old surfers. It's always a place that if you walk away actually feeling quite satisfied, like you've gotten a few waves on a busy day when it's actually good, then you've done pretty well because you probably have a few hundred people you're battling out with.
Yeah, you're usually having to fight for waves right here, and it seems like Veaudry in a good spot for this left, Shannon.
Great looking wave, open face, and a steep takeoff. Now angling off as that wave breaks behind her. You can hear Team USA cheering her on from the shore.
Yeah, and only looking to improve on a 2.8. I feel like she's done that and a bit more. Dieter's still in the lead, but remember, we are in a qualifying round at this point. So all that matters is improving on the two scores that you were carrying from the last heat. As Schuster drops a 2.67 on her opener, I feel like right now Veaudry's found herself in a rhythm, especially over towards the pier bowl. It seems like the lefts with the shorter paddle out might have been the smarter option for herself.
6 minutes remaining. We're waiting for a score now to drop through for Catherine. We'll see where it lands in the context of her 5.70 requirement to take out the leading position over the gold medalist in M. Dieters. It's been exciting to be able to hear more of the stories behind the scenes, to get to know these athletes better, like Schuster for Israel. She runs a stained glass workshop back at home and loves working with her hands, being in the water, swimming as often as possible as well, which is great cross training for surfing because you've got to get that paddle strength in, and swimming is a great option for that.
Well, that's the hardest part about it. Swimmers tend to be some of the best athletes in the world, and you can see that with a lot of Olympians like, you know, the Baltimore Bullet. Michael Phelps, I would have to consider him one of the top 5 athletes of all time. Just incredible shape that you're able to get in when you're swimming. But I think most importantly, especially in the ocean, you're getting used to being out there in a place where you float, because in comparison to a pool, you won't float. So you can do all the preparation you want in a pool, but you don't have the same kind of buoyancy, especially with what you'd be having with a board underneath you. So as of right now, I feel like that's been an amazing job for her. Still in 3rd place and needs to replace both of her scores that she is keeping from her previous heat. And Veaudry, believe it or not, she is an incredible skater too. So able to do multiple board sports when it comes to potential Paralympics right there.
That's right. As we take a look at a paddle here from M, Catherine also competing and performing in wheelchair motocross or cross riding, where they're in a bowl, like a skate bowl, and they're kind of taking elements of both skating and BMX together on their wheelchairs. Seems pretty scary to me to be dropping into bowls like that on any craft, and she's been charging on that side of things, so that's exciting. Have a similar feeling to dropping in on a big wave like this, except you got water instead of concrete under you right now. And Catherine looking to improve on her 2.80 as she's now dropped a 4.73 for her last wave on that left, and it set her up in a great position to be taking away that 2nd spot and heading into the finals.
And that was really difficult to manage that drop too, because the wave broke on her back. She was having to use that energy to push her forward and not catch her edge, especially with, you know, digging the nose, as we've seen a lot on the lower tide throughout this week so far. So awesome work right there from Veaudry. She's also a screenwriter, lives in Altadena right here in LA, and representing Team USA, a big honor for her, as you had mentioned, a previous medalist. As we look at former multiple-time gold medalist Liv Stone on screen, she'll be coming up later on this weekend.
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting to see her competing in the finals, going for a 4th gold medal for Team USA and for herself individually. One of the winningest surfers in the conversation this week. We've got a few of them that have had those multiple gold finishes, which is really, really impressive no matter what the discipline is, no matter what the sport is. But to return to competition after having won a world title in any sport and then to do it again and possibly go for a 3rd or a 4th is just exceptional.
And we could potentially be seeing a 6-time gold medalist in Felipe Kizu Lima as well, which would be record-breaking and kind of crazy that at this point, with only 9 years on for the Parasurfing World Championships, we're gonna have somebody who's won 6 different occasions.
Incredible.
So just goes to show you the dominance, the evolution, and I think the adaptability that a lot of these surfers have presented so far in the first 9 iterations of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Really stoked to have it in Huntington Beach this year. I feel like accessibility is a big part of it too, and just seeing how much of the local interest has been presented with a lot of the inclusion of the volunteers being from this area. It's really been awesome to see the support.
Yeah, it's been great to have the local community come down to support. It's also been a great opportunity to showcase the growth of parasurfing for the potential inclusion for the LA 28 Paralympic Games. Something that the ISA has been lobbying for a long time, and I think seeing the growth of the sport, the growth of the progression of every athlete in every division, the fact that we now have 9 categories full for both men's and women's surfing. We no longer need to have a mixed category or an open field, so to speak, in certain divisions, but we've got enough men and women to fill out their own categories. Really shows that this is a sport that has grown over the last 7 to 10 years since its inaugural events and deserves a spot into the Paralympics. As we take a look now at M. Dieters with a great carve, setting her rail off that first turn and just kind of looking to see left to right, putting a lot of weight in on that right, and she'll put together a great score, looking to improve on that 4.83 as her high score. There you can see Schuster for Israel, just getting herself back in position as well. She has struggled a little bit more within this heat to be able to catch that second wave. She just got that 2.67 on the board, and there you can hear the whistles from Adi Klein of Team Israel.
Well, that's an indication of her to go on this wave on the inside right here and catching it in the prone style, just in the white water. Gonna be the last wave ridden for Schuster. Good performance for her into this event, competing for Team Israel overall. Not a bad performance in terms of the overall qualification towards the final, but it's gonna go to both Veaudry and Dieters right now, who will be moving through, at least in the second qualification round, some big stuff for both Australia and the United States.
That's right, 10 seconds remaining, but it seems like these results will be sticking as is, with Emma Dieters in the lead, Catherine Beatty possibly in second, though we do have another score to drop through, and there it is, a 2.47's not enough to take Catherine into the lead, but she will be taking out that 3rd place position on the rankings. We have one more heat to go, so we're not entirely sure of how it's going to fill out with those top 4 advancing through, but it's looking much more positive for Catherine, now jumping from 5th up into 3rd, and M. Dieters holding on to that leading position. We got more action to come with Sam and Ben coming in to talk you through it.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for tuning in to the second heat of the second qualifying round for Women Prone 1, as we have Paloma Anate, nicknamed the Pigeon, a former bronze medalist in this category, surfing against Suzanne Edwards, the 2018 bronze medalist from the ISA World Parasurfing Championship in Prone 1, representing England, based in Braunton in North Devon, and also Tracy McKay out of South Africa, the 2022 bronze medalist from Durban, surfs at the Bluff, riding her Safari Spider surfboards and up and riding right now. It's our Hawaiian, Kayla Waputs. Has a PhD. Dr. Kayla, the 39-year-old, the para-triathlete, third in the US Open. She's going to drop a score as we see Suzanne Edwards pulling into a hollow, sucky section. She takes a fall in prone 1, but she's going to get herself back on that board, back out for more. Sam Bleakley back in the booth. Ben Way, you just come off the back of some good engagement with all the athletes. You've been talking to all the different teams, talking technology, board design, equipment, materials. What's the vibe on the sand here at Huntington?
Wow, we've had a lot of competitors kind of having to rethink their approach as we've seen this lower tide kind of activate the sandbar. We've seen a lot bigger sets than we've seen all day long, and even though we thought the swell was disappearing, a lot of that smaller surf and softer surf in the morning was due to all that full high tide. Now we've got it drained out, and these waves are able to pop up on those shallow spots on the sandbar and create some pretty good surf.
Reconnecting with our Pop-Tarts from earlier, we were talking about the Pop-Tart floater we saw from some of our prone riders, waves popping up on the shallow sandbar. 16 minutes remaining. Our surfer, Paloma Onyate, she has been a standout in this division. This is the second qualifying round, so it's an opportunity for surfers to book a spot in the grand final by combining their top 2 rides from either round 1 or round 2, or a mix of both, as we can see Suzanne Edwards there moving through to the inside. Nice cutback rail work, redirect, engaging that rail, putting that board in trim, accelerating once more through to the inside. She's feeling stoked because she's got 2 scores to drop, a 0.43 she kicked off with. There's going to be another score coming through very soon.
Yeah, exciting stuff. And yeah, sorry for getting delayed out there in the lineup. I was having a talk with Josh Loya, and Josh Loya's mom is also visually impaired, and she gave so many kudos on how we were able to really explain all of the terminology, explain the rides, and he said that she called him up and asked him what duck diving was and all this different terminology that she's learned on the website. So really exciting. Hi to Josh Loya's mom out there as we have 333 for Kayla Waputs. I got to be stoked because she's on my board.
Dial it up, 333 it is. Kayla, of course, she has a PhD, a para-triathlete from Bend, Oregon, rides Benway built surfboards. She is an absolutely incredible human being. She has a master's in data science from UC Berkeley that was about predicting snowpatch development in the Sierra Nevada. She has a PhD in zoo archaeology and an MA in anthropology, and she is getting her second ride right now with a big drop, nice smooth takeoff there, and then engages that board, acceleration through the inside, and then a little opportunity to just head towards the pier ball for the increased quicker paddle out. She gets a rebound off the foam there and kicks back round into the right, all the way through to the inside. I can see you, Ben, feeling proud about that. Tell us about the board underneath the surfer on our screen. How have you designed it? How long? How wide? How many fins?
Top secret stuff. I'm just kidding. So this is it's a 611, and if you see that I've blunted out the nose, so the rail line, the curve in the rail is really straight. It would be the curve that you would have in something much longer, about a 7.6. Since you've chopped off all of that nose that you don't need, it's able to really have that stability, that speed of a longer board, but have the maneuvers of a shorter board, and it's got a stepped rocker where the fins are. So you actually have a pseudo tail before the part behind them that supports their legs.
Now, would this have influenced her design? When I look across some research I've done on Dr. Kayla there, I realized that when she was doing her MA in anthropology, she did research on extinct island pygmy hippos. So she has got some serious interest across conservation, ecology, mapping and science, and that is what I love about surfing, is the way people have such different backgrounds. Now, when she was getting that custom order, any reference to some of her academic background?
Well, let's watch that takeoff right there. Real steep takeoff, and it's great. The nose never went underwater, so that nose rocker was working. And had she had a little bit more point and length on that nose, it possibly could have purled. And this is where she's able to get on. There's a lot of meat in the back of this board made to really connect with any kind of energy. And this little sideways lateral push actually pushes her back in and reforms her to the inside, giving her a 5.0. I am over the moon.
big score, 5.0. So far on our leaderboard, Emma Dieters is out there with a combination of 12.66. So she is our front runner for booking a spot in the final. Currently sitting in third position is Catherine Beatty with an 8.13, because already sitting in second is our Spanish surfer who's waiting to catch a wave, because she's got a 5 and a 4.17, making a combination of 9.17 from her opening heat. So that surfer is in the red vest. That's Paloma Oñate, the 33-year-old from Spain. But on your screen right now, you just saw Tracy McKay. As we can see, Kyla paddling back out. Tell us about the opportunity for the easier paddle to be by the pier there, Ben.
Yeah, so we still, even though the tide has drained out, you still have this little soft spot here, and it also, at the higher tide, it has much faster of a rip that pulls out next to the pier. We get into the lower tide where the rip's not as predominant, but it's also out of the clearance of the waves right there.
And someone who was on fire, Emma Dieters, she looks to have booked herself a spot in the grand final, and she's with Mitchell Salazar.
Thank you, Sam. Here with Emma Dieters. First of all, Emma, big congratulations. You're moving into yet another final as a defending gold medalist in this division. Talk to me about the difficult conditions out there. Despite being very glassy, it seemed a bit inconsistent when you paddled out.
Yeah, so actually this is my first year in the prone division at the World Championship. So yeah, it's more of a challenge, and especially those conditions. It was moving all around the place, close to the pier, then away from the pier. So it was kind of hard to find that perfect spot.
You come from Sydney's Northern Beach as a hotbed of talent, first of all. Laura Eniver actually just set the Guinness World Record for the largest wave ever surfed by a woman. When you see a lot of these people around your area inspire you, how does it motivate you to do well in the competition when you know you're going to compete internationally?
Yeah, it's next level. My physio back home, she's always calling me an athlete, and I'm like, yeah, it's kind of hard to believe. My mind's a bit blown because, you know, it was a pretty tough year, the first year that this had happened, and yeah, definitely surfing has brought me back to being a little bit stronger and fitter and more mobile. So yeah, it's giving me everything.
It's given you everything, but also the motivation to keep going, inspire others, inspire change, especially within the parasurfing community. How much do you take out of that and try to seek and almost guide a lot of the young people on your team, especially somebody like Kai Cullis coming up?
Yeah, it's really fun to watch the younger ones coming through. Like, I think the average age of the Aussie team could be probably over 40. So, yeah, it's definitely going to change over time. And I'm doing my bit back home, trying to bring a Northern Beaches Parasurfer Board Riders Club, get that up and going. So we've got a bit more time to have practice under competition environment. So, yeah, anytime anyone's in Sydney, hit us up, and yeah, would love to see you there at a club event.
You already have social media for that?
I do, yes. So if you go to em_Dieters, then you can find Northern Beaches Parasurfer Board Riders Club under that. It's a mouthful, but it's you know, it's descriptive. It's telling everyone what we're doing, and it's really great to see everyone getting behind it.
Congratulations, Emma. See you in the final.
Thank you so much.
Sam?
Wonderful stuff, great to hear. And of course, if you know much about Emma Dieters' story, she was diagnosed as a C4 quadriplegic back in 2021 after spinal fusion surgery failed. So she was inspired to surf by Sam Bloom. Big shout out to Sam Bloom if you're tuning in. And she explains how it's been a tough journey, but she wants to make lemonade from the lemon that she's been given, and she's sure enough been doing that. She's a role model, and we can see a replay of our Spaniard there looking to improve on some big scores from her first round, a 5 and a 4.17, waiting for that first score to drop. But what about this from Tracy McKay, Ben?
Really nice drop there, and yeah, that could have been trouble section, but she was able to manage a lot of control. Good speed here, big change of direction as she gets to this inside, reading the wave and finding that transition, and that's a nice ride.
Love to hear from Emma Dieters there from Mona Vale, that on the Northern Beaches they're launching a Parasurf Club, so follow at em_Dieters, Emma Dieters on Instagram to find links to the Northern Beaches Parasurf Club that they founded. She was gold medalist in Prone 2 last year in Pismo at the 2022 ISA World Parasurfing Championship, but she's now shifted into prone 1. So the difference between prone 2 is the surfers require assistance with their pusher and catcher. Prone 1, they're all alone, and out there in the lead, it's Kayla Waputz, the 39-year-old representing Hawaii from Bend, Oregon, riding your board, Ben. So you've got some stakes here. You're really proud to see her flying the flag for your shaping. Suzanne Edwards representing North Devon from Braunton, the team captain of Team England. She's now in second position with a 3.53 and a 3.5. Tracy McKay is in third with a 5.67 for that drop alone. So that's a really big score for Tracy, backed up by a 0.67. And then Paloma Oñate from Spain, she's got a 5, which would go into her top 2 because she's carrying a 5 from the previous opening qualifying round as well. So this is a real shake-up because the fact that Tracy McKay has dropped that 5.67 is really going to give her a good chance of getting in the grand final if she can get another strong score.
Yeah, she basically just needs to make a drop, and probably even a smaller wave than her last that got her that 5.67 is going to gain her that requirement that she needs to pop up into that second place position. And there's still ample time to get a couple more waves, 6 minutes and 45 seconds.
I know it's been beautiful conditions to here today as we sit now on the low tide, and it continues to be you know, a glorious fall in Southern California. And we want to have a big shout out to Visit Huntington Beach, supporting sponsor, and also our other presenting sponsor, which is the Foundation for Global Sport Development, GSD. And also, let's talk about the official destination marketing organization, DMO, for Huntington Beach, California. Visit Huntington Beach, which has really been proud to host the world's best parasurfers and put on a huge show. Very rarely will you have a competition getting 2 perfect 10s. We've already had a perfect 10 from Roberto Pino in the stand category and from Elena Nichols in the sit division. And we've already had a high number of 9s and 8s. We saw our visually impaired 1 category surfer, Kirk Watson from Australia, get a 9.5 earlier today. We saw Llewellyn Sponge Williams get a 9.0. That says a lot about a number of things. The increased maneuverability of these athletes in the slightly warmer water. It says that the surf has been great, and it also says that these athletes have been absolutely shredded.
Yeah, another thing to be said is with the decrease in size, we had those really hard conditions. They're able to conserve their energy on that paddle out and really put all of the punch into their rides, and that's going to make a big difference.
5 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. So Kayla out there in the lead with a 5 and a 3.3. If I look back at her scores from her opening qualifying round, they were low. A 0.77 was her best score. So that 5 and that 3.3, as it stands, are going to be extremely important scores. As we can see, Suzanne Edwards representing Team England from Braunton in North Devon, taking it all the way through to the inside, cutting back and just arcing herself once more into a little reform there. So she's got a score to drop. She's going to look to replace one of those 3.5s. As we can see, Matt there on the inside from the Isle of Wight. He has been alongside Melissa Reed when she won her 3 ISA World Parasurfing gold medals in the visually impaired 2 classification. Dino there and the rest of the English team getting Suzanne on the beach chair, and they'll motor her back up the sand stretch of the Pacific Coast Highway all the way to Huntington Pier, and then go out in the Rip Channel and catch another set.
Oh man, you're becoming so local since you've been here, and you've surfed probably more than half of these athletes, I would say.
Whoa, big wipeout for one of the surfers there. A little bit backlit to know who that was. Have to have a little close inspection. Ben, any ideas about who you think that was who just took that big one on the head?
I'm not sure. Could have been red. I just noticed there's kind of an egg pointed, kind of a full nose. So
it was.
There we go.
There we go. Good call. She's going to back up her 5, but it'll be a low score. So Suzanne Edwards waiting for a score to drop. It comes in at a 1.73. Doesn't go into her top 2. So as it stands, she's got a 7.03. Now she needs to go bigger to really secure that spot in the grand final, because she's got 917s, 813s to contend with from the likes of this surfer up on your screen having a go at that wave, and also Catherine Beattie, who got a combination of 813. So as it stands right now, Tracy McKay needs to get a backup score. Suzanne Edwards needs to replace one of those mid threes with something in the high fives. If she gets something up into the sixes, she should earn herself a spot in the grand final. But everything can change. There's still time. 2 minutes, 50 seconds remaining.
And it's just picture perfect Huntington Beach out there. One thing that's beautiful is that I was noticing, kind of talking to Team Australia, right in front of that bank where the shore break was, the beach has gotten steeper and steeper. And so we had that pooled up water. We had a lot of backwash, which also throws some wobble in the rhythm. Now we've got nice, smooth conditions as we have green. Taking a look here.
Tracy McKay looking to add to her 5.67, trimming through the inside foam here. Cuts back, readjusts, accelerates, little float there, kicks out. Tracy McKay is going to add to that score. As we can see, our surfer from Spain out back, good, strong, powerful line, cutting back, looking again to the right. That wave got a little bit more scoring potential, as you can just see her redirecting, changing, engaging the rail. The judges will be scoring all of these rides from takeoff to the moment when the surfer ends their ride on the sand, looking at rail engagement, direction change, degree of difficulty, and also speed and control. And if a surfer does get a bigger wave and does this in the more challenging open face section, that's where the bigger scores will really start to show, as we see Tracy getting a 2.5 backup.
I was just going to say, so Tracy had the wave before, and that popped her up into second. And now we have red. And so she had an increased requirement after that wave of green, but what a great ride. She was able to pop up on top position.
Tracy McKay going to get another score through on the inside. It won't go into her top two. We're down into the last minutes. Suzanne Edwards is out back. She needs to get a big score to book herself a spot in the grand final. As it stands right now, she's got a heat combination of 7:03. She's competing against heat combinations of 12.66, 9.17, and 8.17 and 8.13. So as it stands right now, if things don't change, it would be Emma Dieters and Catherine Beattie, Palermo Onyate, and Keala Waputz, who would be getting their spots in the grand final. So it's now down to Tracy McKay and Suzanne Edwards to get the scores that they need. Suzanne needs something in the fives to really give herself a chance. We got 20 seconds remaining. I can see that there's no number left to Suzanne's name, so it might well be that she has caught a wave.
Okay, so yeah, we have the time dying out here, but great rides for all of our competitors.
It comes in at a 0.5. It's not going to be enough, so we'll wait for this to be official, but by my calculations, it's certainly going to be Emma Dieters and Palermo Onyate in the final. And at the moment, I believe it's going to be Catherine Beattie and Keala Waputz in the final. Stay tuned, surf fans, because we'll confirm that after the break. And coming up next, we've got an absolute smoker, because we move on to the knockout semi-finals of Men Pro 1. Live as we continue day 5 here at the ISA World Para Surfing Championship from Huntington Beach.
Adaptive surfing is when somebody with a physical disability gets out in the ocean and figures out how to ride a wave. It's basically all that's going on there. Every type of ability, from a single leg amputee to a visual impairment to somebody with paralysis like myself, figures out how to get on a board and ride a wave. It's pretty simple.
It's competing against other people that have some kind of physical problem.
To be an adaptive surfer, you've got to be resilient. You've got to have a little bit of ingenuity. You've kind of got to deal with the cards you've been dealt with. It's just a way of surfing differently with your own skill set, and I guess just what life has given you.
couple of modifications, maybe a prosthetic leg, maybe a special board. Doesn't mean there's any less stoke, just, maybe a little more thought goes into it.
Well, for me, adaptive surfing is like surfing like everybody else, but doing it as you can.
It's all about fun, adaptive fun. We used to have fun on a normal surfing, able-bodied surfing, but when you got hurt or you got any kind of disability, you gotta still having fun. So that's adapt to fun, I think.
Welcome back to the action. Thanks for tuning in. A pleasure to have your company because we've got Joel Taylor, Casey Proud, Antonio Muller surfing in knockout semi-final number 1. Coming up after this will be knockout semi-final number 2. But right now, Joel Taylor, founder of Unite Clothing, up and riding with a beautiful float. Got a good trim line, some projection from that float. Cuts back, gets onto the inside, weaves his board back and forth and paddles out for more. And we've been looking forward to watching this guy in the semi-finals, and he's coming up against Hawaiian Casey Proud, based down in Oceanside, close to here, and Antonio Muller, based in the Canary Islands, representing Germany. And a good start for Joel Taylor there. Ben, you got the opportunity to communicate with Joel after his win yesterday in the quarterfinals. Tell us about what he's riding, kind of rough kind of weights, widths, lengths, and materials.
Yeah, so it's pretty interesting. He's riding a Surf Crime, which is the kind of the more fun side of the Thunderbolt technology that you ride. Let's watch this one of Antonio Muller.
Antonio Muller climbing and dropping. Beautiful second section there, but doesn't quite ride out of that second turn. So incredible approach off the bottom, off the top, floats, climbs, drops, gets back into another opportunity for a re-entry, but doesn't ride out of that second maneuver, as we can just see Joel Taylor having a little look at this there on the pier bowl. He's not going to go, and we're going to get some scores coming in, and it's a 6.83, so it's a strong start for Joel.
Insane. So yeah, back to his equipment. He's running a 5.6 Surf Crime, big crescent tail, almost very, very close to the bodyboard tail shape that he would be used to. It's a twin fin with these little tiny keels on it. So they're about the size of like one of those Kelly Slater kind of nubsters. He's got one of those on each side. Almost like a bonzer, like a 5-fin bonzer's lateral side fins. And epoxy core with a soft top, as we have blue opening wave.
Casey Proud up and riding, nice float, drops back down into that section, and he's still charging back out onto the open face. Really powerful surfing, radical work from Casey Proud, our 2023 US champion, representing Hawaii, and a gold medalist in the ISA World Parasurfing Games in Prone 1 at Pismo last year in this division, based in Oceanside, and of course just coming up the coast here to compete, representing Hawaii, and supported by the High Fives Foundation and also the Kelly Brush Foundation.
Yeah, so I spoke to Casey earlier. I made him a brand new board fashioned off of his World Championship board this time. He only had one session on it, huge waves in the beginning. He said since it's a little more of a small wave design, it was hard for him to duck dive on those big days. When he saw the surf this morning, he had left it at home. He went all the way back to grab it for a practice surf. But now that the tide is drawn back, the waves picked up, steepened up. He's on a modified Lost, like a high-performance shortboard that you would see under the feet of a normal competitive able-bodied surfer, but with that refashioned finned cluster.
And with that, we'll find out what the scores are going to be very soon. But first of all, let's go down to Mitchell Salazar, who's with the winner of our last women's prone heat.
Thank you, Sam. Here with Paloma. First of all, Paloma, congratulations. You're into the final now, so one step closer to getting that gold medal. Overall, as a team, Spain has been one of the favorites throughout this week. You've won a world championship as a team in 2020, but this year it just seems like the unity, the community among the Spanish is much stronger. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, it's a feeling that we share, and I think that gives you strength to give you everything in the water, and the results we are getting is a matter of teamwork, for sure. I agree.
What kind of work do you do outside of surfing just to get prepared, not only in a physical way, but also in a mental headspace?
Well, I live in Madrid, which is in the middle of Spain, so there are no waves. So gym physical conditions is very important. So I try to apply specific exercises in the gym, and that's mostly what I do. And mental, I think that it's important to know your strength and your abilities, your weaknesses. So when you understand that, I think your performance out there improves.
And it shows, right? Because you're into the final now. It obviously seems that you've been putting in a lot of work behind the scenes. But this week in specific, what's been the main focus in terms of the area that you want to improve on?
Yes, I mean, this weekend, this summer, we have been getting different trainings in different conditions that has really helped me particularly. And of course, with the Fundación también has created a team of parasurfer women, and that has helped us to train in different conditions. Without those trainings, it would be impossible to have the confidence of surfing the other day here. So I have to be really, really thankful to Fundación también and American Consulting for the opportunity to spend hours and hours on the water.
Gracias, Paloma. Muchas felicidades. Suerte en la final.
Thank you so much. All of you. Bye-bye.
Sam?
Wow, based in Madrid and booking herself a spot in the grand final, but up and riding right now is Joel Taylor out of Australia. Nice high line, acceleration, floats it, drops back down from the float with control there. He just rebounds and reconnects. Little cut back there and then facing back into this bowl and just kicks out cleanly, adding to that 6.83 with a Casey Proud dropping an 8.17 for his opening wave and Antonio Muller dropping a 4.33 and a 2.17. So needing just now 1.35 to move up into first. Joel Taylor will get that score. Now we've got a scale set. Let's think about Antonio Muller's 4.33 and Casey Proud's 8.17. Where does Joel's last ride fit between that scale, Ben?
Well, let's watch this. This is that 8.17. Casey up on a really steep section and pulls it off with control. Tries to make the little connection there, unable to do that. He got scored for basically this one single maneuver. Very close to what we saw Andrew Goenaga do at the higher tide, but with the lower tide, a lot more punch, a lot more level of difficulty and risk on that one, as we have Joel making some speed, eyeing it up, always places himself up cleanly and slaps it down. A little bit more aggressive approach on Casey's, a little bit more in the critical section, a little bit more risk, but Joel had gotten a 6.83 for a little bit bigger version of this earlier, so it's going to be interesting to see what he gets.
Yeah, and also Casey's wave was a bigger wave, but he gets an 8.17, so degree of difficulty, control, technicality. I think the judge is really rewarding what he made out of that wave. I mean, look at this, the speed climb and then a second maneuver, a lip line float, and also the opportunity to then reconnect with this rail work through the inside there. So
that's true. We're definitely getting the score off that back half as well.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be pleased to hear that because he knows he's got a lot more. So Casey's wave was much bigger. That one big expressive turn, 8.17. Joel's wave, a smaller wave, but degree of difficulty, technicality of the lines that he took. The judges really kind of zoned in on that. And that was an interesting example of how just wave size isn't always absolutely fundamental to get the big scores. If you ride a smaller wave extremely well, you can still go big on the scores.
Yeah, and it's also a lot more difficult to keep your speed out of a maneuver and be able to keep going for a combination.
Live action, Joel Taylor, little tunnel time, little vision, looking south, riding the right-hander off the pier bowl here at Huntington Beach. Doesn't come out of that one, but he's going to get a 8.1 for his last wave and a 6.83 as we can see. Casey Proud backing up his 8.17 on the left-hander there. Hooks himself into the bowl, cuts back, and now he's going to get back out in the channel as quick as he can because Antonio Muller is striking, streaking, paddling himself towards the takeoff spot in first priority. And this now seems to be an opportunity for Antonio Muller to add to his score. Can he paddle into this one? He's got a high line. There he is, locked into that bodyboard posture with that front arm forward, attacking that section with a big sweeping roundhouse cutback, getting into a second cutback. And he's feeling that, answering the phone. 999 is one he wants to hear from the judges.
I love it. And yeah, there we had Casey as well, pulling into that same little spot on the sandbar that we saw Joel previously, and it looks like we'll have another one. This is looking like a fun wave.
What an incredible semi-final. Casey Proud, now it's Joel Taylor. He's got some big scores, and look at that cut back there. Incredible work. Can he get the reform here? He's going to hit the lip on the reform, and he rides out of that reform with incredible composure, and he's still got some scoring potential through the inside and kicking out cleanly. This is an absolute showcase of prone one surfing at its finest. I mean, these guys are shredding, putting all on the line, and let's recognize that it's much smaller than it has been. You know, the degree of difficulty, the technicality of these turns is extremely high, and everybody is giving it everything.
Wow, I am very impressed with that last ride, as well as the last ride of green. We're still waiting on both of those scores, but things are about to switch around as we see the judges having a good think about that. They're probably really comparing those two rides.
So the fact that we've already seen an 817 and an 81 from Casey and Joel respectively, is Joel's last ride going to go higher than that, do you think?
If I were a judge at this moment, I would give it. But I could be rivaling that score, could surpass that score. One thing I know is Antonio Mueller is definitely going to bump up his score line.
Yeah, Antonio Mueller there. I've had the opportunity to do a number of post-heat interviews with him this week. He's a world triathlon champion. He's representing Germany, but he lives in Las Palmas on Gran Canaria, which is home to a lot of really beautiful heavy waves. As we hear those scores starting to be tabulated, I've just got the beach announcer in the background. I can just hear. So those surfers at this moment, this is where their ears are plucked, waiting for that beach announcer to drop that score, because there's one thing is about the priority, and as we stand, we got Casey in first, Antonio in second, Joel in third, but the next important thing is these last scores being dropped for Antonio in green and Joel in red. Casey Proud knows he's got an 817. He knows he's right in the mix. Now, here it comes. Here are those scores getting ready to tabulate. Look for the body language, Ben. Who do you think's got the big number coming up? Is green or is red going to get the biggest number of this last exchange?
I think red will get the bigger number, but either way, we're going to see a big toss-up here. A lot of excitement as we watch this one. Green, Antonio Mueller pulls into the barrel just a bit there. I like that big sweeping Bruno Hansen turn right there, and he gets another one right after it. Real tight-knit combination. And then you have this one. Look at him, just high lines it. Nice, he gets that little degree of squirt and releases the fins. And not easy to come out of that with speed for a real critical bash on that one. And he's just redirecting anywhere he can.
Absolutely. I mean, to see the fin exposed in the cutback, that says so much about the angle at which he put that cutback onto. You know, the fact that we did see that whole fin exposed says a lot. A bit like when you're doing a re-entry and the fins are released above the wave. What we saw there was a cutback, fins free, and I think the judges are going to go big on that. But I think they deserve to also go pretty big on Antonio's score as well.
Yeah, one thing in that turn is as you see that big big crescent tail that board has, it's just like his bodyboard tails, and I'm sure he's been used to doing a million of those turns without fins on the board.
7.33 for Joel Taylor. Antonio Mueller waiting for the score to drop. Casey Proud wants to replace that 3.4. He's carrying an 817, which is the highest score of the semi-final. 5 minutes remaining. Only 2 spots available for the top 2 surfers to advance into that grand final. It looks like we got an opportunity for Casey Proud in first priority on the biggest wave of the semi-final. Little cover up there, and then he's going to hit this section with control, and he rides out with elegance and speed, and then just kicks out, throws a shaka to his Hawaiian teammates on the sand and all of his Californian fans, because he's based locally down south in Oceanside, and he's going to replace that 3.4 with a very, very strong score, Ben.
Yeah, I love that takeoff, that little bowl takeoff. Bashes up into that section, and not an easy place to connect that ride. Look at this, takes this high line, just snuggles himself up in there, gets a little cover up.
Little snuggly one.
Yeah, and he's on the top of a double up here. Really easy to get pushed out of the back of the wave on that maneuver and able to power through it. One thing I did want to recognize, 6.67 for the last of Antonio.
Fantastic, up and riding right now. Joel Taylor on a left, stalling inside the tube, comes out cleanly and then floats it and still accelerates for more for another little section on through to the inside as he just kicks out, recognizing that the barrel and the float, the lip line, the projection, everything happened already on that left-hander, and he's just got himself on that paddle elevator by the Huntington Beach Pier, going out for more. And will this one surpass his 8.10, Ben?
Well, you know what? He was in there. He was definitely in there. Comes out, able to fit in a really nice critical turn as well. And you know what? I mean, we're constantly learning, and the judges are probably going, now what do we do? I mean, we haven't seen this, and we've already pushed the scale up so much that how much more room do we have?
Well, the good thing is they have got room to scale. And Ben, what a great angle from the drone here.
This is insane. Look how deep he was on that one. And that is not an easy spot to come off the bottom and hit that lip section sticking out. And yeah, that was one of my favorite rides of the heat right there. Look at this. So putting on the brakes here, puts his body way back on that crescent tail corner, pops up on the lip, and comes driving out of that with speed, control, and poise.
Incredible. Great words, Ben. That was beautiful surfing, and it is rewarded with a 9.23 up and riding right now. Antonio Muller looking to add to his 6.67. He's charging here, and he gets that little float there. So he's going to possibly replace his 4.33 as I can hear the beach announcer announce to Joel Taylor that he's got that score. But look out, because Casey Proud is flying into that section with an 8.17. So as it stands, Joel Taylor with a heat combination of 17.33, a 9.23 and an 8.10. Casey Proud with an 8.17 and a 3.4. Antonio Muller chasing a score of a 4.91 to move up into second position. He's got a 4.33 and a 6.67. There's just 2 minutes remaining. Priority is going to be so important here, Ben. Right now, Joel sitting out there feeling good. He's got first priority. He made the move to head towards Middle Peak and get that left. Heavily rewarded with a score well up into the 9s. Now he's got the chance to just control this peak in the last minute and a half.
Well, I mean, there's been so much action. We haven't had time to slow down and get you on the abacus to see where we are on the leaderboard, but they are shaking it up right now.
Well, this is just straight first and second to the final. This is 1 and 2 go to the grand final. We've already done the abacus activities in the previous round yesterday, so this is just literally first and second, book spots in the grand final. And then coming up next, we've got the second semi-final with Christian Otter-Bailey, Kai Colis and Marcos Tapia. So at the moment, it's Joel Taylor and Casey Proud. Antonio Muller is the one who's chasing a score, but he's in third priority.
Yeah, if I was Antonio, even though that is kind of the predominant section to take off, you want to get away from your opponents because they're going to start blocking you. You want to get out of the reach of those guys. And this is where Red is definitely going to use his experience having that first priority in this last minute as we see a wave coming through. Anyone spins around, I can predict that he would throw the block.
You can see Casey Proud getting nice and tight. Casey Proud, of course, our defending gold medalist from Prone 1 from 2022 in Pismo. And also the silver medalist was Antonio Muller. So these two have surfed against each other. 30 seconds remaining. Casey Proud in second. He wants to replace a 6.6. And it looks as though Casey Proud is going to have the chance to get this wave because he's got first priority and he's up and riding. Casey Proud locked into the section there, but that was more a defensive move as well, just to make sure Antonio Muller didn't get the opportunity to go for a score. So great surfing there from Casey. Played his cards well, played the tactical game, and it looks to have pulled off because we're down into the last seconds and the situation won't change. Joel Taylor takes the win. Casey Proud, representing Hawaii, will move into the final as well, and Joel Taylor looks absolutely sizzling, Ben.
That was my favorite heat of the whole competition. That was exciting as it gets, and look at those scores.
Well, let's find out who's going to meet them in the grand final. Will it be Christian Bailey, Kai Colis, or Marcos Tapia? We'll find out real soon. Stay with us.
Hi, my name is Dana Cummings, and I'm a below knee amputee, and I was in a major car accident back in 2002 and had both my legs crushed. Yeah, so after losing my leg in a major car accident, I learned to surf about 4 months after, and I caught my first few waves, and I just loved that stoke and that feeling, and it was life-changing for me. You know, a one-legged kid like me could learn to surf. We could teach more people how to surf, and so that's how me and 3 of my friends created Amp Surf to teach people with disabilities and to get them to focus on their abilities, not their disabilities. And so I think having para-surfing in the Olympics would be absolutely phenomenal for not only the athletes, but for the Paralympics as well.
Welcome back, fans, and we just saw an absolute masterclass from Australian Joel Taylor and Oceanside-based Hawaiian Casey Proud. Congratulations, though, to Antonio Muller. Close, but not close enough. He didn't book a spot in the grand final, and big shout out to Dana Cummings. We just saw him represented in the commercial break there. Of course, the founder of Amp Surf and also the Para Surf League, which is a competition tour a lot of these surfers compete on. But right now it's Christian Otter Bailey, Kai Colis and Marcos Tapia booking a spot in that grand final. There's only 2 places left because Joel Taylor and Casey Proud have already secured that red vest and that white vest. So who will it be? Is it going to be Christian Otter Bailey, someone who has won 11 medals, mostly golds and silvers, at the ISA World Para Surfing Championship over the years? That also includes his team medals. Or is it going to be the youngster, the 16-year-old Kai Colis from Australia, who is the reigning AASP World Champ, and he just comes off the back of winning the Oceanside event, the US Adaptive Championship down there further south along the coast here of California. But watch out for Marcos Tapia, the 2020 silver medalist at the ISA World Para Surfing Championship. Based in Fuerteventura on the Canary Islands, born in Madrid, but up and riding right now, it's Kai Colis from Australia. Beautiful cut back there. Again, you're really using those arms to initiate that angle and that arc and that turn. So he will get that first score, but Marcos Tapia has already dropped to 4.17, so that looks pretty fruity for Marcos, Ben.
Yeah, nice start to this. We've had a 4.17 for Marcos' opener. And now we'll see how that ride for Kai Colis comes in.
I think Kai Colis is going to be pretty good on that score. I saw a lot of good rail work, a lot of good action, very active. But they have that scale set from Marcos Tapia. But wow, the judges got a treat just then. And so did all you viewers tuning in around the world and everybody down here on the beach. But Kai Colis, I thought it was going to be good. You know what I saw there? Full arcing, carving cutbacks, 2 of them, and we didn't even see the beginning of that ride. So already in my head I was like, well, I've just seen half the ride and I've already seen a 6. So if he got a 2 at the beginning of the ride, you know, there we go. It could be excellent range, and boom, kicks off with an excellent 8. He's going to feel really relaxed now for the rest of the heat, but he still needs to get another score.
Yeah, I mean, that was 2, maybe even almost 3 arcs that we saw. And using those arms, controlling that arc, that tight pivot, and we'll break that down again as we have that opener by Marcos. Almost gets in that little bowl section that they've been using, and that one just went a little bit soft on the end section as you see Kai moving into position. Nice high line, a lot of speed. Look at this section right here.
Bang! So this might well be his 8, or it might well be the 3.83. So I'd say possibly, do you think that one turn alone, we don't know which is which, whether that was the 8 or the right-hander. For me, I think that probably could be the 8. What do you think?
Wow.
What do you think is the other way around?
You just threw my whole game off. I don't know if they're rewarding for the difficulty. That section was crazy. Yeah. That's crazy. That section was really, really threatening. He had a lot of speed in the critical spot I think you're right.
Yeah, I think that was the 8.
I think the 3.83 was for the series of turns, but
we didn't see the start of that.
The level of commitment and risk on that section definitely deserves an 8.
So I was completely wrong when I said that I thought I saw a 6 worth of a ride, and so they only got a 3.83. So don't count me in for the judging panel next time, ladies and gentlemen.
We're so entertained. We just love everything that we see now.
Yeah, but the opportunity to talk about the surfing, of course, that's an absolute privilege, and it's been a team effort. I really see the energy on the sand. All of these athletes there have got their flags flying high from their team managers. As you can see, Kai Koles there with a big floater, air drop, lands it, and I can hear the Irukandjis cheering on the inside, and that was projection, acceleration, and you could see how his lower limb made the drop before the upper body and the board coming down in pure bodyboard-esque poetry and brilliance. That was mind-blowing.
And a mix of skateboarding, rock and roll right there. That was a full rock and roll on the coping right there. And wow, it's just amazing, because I was talking to his dad about how he was using his arm to pull himself up in the lip on the earlier heats. That one, he was able to replace his arm after getting that movement up in the lip to get a really solid landing.
So if you were going to put a Californian punk band soundtrack to that, who would you go with? No Effect, Sublime, Bad Religion, Sprung Monkey, Millencolin? Who are you thinking, Ben?
Oh man, I would probably, that was kind of No Effects-ish, just because of the youthful energy.
Love it. Kai Koles there on the replay. Let's feast on this, Ben. This was absolutely sensational.
He had his eyes on that end section, saw that thing was going to pinch on him, and got into action right away, pulled himself up onto that steep section, and came down so hard. I didn't even realize that he'd actually gotten another climb on the whitewash after this. Let's look at this again. Look at this, just perfect solid line. Gets that thing up there, gets his hand back on, and just slaps that rock and roll tail first drop into the flats. A little slap and a paddle, almost like a kind of a body language stoked slap on the water that actually paddled him into one more maneuver right there. Love it.
Boom, that's going to be a big score. He's got an 8, and he's going to replace his 3.83. It might well go above his 8. We'll have to wait and see what the judges think. There it is, an 8.73. So on 2 left-handers with 2 critical big maneuvers, Kai Koles, the youngster representing the Irukandjis for the first time internationally, has already got a combination of 16.73, rivaling the combination of his teammate Joel Taylor, leaving Christian Bailey with a score to drop because he hasn't got his first wave, and leaving Marcos Tapia in second position. What a start for the young Australian. Now he can relax and just be super selective. He only needs to choose a wave that could better one of those excellent range scores.
It's going to be hard to. I mean, he's pushing the top scores of the division. So it's going to take an amazing wave to come through, and even more of an amazing performance than he's already put on. And Christian Bailey keeping it cool. He's got that first priority. He knows the spot better than anyone, so he probably has the feeling there'll be a bigger wave, and he's going to need a nice big wave, nice big score to move himself in.
I just saw something coming up on the screen there, which reminds me that we will be moving on to our first grand final after this. We'll have Shannon Hughes and Mitchell coming into the booth to call that action. As we can see, Christian Otter Bailey on a left-hander in the tube, comes out of that tube section there. The Otter rebounds off the inside foam. He's still got some scoring potential, but decides to just kick out there and get himself by the pier for the quick paddle. So he'll get his first score on the board. As we can see, our surfer, our heat leader, looking for the right-hander. Kai is off, streaking away from your screen. As we can see, Marcos Tapia hitting that lip and falling off, so he doesn't ride out of that maneuver. But Kai Koles will have another score to drop, and I can hear some cheers because he is still up and riding as he kicks out there, and the beach felt good about that, so that might well be something that could change his situation. But he's already carrying an 8.73 and an 8, and Christian Otter Bailey drops a 4.40. So that's put him up into second position. Marcos Tapia will have a score to drop though. He did wipe out, so it's not going to be a massive score, but at the moment it's going to be a race for second place between Christian and Marcos.
Yeah, and Marcos is also just needing tenths of a point, but that was great that Christian got into action. He needed that score, needing a 4.18, I think it was, 4.17. It was something close to what Marcos' first score was. Christian did get that solid maneuver, but we did have him, green and blue, splitting the peak. The camera stayed on green, so we haven't really seen what happened in the beginning of that ride from blue.
Can you believe it already, Ben? We're moving into finals. We'll talk about that very soon, but let's look at this replay from our surfer in green.
All right, green, nice approach up into the lip. Unfortunately, he kind of came up under the lip, which is much harder than if you can get above it. And here is the other side of that peak. As you can see him keeping this high line, kind of starting to pull himself up on the lip there, and just so active and so quick and strong.
And an 8.23 from the judges, so it goes into his top 2. So he's already throwing away an excellent range. This is mind-blowing stuff. He's at an 8, a 3.83, an 8.73, and an 8.23. So he's firmly looking to be booking a spot in that grand final alongside his teammate Joel Taylor, founder of Unite Clothing, which of course, if any of you are bodyboarders tuning in, you'll know that label, the leading bodyboard clothing brand in the world, having sponsored all of the big names. And Joel himself, of course, you know, had a tragic, near tragic incident surfing at Pipeline in the early 2000s, and this is his return to wave riding. This is the first time he's traveled for over 20 years, and he's here representing Team Australia, the Irukandjis. He booked himself a spot in the grand final to go for gold in Pro M1 division. But he's got a youngster in his team, Kai Colis, who could also threaten for gold, because he has been absolutely sizzling with this 8.73 and an 8.23.
Oh man, and one thing I just saw is Christian had first priority, started to go for a paddle. He lost that priority to Marcos Tapia, and as soon as Marcos realized that he had first priority, he started kind of migrating over towards Christian. So we're going to see what happens and see how that priority is used.
And from one Australian on fire to another, let's go down to the glass, because Joel Taylor has just booked himself a spot in the grand final to go for gold.
Thank you, Sam. Once again here with Joel Taylor, the Australian who dominated the water out there. Another 17-point-plus heat total. Congratulations, Joel. You were building on your scores. It seemed like finding the correct peak to sit on was a bit difficult this afternoon with the low tide right now.
Yeah, the low tide pretty much hit during our heat, so there's some on the right near the pier and then some just on the peak down. But yeah, I got lucky, got a couple little rights and a nice left, and yeah, got the scores I needed.
For a lot of the surfers in your division, they tend to come from a different kind of background. Yourself, a former professional bodyboarder. Tell us about the technique that you use to grab both of your rails to be a bit more mobile on your board.
So yeah, I just basically have the same stance as a bodyboarder, and yeah, inside hand up near the nose and outside down the rail a bit further, and yeah, it works perfectly.
And we were talking about your leadership role, something you're almost thrusted into in your first year here competing for Team Australia, but the unity, once again, it's noticeable. But it seems like not only are you representing the one flag, the national flag from Australia, you have the Aboriginal flag and the kangaroo flag over there. Can you talk to me about just representing Australia and their people as a whole?
Oh, it's amazing. I never thought I'd get a chance to represent my country in the sport, or let alone surfing. And oh, it's amazing that we've got such a strong team and such a huge support crew over here, and hopefully we're doing our country proud.
And as a business owner yourself, anything you want to say for people to get more involved with Unite?
Oh, get out there and buy it.
Congratulations, Joel. See you in the final tomorrow.
Cheers.
Great stuff. So 5.07 for Christian Bailey, puts him in second position. And of course, a big shout out to the Irukandjis. And the name is also the Indigenous First Nations people in that northern region of Australia, on that coastal strip north of Cairns in Queensland. So a great reference in that Irukandjis title. And also I want to kind of have a big celebration of the Tongva people from Huntington Beach area who have occupied this area for many, many, many years, stretching up from the Topanga Canyon down to Aliso Creek in Laguna. And, you know, thanks for having us. It's been a pleasure to be here since those times. Of course, Huntington has had the oil boom, the tourism boom, and the surf boom, and we're reaping the fruits of the labor of that surf culture boom. This exact location on your screen has been such a celebration of competitive wave riding for so many decades, but it's also inspired some of the strongest competitive surfing performances. And there's something about that iconic pier and big scores and surfers taking things to the next level that people can relate to all over the world if they're passionate about wave riding.
Oh yeah, there's just too many battles out here that you can go deep into the history books and reference all the way back into the first surfing competition here in 1959, first pro competition in 64.
As we see right now, Kai Kolis has got that lead. He's got a spot in the final if things remain unchanged. But coming up next, we've got our first grand final. We're going to see the men's sit finalists going for gold. You can see them paddling out right there now in the corner of your screen. We have Felipe Kizu Lima from Brazil. We have Guillaume Collin from France. We have Douglas Hendricks from South Africa. And we have Ethan Carrier representing Team USA. That will be our first medals final. It will be followed by more medals finals. We're going to be moving on to the women's sit final. Elena Nichols will be in that. Then we go to the man stand 3 final and then the women's stand 3 final. Those 4 finals will close out our proceedings for today. And then as we move into day 6 tomorrow, we will move through all of our grand finals, culminating in the closing ceremony. So from tomorrow, we'll really start to bring in the team standings into the equation and find out who is going to get the team gold as we move down into the last 3 minutes, 30 seconds with Kai Kolis having booked himself a spot in the grand final, and Christian Otter-Bailey looking good. Marcos Tapia, though, he needs a 5.30. He's in 3rd priority, so that's a strong situation for the Otter to be in, knowing that he's got that priority position over Marcos, as we get to see a beautiful drone clip of our judges on the right there in that tent high up, and you can see all of our competitors lined up watching the action. We're bringing you the live broadcast just to the right of your screen, as we can see the surfers in the last semi-final of the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championship, because from now on, Ben Way, it's golds, it's silvers, it's bronzes, it's coppers all the way.
Yeah, and up until our finals, we've had 20-minute heats. We're going to move the clock to 25 minutes for our finals. That extra 5 minutes could be so crucial.
Absolutely. 25 minutes, of course, still best 2 waves combined for the finals. But right now, we're just moving into the dying minutes of this semi-final with Kai Kolis there, looking to have booked himself a spot alongside his teammate Joel Taylor, as we really start to emphasize the power of this team. There's Red Dog Wheatley, who's earned himself a spot in the Neil final. He's going to be surfing against Llewellyn Sponge Williams tomorrow, so that'll be something that he can be proud of. But with 2 minutes remaining, what does Marcos need to do to make the difference and put the pressure on Christian and Kai?
So Marcos had made a priority mistake just now. He had first priority, and he went for a paddle on what looked like it could have been a great wave, but he's passed that first priority over to our heat leader, Kai Kolis. So not great timing not to be holding that valuable priority token. And with not a lot of surf coming through, you want to be the one who can choose the best wave.
1 minute, 45 seconds remaining. There's the Jedi, Josh, the Jedi lawyer, who really was a fantastic competitor here, and he's going to continue to support his team. And he might well be going away with the gold medal if Team USA take gold. And that will be something that he can be proud of for the rest of his life, as we can see Kai Kolis up and riding there in a low section there, accelerating off the top, drops back down into this section. Big sweeping cutback, rebounds off the foam there. Still more scoring potential as he puts another cutback into the wave and then just ends on the sand. He can probably recognize now that he might well be able to come in, because he knows he's got an 8.73 and an 8.23, and he's got himself a spot in that final. But have we got another rider up and riding? We have. It looks like we've had waves for Christian Otter-Bailey and also for Marcos Tapia. So Marcos chasing a 5.30. Christian chasing a combination of scores to move into first. We didn't get to see those waves, but they could be very important for both red and green.
Yeah, and back on that roaming camera, right in the center, was one of our competitors that had previously entered in this. It was Parker Olnick, who is in Team USA. He has now gone to college, and he's got all sorts of things going on. He's also a speaker, and so he said he's never missed a final to come down and support his team. So he came down here for finals day.
Fantastic. Great team camaraderie. Long history in this event there, as we can see Christian Otter-Bailey waiting for a score to drop. So we don't know if Marcos has got what he needs. He's chasing a 5.3. Christian Ottobelli might well have replaced his situation. So we're just going to hang with this. And Christian Ottobelli drops a 9.43. It's not enough to go into first, but it means that our surfer Marcos Tapia now needs a combination of scores and gets a 4.23. So the Otter has booked himself a spot in the grand final alongside Joel Taylor, Casey Proud and Kai Kohler. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, because we're going to be moving on to our first grand final of the event. We've got men's sit final with Mitchell Salazar and Shannon Hughes coming in to call the action as the big names go for gold. It's going to be Felipe Kizo Lima, Guillaume Collin, Douglas Hendricks and Ethan Carrier representing Brazil, France, South Africa and the US of A.
My name is Felipe Lima, more known as Kizu. I'm from Brazil and I'm living in Rio. Adaptive surfing it's fun. It's all about fun. When you got hurt or you got any kind of disability, you got to still having fun. I had my accident when I was 18 years old. It was hard on the first months and first years. You just gotta keep going and get used to your new reality. Right after I hurt myself, I started thinking how I could keep doing the things that I love. There was surfing, skateboarding. It takes a long time to discover yourself again. I had a good friend in Brazil that was a surf teacher, and he put me on my first wave as a prone. And I felt good, but wasn't my way of surfing yet. You know, I was trying to discover the best way for me. And then I bought a kayak surf and started catching waves on it. And then when I get a good balance on it, I got a wave ski. And when I started on the wave ski, it was like, I really found myself. I felt really good on it. It was really hard on the beginning because wave ski is really hard to learn. I have some really bad wipeouts, end up on rocks, hard times, but it was all worth it. And nowadays I feel really good on the wave ski, really safe. My biggest challenges are out of the water, always. When I get to the water, I feel free. This ISA event means a lot to me, you know, because this whole community was spread all over the world. Nobody knows each other. Since the first ISA was like bringing all this community together and make the adaptive surf evolution a lot faster because everybody changing information about equipment, techniques. I think it's really important for me and for all the adaptive surfers around the world. Surf really helps us to overcome our problems because it makes you healthy. Not only the body, but on the mind. You feel more relaxed and more free. You feel able to do whatever you want, to overcome whatever comes through you.
It's finals time here in Huntington Beach, California at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We're into our men's sit final with 4 surfers already knowing they're going to be bringing medals home to their home nations, which is very exciting, but they're going to be wanting to go for that gold medal specifically in the water right now. We've got USA, France, Brazil, and South Africa with Ethan Carrier from the USA already dropping in a 5.33, Guillaume Collin from France in the water, and Douglas Hendricks from South Africa now getting an opportunity for his first wave. He'll go down. That's not going to be a significant score in the score line, and he'll reset. All 3 of them up against the 5-time gold medalist in Felipe Kizu Lima from Brazil, going for a 6th gold medal, which if he gets, he'll tie Bruno Hansen for overall medals in the record books.
Yeah, kind of crazy that we're potentially about to see history going down in Huntington with Kizu Lima having an opportunity to get number 6 in terms of the gold medals. Carrier, though, opening up with a 5.33. He's from right just down the road in Oceanside, so very well prepared when it comes to a beach break similar to his home. Hendricks from Durban has a lot of experience over at beach breaks too, and I think the wild card in this one is Colin from France. Has had some good heats, but never really been the standout when it comes to Kizu Lima, who's been the dominant surfer in the opening rounds. Parasurfing sit, any surfer who rides a wave in a sitting position that does not require assistance, paddling into a wave and getting back on the board safely. So our first final, we will be crowning a champion and the other 3 medalists in this one, Shannon.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting for Guillaume Collin out of France. He's walked away with that silver medal before, but always come in behind Kizu Lima. So we'll see if he's able to do one better and walk away with that gold medal today. So far in the event for this division, it has been Lima that's been the standout with his high scores and consistent performances. Douglas had a look at this one to get things going.
Yeah, just a 1.77 for Hendricks, trying to get things going in terms of the consistency out there. It's really fun, Shannon. I mean, the waves are truly spectacular when it comes to the size that we see out there at Southside HB. For the most part, at this size, especially with the low tide, usually not a lot of push. Today, with the sandbars how they are, with the western swells, really fun. As we saw the 5.33 of Carrier, it's the best score of the final so far.
And it's a really solid way to get things going, especially with 25 minutes on the clock. They've been allotted an extra 5 minutes for the finals. It'll be the same through tomorrow as well. As we take a look now at Hendricks on his right-hander, getting a few great turns connected together, so a smaller size wave. But again, he's improving on that 1.77, and he's going to be putting a second score on the board in this conversation for the gold medal. We just saw a great performance in that previous heat with some huge scores being dropped. Let's check in with Sam Bleakley to hear about it.
Thanks so much, Shannon. I think all of us fans tuning in around the world will agree that the level of performances in those Pro and One semifinals was through the roof. And a lot of that comes thanks to you and Joel just bringing new energy to this classification. How are you feeling having booked a spot in the grand final, Kai?
Oh, it's amazing. The surf was pumping for both me and Joel's heats. Some of the floater sections, and yeah, it was just so perfect.
I mean, Christian Otter Bailey got a barrel roll and a 9.43 on his last ride, but it still wasn't enough to beat your heat total. I mean, talk us through those 2 big scores you got in the semis.
Yeah, well, the first one, I my highest score, I took off left, and I saw this section, and I kind of like went up and went across the lip, and then it was a sick floater. And then the other one, I kind of got 2 good turns off, and then a floater at the end. So yeah, it was real good. And then, but Christian did the sickest barrel roll. It was ridiculous. I took off right, and I'm like, okay, he's going to go left and shoot the pier like he did earlier. And he did a barrel roll, and I was like, what?
Well, you were ripping. Have you got some messages for everyone tuning in back home in Australia?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to Mum and Dad and Grandma and all my sponsors for helping me get not only to this trip, but to all the trips I've done this year for the AASP. And it's actually Chucker's birthday who runs the AASP, so I want to say happy birthday to him. And yeah.
Well, I want to hear some noise from Team Irukandjis. Let's hear it, Australians. Make some noise!
What a great performance from Kai Collis in that last heat, to hear that Irukandji's behind as well with the cheer, and to know that the community is coming together very strong for this year's World Championships.
And whether people say that it affects them or not, that cheer and that crowd supporting you really does impact your performance. Awesome kid, Kai Collis. Another excellent performance. We'll be seeing him in the final with a chance to win his first gold medal here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Would be one of the youngest in history to do so if he were to win tomorrow.
Yeah, it would be an exceptional victory for him. Of course, we've seen a few of those young surfers find success. We've also seen a few of the older ones throwing down barrel rolls out in the water. Christian Otter Bailey in that last heat, and he executes it perfectly.
That was gnarly. I mean, he was upside down, fully committed to the barrel roll right there. And the first guy as an adaptive surfer or a parasurfer that has successfully ridden both Mavericks and Pipeline. Incredible stuff right there by Otter.
As we take a look at live action now, we're in the finals of our men's sit division. Ethan Carrier for the USA, sitting with a 5.33, now looking to back it up and go better than the 1.47 behind. He should take away that leading position again from Douglas Hendricks, just chasing down a 2.10. Quiet heat so far, though, from our two previous medalists at this level specifically. For Guillaume of France, just a 1-point ride. From Kizu, the Brazilian, the 5-time gold medalist, looking to get himself something better than that 0.8. As we take a look now at Guillaume, getting a little stuck behind the section on that one, and he'll have to reset.
And it's really Carrier who's been extremely motivated in this heat so far, the Surfing for Motion side, just south of here, getting a good heat total so far, a 9.23 when you combine the 5.33 and the 3.9 that he has in his scoreline so far. He's maintained himself super active in the first 9 minutes of this heat, but he's been looking for the opportunities closer towards the pier bowl, breaking away a little bit more, and so far adding up some points, but always maintaining the lead. He started off with that 5.33, and he's been looking for those waves and not wanting to be positioned where everybody else is. Now that he has the lead, he has nothing to lose and pressure to add on to everybody else by moving towards them.
It's so true. He just dropped a 3.9, which jumped him back into that first place position above Hendricks. For Carrier, he walked away with a career best result at the 2021 US Open for adaptive surfing. That was down at Oceanside in his hometown. It would have felt incredible to be able to get that victory, holding in a place that's so close to his heart. Being that it is his home break, it's always a great thing to be able to see a hometown surfer rise to the occasion of actually taking out an event win.
Oh, and it's the hardest thing to do, too. There's so much pressure on his shoulders. As we look at Lima go down right there, had a shot to get something in the fives and maybe match the 5.33 of Carrier. He's going for it, though. He knows what's on the line. It's a historic 6th gold medal for him in the ski division or the men's sit division. But riding that wave ski and being so mobile on it has been great for his performance throughout this event. And speaking of people that have had great performances, we talked about Guillaume Collin from Montpellier in France. He's a great waterman, loves to surf, wing foil, kayak, wave ski, and also likes to bike. But it's the apnea training that brings him a lot of experience when it comes to handling pressure in big situations. 15 minutes to go. He needs to rely on that right now to get 2 big scores for first.
That's right, and his trajectory in parasurfing has been incredible to see him find success sort of early in his career. Past his initial injury, he began watching this event and seeing the likes of Kizu, of Felipe Lima, winning those gold medals, and he realized this was something that he could get involved with as well, that the wave ski was a perfect craft for him to be out in the ocean, to be riding waves with. And it's been awesome to be able to see that influence from someone like Kizu, on now a silver medalist. As we take a look at Douglas Hendricks, great 2-turn combination, but the nose bites in and he'll go down. So just that one first turn to be complete. But now Lima with a paddle, the Brazilian. This is an important moment for him, a quick in and out as well. You can see he's staying super active, but at this stage, he's in a position where he needs a 7.53 single wave score to be able to take away that gold medal.
Yeah, and in the final, all of the needs will be for first place. Then afterwards, if you feel like first is out of your reach, you'll be going for second or third, depending on where you're at in the heat. But as of right now, still a huge amount of time. Carrier, though, in position for another wave, has first priority. It seems like he's going to let it go, and Lima might be looking at this one as his first significant score.
Looking to improve. Beautiful line for the first turn. Connects with the second. That's a combination already of major maneuvers. Goes in for the third and really whips that tail of the wave ski around. This is going to be the point that could start setting him apart within this heat, the moment we've been waiting for. Also, he's now going to be in good position, paddling back out to the lineup, hopefully wide of that set, and he'll be in a great position to get himself into that priority rotation again.
Well, that's what separates him from everybody else, in my opinion, is the ability to perform under pressure and garner himself excellent scores. You see the Brazilians right there. They're stoked with his performance as we see Carrier up and riding again.
There we go, our surfer in white currently in the lead, looking to improve and back up that 5.33. Great opening maneuver with a nice section. Now you can see that the wave on the inside, that reform, is getting a little bit funny. The tide, the way that swell is coming through, that wind that's just starting to lightly pick up is making it a little bit more convoluted on the inside section. So finding a wave that stands up well, if we see surfers that are able to complete 3 maneuvers plus, that's going to be really great wave selection. As we take a look now at Guillaume, he goes in for that first snap. The nose bites in, but he's able to pull it back out again. Now whipping this board around, and he'll set himself up. Douglas on a great looking snap, and he goes down, unfortunately.
Yeah, an unforced error right there for Hendricks. Had an opportunity to come out of that cleanly. It seemed like he caught a bit of an edge, and right here in the final can't really afford to do that. But I like the intensity that he's bringing, though, because at this point you need it. Score drops in for Lima, though, best of the heat.
A 7.33. He's now in a second place position, riding on his second good looking wave, and connects for that second turn, can't get it, but the strength of that first turn alone will get him into that leading position.
Yeah, it definitely will. 11.5 on the clock, and it seems like one surfer on the outside, maybe Carrier, having some struggles getting back on top of his board. And as of right now, it seems like he did recover first priority in time and Colin in second priority. These situations, getting in that rotation is huge, because not only are you establishing or reestablishing positioning on the outside, you also have control of what the ocean is able to do if it is a slow heat towards the end of this one. So with 11 minutes to go, you're in the lead like Lima is now with the 4.37 that he just got. You have an advantage on which waves to select or let go of, as he does have a paddle right there.
Has a paddle, he's in that third priority. Up into the lead now with a 4.37, so that gold medal position currently sitting on the 5-time gold medalist in Kizu Lima. Ethan Carrier for the US down into second in that silver medal position. He is holding on to first priority though, and he's chasing a 6.38. Now we've seen Ethan get big scores like that already in this event. Wave selection will give it to him, and he's just got to be able to use that wisely in the back half of this heat. Now 10 minutes on the clock, and the impressive thing about Kizu's performance so far is that he's essentially surfing this entire heat in that back half. It took him half the heat just to get that 7.33 on the board.
Yeah, but see what happened as soon as he got into a rhythm, though, he just was able to find his waves. And once you're able to identify what a certain wave is going to be able to do and the sections it'll offer up, you just get into a comfort zone and start catching wave after wave. And now with fourth priority, this is a real dangerous surfer out there in the red jersey. He's breaking away from everybody else, and it seems like one of the biggest sets we've seen all afternoon about to break.
Approaching the lineup, now requirements for third and fourth. For Douglas Hendricks, it'll be a 7.77 for the South African wave ski national champion to be taking himself into a gold medal position. Out of Durban, loves surfing, great beach breaks, but there's such high quality waves of differing levels and differing types of waves in that Durban area that it speaks to the strength of his performances, specifically in wave skis and how popular they are in the South African surfing and water community. Guillaume will be chasing down a 9.43 to be able to take away the lead. As we see Kizu up and riding, this could be now replacing that 4.37 without a doubt, into his third big re-entry and a tail slide to finish, putting it all on the line. You can see full commitment as we see a split peak. Ethan now up and riding, looking to replace that 3.90, and he'll get caught behind that section, kicking out. We saw Guillaume head on the left, so he'll have a score to drop as well. And everyone on their way back out to join Hendricks as they wait for another set to come through. 8 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, and that last wave for Kizu could be setting him up for another gold medal win.
Yeah, this should be a massive score. I mean, perfectly surfed and executed, excellent positioning on the inside, was able to identify a left that really offered up some scoring potential, and the score drops in. It's the best of the heat.
It's a 9.00 for Kizu Lima, sets him up with a 16.33 heat total, which is enough to put the entire field in a combination situation, Mitch.
Yeah, unfortunately for both Carrier and Hendricks, they were in a good spot to take the lead at any point of the heat, but now they're needing 2 weights to move up into first.
Hendricks with an opportunity to chip away at that requirement. He's needing to replace both of his scores. It was a great looking outside section. He's got a lot of control to finish here. Now he's going to be looking to get himself probably closer to the pier for that clean paddle out. Ethan having a look there as well. He's not able to get into it. And we are still waiting for scores from that last exchange between Ethan on the right and Guillaume on the left.
Yeah, and you can see right there, Carrier's wave ski and his actual paddle much shorter than you would normally see in this division. That's because it adds a lot of mobility, and he's one of the lighter surfers in this division, so wants to be able to have as much mobility as possible on that wave ski underneath his feet. But this score, the 9-point ride, well deserved. Deep bottom turn right there, fully gets up into the lip line, comes out of it, re-engages with the lip once again, and fits in a third just for good measure. We're talking about somebody who's been an excellent competitor coming out of Brazil in this division. Well, look at that deep bottom turn. To be able to do that at a beach break is so complicated because you're in such a tight area and that wave is moving at such a fast pace down the line.
It's so true. It's just so shallow. It's running away so quickly. And for Kizu to be able to drive that tail off the bottom, to throw a lot of spray off that outside rail as well before hitting the lip, keeping that speed and momentum as well to continue down the line towards the next section, showing why he has won so many medals in the past across multiple different divisions in the development of parasurfing. And he's one of those athletes that really is such a prominent figure within the parasurfing community, not only because of his results, but because of the way he carries himself when he's outside the water as well, as someone that really represents the parasurfing community to the highest standards.
Yeah, and when he got injured when he was 18, it changed his life entirely. He said that he hadn't felt any kind of comfort surfing until he got onto a wave ski. Once he did, it's been lights out in terms of competition, and he's faced a lot of adversity in this final too. He wasn't in the top 2 spots for the majority of the heat. Once he got up into second, needed a small score to take the lead, and since then he's been incredible. As we look at Colin now.
Now with the paddle, looking to get himself out of that copper medal position. It'll be challenging to get him into that gold, as we see a couple great turns from him, putting in all of the effort for the Frenchman, trying to chip away at that 16.33 heat total. If he gets something in that 5 to 6 point range, he could be looking at that silver medal at the moment. But with 5 more minutes on the clock, there is time to get another couple waves.
Yeah, and your goal is still always to go for gold if you can. 5 minutes is a long time, especially at a beach break with a short paddle out. So he gets his best. It isn't enough to break combination, but a 3.73. He's still in 4th, but if your goal is to at least move up into 3rd or 4th, now look at the requirements for that. A 5 or a 6, very attainable at this point of the heat.
And we've got a paddle out the back. It's Kizu in position with first priority. He'll use this one, drags the paddle, goes in deep under the lip, and he'll finally take a fall.
Was close to making that though, and it seems like Colin, once again, he's in position. See how quick that turnaround is?
Really quick, especially on the wave ski. It's a quick and easy paddle. That was a great committed turn for that opening section. Unfortunate that the wave hasn't opened up to allow him 1 or 2 more opportunities.
Right, but was able to get one strong one on the open face, straight up into the lip line too, got some air time underneath him, a little over 4 minutes. You break the combination, and the next thing you know, a 9 or a 9.5, that's attainable out there too. So you get something in the upper 6s, and you still have a chance of winning this thing with 4 minutes on the clock.
4 minutes remaining. Felipe Lima from Brazil sitting with a 9 and a 7.33. Took him more than half the heat to find that 7.33, just some throwaway small scores. Before that, once he was in that position, like you said, Mitch, he started finding that rhythm. He got that 4.73 as a backup really quickly, and then from there, eyed up the best wave coming through and executed in an incredible way into that excellent range. Ethan, for Team USA, he was out to a really quick start. He dropped that 5.33 right off the buzzer. Looked like he was going to be fierce to beat for the first half of this heat, putting together a well-structured heat, getting that opening score. But aside from that 5.33, He's really struggled to find himself a solid backup score and now needing that improvement on that score entirely.
Right, but he's holding on to the silver medal here at home too. 49 years of age, favorite place to surf is Cardiff Reef in San Diego, and coming from Oceanside, especially after having been a former US Open champion, there were a lot of expectations on his shoulder too, so coming into this event, maybe thinking to himself, okay, I make it to the final, I'm content with my performance, but really I want to compete for the gold medal. He's done so far. I mean, he was leading this heat for a good portion of it, gets dropped down to second place, and he's been able to defend that silver medal spot the entire time. So I think in the big picture, you're still doing your team extremely proud, especially when it comes to winning the overall team medal. A silver medal is way better than bronze or copper.
That is so true. There is team medals on the line. As with every ISA event, we'll see those team champions crowned sometime tomorrow afternoon when we get to our closing ceremonies. Now, the schedule is out for tomorrow, so those of you that are down on the beach, that are tuning in online, go ahead and take a look to see how those finals will play out. The opening final of the morning is going to be our visually impaired 2 division between our men and our women. We'll be rounding out the day roughly around 12:40, 1 p.m. with an aim to start the closing ceremonies around 1:30 tomorrow afternoon. So if you're in the area and you're thinking about coming down, it's going to be an early day. We'll be finished by midday with our medalists, and we'll have our closing ceremonies right after lunch.
Yeah, and it seems like one of these guys could be up on the podium tomorrow getting presented with the gold medal around their necks. As of right now, it seems like Lima, the strongest person in that first place position. You saw Team USA right there supporting Ethan. He's still in a combination situation, but holding on to second place. But Hendricks, though, you know, roughly needing around a low 5 to move up in a second place. He has first priority. Same thing for Colin. He doesn't need something huge. A mid-5 would get the job done for second, so still a chance for both of them. Carrier needs to be smart about the way he plays it at the end.
There's a wave rolling in. We've got 45 seconds on the clock. Surfer in red has higher priority than Surfer in blue. They're the two that are on the left-hand side of the screen having a look at this wave. Now, if Guillaume gets into it, he's going to give it a really dedicated paddle, and he's in. He's got no one in front of him, so that 4th priority is fine. And he's flying down the line, looking for a big re-entry. I love that he's gone for that full commitment off the rail.
Well, there was no other option right there. It was all or nothing. It was just the one section, and he hadn't been rewarded that well with the high 3s that he has in his scoreline so far. So it was the smart choice. But with 10 seconds to go, it seems like this heat is done and dusted, Shannon. It's going to be Brazil, Lima once again on top.
An incredible performance as we have a paddle here for Guillaume. And one last chance, but that won't be a score that factors in. And Felipe Kizu Lima has officially won his 6th gold medal, has tied Bruno Hansen for most medals of all time for the golds, that is, not outside of other results, but a 6th gold medal for Felipe Kizu Lima. An incredible progression for the Brazilian, and it's going to set the Brazil team with its sights on another team gold medal, which they haven't been able to do since their back-to-back victories in 2016 and 2017 for the World Parasurfing Championships.
Well, they're off to a great start right now, and once again, big congratulations to your 6th-time world champion, Felipe Kizu Lima from Brazil. Gold medalist once again and conquering Huntington Beach throughout this week, Shannon.
What a way to finish things off. It took him about 15 minutes, 12 to 15 minutes to get going with that 7-point ride. Once he was there, you knew that he could taste that victory already, and he got busy. He found that 4. He then improved to a 9-point ride and stitched things up with a 16.33 heat total for the final.
Yeah, and you can see right there, complete in total domination, an excellent heat total to do that in the final. Takes a lot of guts and takes a lot of dedication too. So once again, huge congratulations to Felipe, well deserved. no doubt the most consistent surfer in this classification throughout the entirety of the event.
And it's not every day that you see the chair up the beach, including the equipment that the surfer competed on the wave ski on his throne. Felipe Kizulima, your 6-time gold medalist.
Yeah, pretty cool scene right there. Hopefully he actually gets the credit that he deserves as pushing this not only momentum forward in this classification for parasurfing, but also as one of the breakthrough performers when it comes to potentially getting this division in LA 2028.
It's so true. He's also taken out 2 world championship wins on the AASP Tour, which is a full world tour now for adaptive and parasurfers. It's been amazing to be able to see the progression, and like you said, to see the pioneering spirit of Felipe Lima within that conversation for what he is bringing to parasurfing and for the hope of the future of Paralympic inclusion. Great crew all around him, cheering him up for the interview as he's still in the wave ski and he's approaching the glass. And we can hear that the countdown has begun now for our women's sit final, which will be underway with the buzzer sounding. 25 minutes on the clock now for the women. And we've got Elena Nichols from the USA, Cass Eckroth from the USA, Lisa Franks of Canada, and Mira Nelson of Hawaii in the water going for a gold medal. And that would have been an inspiring thing for them to see and to witness Felipe getting that gold medal as they were already out in the water waiting for their heat to kick things off.
Yeah, and Nichols, the standout performer yesterday in this classification, had the first perfect 10 of the event, and now in the final, clean slate going up against Cass Eckroth, her teammate from the US of A, Lisa Franks from Canada, and Mira Nelson from Hawaii, as you were saying. Big one out there right now, Shannon.
Huge. As we take a look at Elena just trying to put herself into position, the Paralympic medalist, 6 times overall. She's got multiple gold medals between multiple sports on the Paralympic level, but she's also already won 2 gold medals in the sit divisions here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. And it's great to be able to see her back in the jersey, back on a board, in the water, off of the mountain slopes, and to be competing once again, especially after the performance, like you said, that she put together yesterday, where she not only found a 10-point ride in the first of the week, but she got her very first ocean barrel with that glistening sun behind her.
And I think the crazy thing about it is that she's only been doing this for around 10 years now, so not extremely adept as you would normally see a surfer that's been growing up surfing throughout their entire life. Originally from a place that has nothing to do with ocean activities, so for her to compete once again for another gold medal, incredible stuff.
Well, quiet moments in the water, but not quiet on the sand, as Kizu Lima has just taken out his 6th gold medal. He's down on the beach with Ben Way.
Thank you guys so much. We're here with Team Brazil's the first gold medalist of the event, Felipe Kizulima, 6-time world champion. You're up into the Godfather Bruno status now. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good to be like Bruno, you know, he's my idol. He's a legend. I'm sad that he's not here this year. I dedicate this to him because he's recovering from a neck broke. But I'm glad he's getting back, he's good. And Bruno, you gotta be here next year to beat that title, you know.
So let's talk about the heat. I mean, it was a very quiet start, waiting for a good wave. You got your first score, good score. That one got you the momentum, and then just stamping the deal right there. Were you kind of watching the other riders to see where they positioned, maybe listen for what their scores were before you got into action?
Yeah, it wasn't an easy heat. I catch my best wave before the heat start. I thought it was started, but it was a mistake. And after that, it took me a few waves to get back on my rhythm. I fell down, but after a good one I got back to my rhythm, and it was all right. All the guys were surfing amazing. It's so good to have these guys here because they're pushing the level of the sport, and yeah, it's been a pleasure to see that evolution happening.
You've been ISA family for a long time. You only lost one time to Jeff Munson with a silver medal. And let's just say a little bit how important all of the legends, the godfathers of the sit class. We had Ethan here. We've got Chaka Webb. We've got Jeff Munson. We've got Spike Kane, who's been down here every day. And you're just right up there with the godfathers of the sport now.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be like these guys, and not just on the sit division, but every division. We have a great community from the guys that were here since the beginning, and we became really good friends, and I'm glad to see them. They are all still here and ripping every day, getting better, and the evolution never stops. That's the real of our sport. We have a lot to go.
You are helping with that movement in a huge way, and now you have the first gold for Team Brazil. Let's hear a heartfelt message in Portuguese to everyone who's supporting you.
Queria agradecer a galera no Brasil, minha família, minha esposa, meus amigos, né, todo mundo que torce por mim. Sem essa energia boa que vocês me mandam, nada disso aqui teria sentido. Né, eu gosto muito de voltar para casa e ganhar um abraço de todos e poder comemorar junto. Então é por isso que eu estou aqui. Né, e agradeço a todos os patrocinadores, todo mundo que ajudou a gente estar aqui, né? A Secretaria do Paradesporto, a FECASUF, a CBSUF, a High Fives, que me ajuda há muito tempo, a CAF, Layback, Descent House, Truz, a Jumper, que me bota na cadeira boa para aguentar essa areia. E é isso, a O-Pedals, né, para que me deixe com o melhor remo possível, leve, que nunca quebra, nunca me deixa na mão. Então, eu estou bem assessorado de todos os jeitos, fico muito agradecido.
So there we have it, our first gold medalist of this 2023 Parasurfing Championship here in Huntington Beach for Team Brazil, Felipe Kiza Lima, our 2023 champion. Congratulations, muito parabéns.
Gracias, thank you.
Back to the booth with you guys.
Thanks so much. Huge congratulations to the newly crowned 6-time gold medalist, joining his name with the greats of the sport, and has been such an incredible part of the pioneering of Parasurf. Is well-deserved win, finding such a solid heat total as well with that 9-point ride on the board.
Well, he's still young enough to potentially break Kelly's record too. Still has 5 to time, and then potentially go for 12 as well. So got a challenge on the board now, Felipe.
Got a challenge, got to take down Steph Gilmore with the 8 first, then meet up to Kelly with the 11. Now out in the lineup in real time, we've got 18 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Lisa Franks is the only surfer in the water right now to have got an opening ride. Just a takeoff, we saw her go down over the falls with a 0.5 on the board. Elena Nichols for USA has been searching the lineup, kind of moving herself from a little bit farther on the inside back to the outside again. She's sitting there waiting for that opening wave alongside her teammate in Cass Eckroth, also from the US. And then Mira Nelson of Hawaii in the white is looking for her opening wave as well. So quiet start to this heat, kind of similar to what we saw for a few of the surfers in the last heat, although we had seen Ethan catch that opening ride right off the bat.
Yeah, and I don't know if Nelson actually paddled out for the final. It seems like we only have the 3 surfers out there in green, red, and blue. So Eckroth, the 23-year-old from Reno, Nevada, big chance for her to add some points for Team USA. It would be very important for them to get 1 and 2 in this final if possible, and really add to their team standings, as Ethan Carrier already got a silver medal in their first final so far.
Yeah, great to see that for Team USA, for the host nation for this year's event, for the returning champions looking to find themselves with a 4th gold medal should they take out the team win this year. They won in 2018, 2021, and 2022. And coming up next, we've got 2 more finals. It's going to be our Stand 3 division on the men's and women's side, as Elena has a quick look at that wave and decides to kick things off. She will put her first score on the board, though, and enter into that priority rotation.
Yeah, going to be a small one, but I like what she's doing. Doesn't want to be waiting around for a wave that potentially doesn't exist out there. I feel like the tide is switching a lot more right now. You're going to see it come up and maybe accelerate a lot of these waves come through the lineup. But what's important, especially at the beginning of the heat, because we saw it in the men's sit division, is that you don't want to be waiting around for potential waves that might never show up in the first 20 to 25 minutes of this final. So overall, 10 to 15 minutes on the clock have gone by, and you want to be able to have at least your backup score on the board Nichols recognizes that in third priority right now. She has the furthest separation out of everybody else towards the south. Wouldn't be surprised to see her break away.
16 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. Both Elena and Cass have the most competitive experience. Cass has taken out the AASP World Championships previously, so she's got that experience of surfing through multiple events in a tour and coming out on top of the standings. She's been putting together some great waves in her free surfs and in competition so far this week. Walked away with a second in the first qualifying round. And for this division, it was just 4 women. It's the first time in a few years that we've had the women's sit division as their own division. The last 2 or 3, we've had it as a combined division and open with the men because we haven't had enough women to actually fill it out. So this year was really exciting again to see 4 women enter in and pull that jersey on. Mira Nelson walked away with a 4th place finish in the qualifying round. Mira walked away with a 3rd place finish ahead of Lisa Franks in a 4th place position in that qualifying round. It was Cass in 2nd and Elena who walked away with a massive heat total. Up until earlier today when we saw Roberto Pino walk away with a 20-point perfect heat after finding 2 10s, it was Elena Nichols yesterday with a 19.7 heat total who was able to take away a record-breaking high score.
Yeah, and you look at a lot of the stuff that has happened today, that perfect heat as you were mentioning, 2 10s for Roberto Pino, the 10-point ride for Elena Nichols yesterday, and the 2 awesome performances by the Aussies, Joel Taylor, and also the young kid, Kai Collis, who's coming up into the final tomorrow, too. I think it's been an exciting few days of competition. The last 2, especially just because of the big performances that we've seen when people have needed those results, too, Shannon, as we see Cass up and riding.
All right, Cass into the first real wave being ridden in this heat, going for a couple turns here. Steep takeoff, and now Elena putting herself in position, decides to kick out for the 2nd time rather than going for that closeout sort of floater finish. What are your thoughts on that, Mitch?
Yeah, I mean, the section was there. She might be eyeing up something else and maybe thought that she was going to be a bit too rushed right there to get to the lip line. I still think that this is a very attainable score for both Eckroth and Franks to move up into 1st place. But yeah, a bit surprising that she at least didn't try to attempt a turn right there. Overall, though, 14 minutes on the clock, especially with the wave ski being a good mobility, a good instrument of mobility, to get back out into the lineup is so quick. It'll usually take you 10 to 15 seconds on one of these boards.
That's so true. Well, we've got a 3.33 that's dropped in for Cass. That's a great way for her to kick off her campaign. She was patient, waiting for that first wave, then finally decided she needs to just get a score on the board. Now Elena driving down the line, looking to see if she can get to that open face, finding that speed line, that trim, and trying to get that first turn, but she'll go down. So she'll look to reset. She's got a 1.67 and a 1.33 on the board. She'll be growing those scores with this last wave.
Yeah, and what's so interesting about a lot of these wave skis is how far up are these fins on the bottom. I mean, you talk about a lot of different techniques when it comes to using these boards to their advantage, but I think the evolution of a lot of the equipment that we're seeing specifically in this classification is extremely impressive. A division that has been happening for close to 10 years now, but I think in those 10 years, we've seen an evolution that has been shown in surfing within 30 to 40 years' time. So to have it within a shorter time period, it's pretty cool.
Lisa Franks commits to the takeoff, and she'll go down.
And she's riding a single fin, by the way.
Right, I love that. I'm a full single fin surfer. Every board that I own at the moment is just a single fin, and I think it just draws such a beautiful line on the face of the wave. As we take a look now at Cass Eckroth driving off the bottom, setting herself up now for a 2nd turn. You can see that competitive nature coming out in the aggression of her opening maneuvers.
Yeah, and great board underneath her feet too. It seems like she's the only person riding a thruster out there right now. I mean, this is a pretty low scoring heat at the moment. A 3.33, the best for Eckroth. We're waiting for the 3rd wave of Nichols right now. But overall, nobody's really distanced themselves enough to break away and fully compromise 1st place right now. So I expect these last 12 minutes to be a lot more competitive, especially knowing that once they get the news from the beach announcer that nobody really has an extremely strong score, somebody can fully commit to one wave, get one big section on the outside, and engage their rails well enough to get them something potentially in the exit range.
That's right. It's really wide open at the moment. Now Cass has improved her 3.33 with a 297 backup score. That means the requirement for gold is now up to a 4.63 on Nichols. She does have a score to drop through. It'll probably be improving on that 1.67. We'll see how high the judges go with it. It was a good takeoff, and it was a really fast angle down the line, though she wasn't able to find that open face and really unleash on any turns. As we're coming into that 10-minute mark, Lisa Franks with that last takeoff, the judges don't deem it with a scoring ride, so she's just sitting on that 0.5, chasing a 5.80 at the moment to put herself into that leading position. And there we go. That's the score we were waiting for Nichols. A 3.67 now on the board for that fast down the line wave. She's now sitting with a requirement of a 2.63 to get herself back into that gold medal position.
And any kind of thing that you can look at as a judge that differentiates one score or one wave from the other, that's something that you're going to apply in terms of the judging criteria. So a little bit of a differentiation was what separated the 3.67 of Nichols from the 3.33 of Eckroth. Was it the way that they positioned themselves, they angle themselves, they use the paddle? All these little subtleties are things that you include into the criteria when a lot of these waves are very similar and close in scoring. But as of right now, it's a two-wave total that has Eckroth in first.
Coming up next, it will be our men's stand 3 division with Dario Davila of Costa Rica paddling out against Eric Dargent, Jackson Santos. And that's going to be a great heat to be paying attention to as Lisa once again puts herself into position, but just can't quite hang on to the takeoff for the Canadian. Her favorite surf break being San Onofre. It's just down the way, about 30 minutes down the coast. And it's a great part of the world to be able to get into the water. It's actually where Elena Nichols first got herself onto a wave ski with the adaptive crew back in the day to get her into the water, and it's a perfect environment because of the nature of the reef break there. You're able to really navigate out and around without having to go through too much white water as a beginner, and in a parasurfing context, it's a great location to be starting out at.
Yeah, as a starting point for sure, but you can't really be practicing for a wave like this at Doheny or even Sano just because it's so much more different. You're coming to a beach break that breaks a lot quicker, and if you're not prepared for something that changes on a fly too, I don't think you're going to be able to have those adaptability and the capabilities of being able to adapt in a 25-minute final. I feel like Nichols has done that so well throughout her career. There's a reason why she's been able to make multiple finals, and especially in La Jolla a few years ago, dominant in each of the heats that she was surfing. But as of right now, it's still Eckroth with the lead, though. She was able to win an event in Costa Rica earlier this year for the AASP, and I feel like that inclusion of a lot of beach break surfing into her capabilities has really matured and shown the prowess that she's had in terms of competitive experience.
We've got an opportunity now, sitting out the back. Elena into this first wave, paddling hard to try and make it back to that open face. She's going to put another score on the board to try and improve on that 1.67. So much speed and control as she kicks out now. Now it's going to be a race for that second priority. Cass Eckroth already sitting with first priority out the back, and Elena just attacking that section that breaks in front of her. You can see the mentality to just charge through, attack with speed, and the judges, I believe, with the scores being reflected in Nichols' performance so far, are really rewarding her speed within her surfing. She got a 4.1 that's just taken her into that gold medal position. As Cass Eckroth goes down on the takeoff, she manages to stay riding, and now she goes down properly. She's looking to improve on a 2.97. We'll see where the judges go with that one.
Well, and now it needs close to a mid-4 to retake the lead. And as you mentioned, it's the speed factor that really involves a lot of the great criteria in terms of the scores that are reflected for Alana Nichols. I think it's also the angling and the different kinds of subtlety in terms of the angles that she can pick and select that really bring out the best in her surfing. Remember, the 10-point ride yesterday was a wave that she actually caught on the paddle back out. So most of the time, she's catching a lot of these waves when they're about to break rather than catching them all the way from the outside. So she's comfortable in a lot of different situations out there right now. And it's Eckroth who, despite having those two waves right at the beginning of the heat, the 3.33 and the 2.97, hasn't been able to find a corner to improve on those two scores. So when you really break it down, you want to be asking yourself, what am I doing correctly and what can I improve on? Because 25 minutes goes by real quick. And if you're not adjusting your surfing to the conditions that are presented out there in those 25 minutes, you're going to tend to struggle, Shannon.
That's right. Nichols getting taken over the falls on that wave. She'll look to get herself back into position now. She has taken over that gold medal spot with a 4.10 and a 3.67. It now means that the requirements are into the 4-point range on Cass Eckroth. Now Cass's best score right now is a 3.33, so she hasn't been able to find herself something that would match what her requirement currently is. We can see Lisa Franks there on the inside getting a bit of assistance. That volunteer crew will not be able to push her out into the water, but they're just giving her some help now before she resets herself. She is sitting on a 0.5 and a 0.37, and for Lisa Franks out of Canada, she's been charging in this heat. She's taken off on a couple of bigger waves, looking for those set waves, but just due to the nature of the closeout, she wasn't able to get into that open face and unfortunately went incomplete on a few rides.
Yeah, and I don't know if she's going to be able to paddle back out because this division doesn't require assistance. So that might have been the end of the road for her in this one. So that means that the gold medal is going to be decided between the two surfers from the United States, whether it's going to be Nichols or Eckroth in this one. And Cass doesn't need much, a mid-4 to move back up into first place. And Nichols right now, she's been extremely active, Shannon. She's caught 5 waves so far, and I would say 4 out of those 5 waves she's caught in the last 10 minutes. So she's had a lot of activity, still nothing better than a 4.1, but that's keeping her in first place at the moment. Whereas if you try to replace the 3.67, remember that one attempt of a turn that she had that was incomplete. She pulls one of those, we're seeing something in the excellent range for sure.
It's so true. If she just commits to that one single maneuver, it's going to be huge. There's a corner starting to come through now. We'll see if she decides to go. She'll just let that one go past. She's sitting with first priority. She knows that Cass is going to be on the inside somewhere. We don't have priority next to Cass's name right now, so we know she's not in a position, at least out the back, to be catching a wave. And for both Alana and for Cass, 4 minutes remaining in this final, a chance for Elena to get her 3rd gold medal, specifically in parasurfing, though she already has multiple gold medals as a Paralympian athlete in multiple different disciplines. She's had an incredible career when it comes to wheelchair basketball and to alpine skiing, taking away the gold medal twice in alpine skiing, the silver twice, and the bronze, as well as the gold medal in wheelchair basketball. She's one of the only athletes, and she's the very first American female to win gold in both the summer and the winter Paralympic Games. And now to see her make that transition, like you said, she was about 30 years old, now 40, when she first got onto a wave ski and got into the ocean, began surfing. To see her wave knowledge develop and grow over the years as well, she is one of those leaders of the sport that is really pushing the progression in the women's field.
Well, especially when she doesn't do it on a consistent basis either. She's a mother now with her partner, Roy Tuscany. She runs High Fives Foundation, which does an incredible job for a lot of not only para surfers, but a lot of para athletes worldwide that are looking to push themselves in their respective athletic division. And as of right now, she's on her way to another gold medal with 2.5 minutes remaining in this one. And it does seem like Franks was able to make it back out, reestablish his priority, so it doesn't seem like that was able to interfere at all with her competition right now, but still in 3rd place, needing the 7.27 for the lead. Here she goes.
This is the wave she's been trying for the entire heat. She slides out that tail, maybe that single fin, just not having enough hold with the speed of these closeouts today.
Yeah, you need to take a certain angle with the single fin in order for it to carry down the line. And unfortunately for her, it slid out a bit too much right there on takeoff. And we're down to the 2-minute warning right now as Eckroth still needing that mid-4, and Nichols just a bit closer to her, playing some defense right here, as we do have a couple of lines approaching not only that outside line, as you were mentioning, but I also feel like that inside bar could be a good option for Eckroth. Might be looking at one of these lefts that could potentially be coming through, but Nichols moving towards her right now, playing some defense.
1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock, and Elena doing exactly what she needs to do in the situation. It's a really small requirement, a 4.44 for Cass. It would, however, be the highest of the heat, because it just hasn't been one of those where these great scores have come from. But that's added to the level of anticipation and anxiety for those of us tuning in and watching, for the family down on the beach, knowing that any wave that comes through could be throwing a full spanner in the works, and it could change up the situations. Elena now eyeing off something. She's going to paddle closer to the pier and decide to give it one last opportunity to try and defend her position by bettering her scoreline should a wave come through. Down to 50 seconds on the clock, and Nichols is having a look at this one. A smaller wave. She decides to pull out of that quickly, and it looks like Cass is just tipped off of her board for a moment. She's going to need to get back up and into position, and that's not what you want to be doing either, coming down to the last few seconds of a heat in the finals, when you're wanting to be putting yourself in a spot where you could be finding the score that you need to take away the win.
Absolutely, and with 30 seconds to go, if you're Eckroth right now with first priority and a wave on the outside, you want to be hustling for any kind of opportunity, as Nichols once again up and riding here. Quick one for her, and Cass with the chance, needing the 4.44. It's now or never, Shannon.
She's paddling, putting herself in position, but with 10 seconds on the clock, I just don't see it being enough time for her to get into a riding position. We can hear that buzzer sound, and it is official. Off of some very hard work in this women's sit final, Elena Nichols of the USA has gone for her third gold medal in parasurfing history. And it's Cass Eckroth that finishes off with that silver, Lisa Franks with that bronze medal.
Yeah, and big congratulations once again to Elena Nichols, demonstrating that consistency is key here at this level. If you want to be a world champion, if you want to be a gold medal, you have to be able to do it in any kind of conditions on offer. Was able to do it with offshore winds when it was clean, got the perfect 10 as a great barrel ride, and here in tricky conditions in the late afternoon, was able to get herself a decent enough heat total and take out another victory.
Wow, you can just feel how gritty that final was. The entire time, the lead was switching back and forth between Cass and Elena. We could see that Lisa was in there putting in every ounce of effort as well, but it was Elena Nichols that was able to walk away, finding a little bit of a better score every wave and adjusting, knowing that she wasn't going to be able to get those great turns in because the waves were shutting down, so she had to take that approach, getting that line drawn perfectly on takeoff, finding that speed as well, and then engaging that paddle for every change of direction possible. And she's walked away with another gold medal. Of course, the thing that we're going to remember most about Elena within this event is that 10-point ride and that barrel that she found yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, and really had to fight for this victory, as you were mentioning before, representing the US of A with a lot of pride, with a lot of honor. She knows what she's been able to do for the Paralympic community and here in parasurfing, excelling even more and bringing home another gold for her son Gunnar, partner Roy, and for herself, once again being a champion of the world. Some big stuff for Elena Nichols. A big performance, gritty final, comes up with the win, and once again on top of the podium with another gold medal.
All right, well, there we have it. Elena Nichols, the three-time gold medalist for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We've got more finals to come with our men's and women's stand 3 hitting the water. We've got Sam and Ben in to call the action.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back. She did it. Elena Nichols took her 3rd gold medal. She's going to be very soon with Shannon Hughes. We're looking forward to that moment. But right now, we've just kicked off our men's stand 3 grand final. Going for gold, Eric Darjon from France, to Jackson Santos from Brazil, Dariel Davia from Costa Rica, and Naomichi Katsukara from Japan. It's a 25-minute final. Winner takes all. Winner gets gold. Second is silver. And then, of course, there's bronze and copper. But it's those eyes on the gold medals that you'll see from Eric Darjon, who got silver in 2022 at the event in Pismo for the RSA World Parasurfing Championship. And Dariel Davia, the 23-year-old Costa Rican, he's a bit of a favorite coming into this final because he's been extremely expressive and getting some big scores. But the biggest scores on the board have come regularly from the Brazilian De Jackson. Up and riding right now on the replay. Here's Naomichi Katsukura. I'm Sam Bleakley in the booth with Ben Way, and a great start for the Japanese surfer.
Yeah, Katsan gets a great one right there. Gets a nice little carve right behind him. We have De Jackson with a big, quick hit backside and banks off this section.
De Jackson has been a standout of this division so far. He's been getting some of the highest combinations of scores, a 14 total in his opening qualifying round. But watch out for Eric Darjon. He's got some big scores as well in the qualifying rounds as we get this replay of our Costa Rican off the bottom, off the top. Scores to drop for all of our surfers as we charge on through our 3rd final of the day. Live action, Naomichi Katsukura up and riding on the right-hander. Takes a high line there, our surfer from Japan. He's already got a 3.5, so he's going to add to that. He's our copper medalist from 2022, an absolute legend of Japanese parasurfing. He likes to ride longboards on the smaller days, but when it's a little bit bigger, he'll get out his shortboard. He had a road accident in 1995, and it took him 10 years to get back in the water. In 2005 was when he started surfing again. But wow, he's really taken the Japanese parasurf scene by storm, as has the Jackson Santos, who's just dropped to 6.67. But with that, let's go down to our world champion getting her 3rd gold medal, Elena Nichols for Team USA.
All right, well, I'm here with a new gold medalist, a 3-time gold medalist to be specific. That was a gritty heat. Can we please unpack that first? How are you feeling coming out, but what was it really like going down in the water?
Well, I gotta say that wasn't my best. The flow was a little off, to say the least, but, you know, did what I could with the waves I was given, so I'm so stoked to win. It was great to be out there for sure.
How did it feel to be out there with your teammate Cass as well?
Yeah, so Cass is a new surfer. She just started and she charges. She's got it, that thing, you know? And I'm just so proud of her. She's been charging for a year now. She's young. So, you know, to surf in her first ISA World Final is epic.
Incredible for you to walk away with that gold and that silver together. Now talk to me about how special it is. 3 seems to be your lucky number. You're a 3-time Paralympian gold medalist. You've now got 3 medals in the ISA World Championships for parasurfing. What does that mean for you?
Yeah, that is a good number for me, right? You know, it means that we're making progress and we're showing up and we're charging, and you know, I'm just gonna keep going, you know, as long as I can, and I'm hoping I'm paving a way for the future girls to do the same.
Well, you certainly are, and your surfing yesterday really speaks to that. Of course, your gold medal today was exceptional, but seeing that 10-point ride, are you still on cloud 9 from that performance yesterday afternoon?
You know what? This gold medal means the world to me, but yesterday was historic for me. That was all time. I've been dreaming of it, like replaying it in my head since it happened. So I couldn't be happier right now, like with the whole experience. So I just want to say thank you so much to the ISA for having the World Adaptive Surf Championships. This is like a life-changing thing that's happening. Everybody here, they're being forever impacted, but there are so many people around the world, and shout out to the WEBCAST crew that get to watch it and be inspired and set goals for themselves. So it's big. Incredible. Well, we feel so inspired watching you out there. I want to go get better barrels because of seeing you in that performance yesterday. Can you talk to us quickly again about that hope for Paralympic inclusion as well for parasurfing? How much has the Paralympics specifically meant within your career, and how much would you love to see surfing in that conversation? Yeah, absolutely. So anytime a sport gets added to the Paralympic program, it makes it so much more accessible for the rest of the world to be involved, right? We get the funding, we get the publicity that we need, the potential for sponsorships. So, you know, getting into LA 2028 would be a pivotal moment. It would be, you know, it would excel us into a really expansive world of adaptive surfing. So fingers crossed for that. And, you know, I'm really looking forward to Paris 2024 and watching the surfers at Teahupo'o. So, I mean, it's just all really exciting and, you know, hopeful about LA 28. I love that. Thank you so much for your words. Thank you for your performance out there. We're so proud of you on another gold medal. Your 2023 ISA Women's Sit gold medalist. We'll go back to you guys in the booth. Yeah.
There it is, 3 times ISA world champion, Elena Nichols from Farmington in San Juan County, New Mexico. Also the first woman to win gold in both the winter and the summer games for Team USA, having won gold in 2008 at the Paralympics in Beijing with the basketball team, and then in 2010 won 2 golds in Vancouver in downhill slalom and a silver in Super G. So she's a multiple Paralympian medalist, and now she gets that 3rd ISA World Sit Surf title to her name, and of course so instrumental in the High Fives Foundation, founded by her husband Roy Tuscany, and you can see a lovely shot with her son Gunnar there up on her ski. And age 17 she over-rotated a backflip snowboarding that left her paralyzed from the waist down, but she has become an icon of para sports, and she is at the forefront of the push for Paralympic inclusion with surfing. She's on the Athletes Commission for the International Surfing Association, and her 10-point ride yesterday was game-changing. So follow Elena Nichols at Elena the Jane on Instagram and see that fantastic 10-point ride she got yesterday. Share it, celebrate it, follow all this work at the ISA, as we can see her there with her son Gunnar, and that will all help this push for Paralympic inclusion. But moving on to this gold medal final in progress right now, it's this man up on your screen, Eric Darjon from France. Having finished in silver last year, he is in a strong position with a 4.57 and a 3.90, and it looks like he's going to get another score with a beautiful slicing cutback, silky silvery water ahead, and that cutback seemed to match that titanium colored water that we see right now in this afternoon light at Huntington Benway.
Yeah, and he has been keeping so busy. We saw him go left, go right. There's a couple waves to catch up with him, but he has just been scouring the lineup and stacking scores. And speaking of stacking scores, did Jackson Santos just move to the lead with the ride that we've yet to see?
Wow, did Jackson drops a 6.67, so that with his 5.10 puts him in gold. Eric Darjon currently in silver, Nihamachi Katsukura in bronze, and Daryl Davia in copper. Now Daryl, you would think that he had been surfing for a long time, looking at his skills, but he's actually pretty new to surfing, originally from Puerto Viejo on the Caribbean coast of Costa Rica, now based on the Pacific coast of Costa Rica. And this guy, a real talent, Daryl. He's somebody who's just going to grow and grow, and he's been spending time with the High Fives Foundation with Roy Tuscany and Elena Nichols in the last few months, touring around the US.
He sure has, and they actually took him to New York and they recreated a picture of his dad from the 60s in some certain monument over there that Roy showed me, and it was just so cool to see that they are just supporting him, making sure he gets the best experience out here. He went to the big giant redwood forest recently. Saw some pictures on Dario's Instagram. But we have a lot of action out here, as looks like we're going to have Jackson up again.
The Goofy Footer up and riding, attacking this section, just punches out through that. He's not going to replace that 5.10. Eric Darjon in second priority. First priority, sitting with our Japanese surfer, a legend, the 59-year-old Copper in this division last year. Tell us a little bit about Nihamachi and how important he is as a leader for the parasurf scene in Japan.
Well, Naomichi Katsan has always been really, really hardworking. This season, I have seen him every day at his home spot of Oiso. Oiso's over on the Shonan side, and just south of where there's pretty much like the biggest contingency of it's basically like the Huntington Beach of Japan. Shonan is on the other side of the Tokyo Bay from where we had our Olympics. Let's watch this one of red, Eric Darjon. Like that, big smack off the top. Look how much he has to use his back leg for maneuvering the board. One thing that I did see is he has a very interesting prosthetic, and here is Jackson. I love how quick and snappy. Look how violent that little snap was right there, and just always pumping through, using that front arm on his back and his heel edge rail, as we had Eric Darjon answering back. And Eric's prosthetic is very unique. It's got a shock absorber, allows a certain degree of movement that we don't see in a lot of the other prosthetics, where it's just basically depending on the flex of a carbon fiber frame.
So some of these surfers would win their first golds if they do take that win, but we've seen record-breaking stuff from Kizu getting his 6th gold, which equals Bruno Hansen's record of 6 golds. We saw Elena get her 3rd gold, and big shout out to Bruno tuning in. You know, he's inspired, and I love that opportunity when Kizu dedicated his gold medal to Bruno, recovering at home at the moment.
As he should. And we know, Bruno, you're in the hospital. We love you so much, bud, and we can't wait to see. And I bet there's a lot of competitors that are happy that you didn't come so that you could leave them a spot and give them a chance.
Well, that Prone 1 semi-final was next level, and of course Bruno has set the field ablaze. He's set the standard for those surfers, and it's great to see the team Hirakanjis between Joel and Kai there getting themselves spots in that grand final, and we're going to have all the rest of the finals tomorrow. We've got 2 more finals to move through today. After this men's stand 3, we'll be moving on to women's stand 3 with Charlotte Banfield for Team England, Maria Garnizio for Spain, Ursula Puello for Spain, and Breezy Bochenek for Team USA. So we're gonna still crown 2 more gold medals, and then when we kick off first thing local time 7 a.m. tomorrow, we'll have our visually impaired 2 final for men then women, and then we'll work our way through all the rest of the finals. So you can tune in at isasurf.org, or you can follow all the links on Instagram if you go to @ISAsurfing on YouTube or TikTok and look at that hashtag ISAsurfing. And also, I want you to really share as much content as possible to really push with this Paralympic inclusion mission that we're on, to really celebrate the opportunity to get surfing in the Paralympics. As we can see, Dariel from Costa Rica, he'll replace a 0.73. He's got a 4.5. He needs a 7.27 to move into gold medal position. He's not going to get that on that wave. 11 minutes remaining. Everybody a little bit spread out, but sitting out there in first priority, it's Nihamachi Katsukura from Japan.
Yeah, and I'd love to say hi to all the people that are supporting Katsan at home from Oiso. I know it's about 7:30 a.m. Ohayo gozaimasu to everybody, and especially right down the beach from right behind the beach where he surfs. My buddies, Miyamoto-san, Mike-san, everybody in the Oiso Old Man Surf Club that they have there, and right there at the Genji Point and the beach break right there. And so Katsan has been surfing a lot of shortboard in preparation for this event. We saw Eric Darjon just up for a second, but as you were mentioning, more of a longboarder before, and he really knew that he had to step up his game. So he's been religiously, surfing every morning, posting that, and then posting the big delicious meal that he has after his surf.
He's been surfing since 1981, so he's got that long history of wave riding, but of course he had a good deal of time out of the water. He had a whole 10 years out of the water, but he's back in style. Since 2005, he's been one of the leading Japanese adaptive surfers. He's currently sitting in copper. He needs a 8.27 to get up into gold, and he looks like he's going to get the chance to paddle into this wave. Up and riding right now, Naomichi from Oisoi there, nice high line. He's going to drop into that second section, and he's kicked out. He's going to get a score. It possibly could replace his 1.50, but it's not going to be the 8.27 that he needs to move up into gold, because the Jackson Santos has got a 6.67 and a 5.10. So now, Ben, big question. What do Eric and Dariel need to do? They're chasing scores, attainable scores. Eric needs a 5.1. Dariel needs a 7.27. Talk us through the priority, the situation, and what might be going through the minds of Eric and Dariel to get that gold.
Well, you know what? I mean, in the earlier rounds, you're just trying to get up into that first and second spot just to advance through, as we're going to have Eric Dargent up and riding.
Nice bottom turn from Dargent. Good control. Top turn. Speeding through this section with a big float climb there with control. The French team, the Tricolore, flying high. They're absolutely buzzing on that performance from Eric Dargent, because he's chasing a 5.10. And if we look at his 6.67 and his 4.57, you feel as if it could be in the ballpark area of the score he needs. As we see Dariel up and riding, he takes full. Eric Dargent was silver last year, so it would mean a lot for the Frenchman to move up into gold.
Yeah, definitely. And you know what? I think Eric Dargent, we may see him go to the lead, although there is 8 minutes left. So whoever makes it into that gold position isn't safe in that gold position, as everyone has moderately obtainable requirements. Now Michi's last wave, it doesn't, I guess it's not in yet, or is it? Oh, well, he got a 1.0, so he wasn't able to replace that 1.50.
Yeah, so not into his top two, still chasing an excellent 8.27. Dariel is chasing a big score. Dargent up and riding once more. Doesn't climb out of that floater, but still waiting for his previous wave to be tabulated. And if it's higher, then, oh no, the situation has changed, because the Jackson Santos has just dropped to 9.67. So the whole field is being put in a combination, Ben Way. Our young Brazilian has got a 9.67 and a 6.67. I get the feeling he might have gone left on that set that we were watching Eric Dargent. It's a huge score, and there's 7 minutes remaining, and he looks to be getting his fingers on that gold medal, as we can see our Japanese surfer up and riding, locked into that stance there. Can he just get the full extension of the back? And he does, and he just kicks out just in time, as we see our gold medal position surfer De Jackson just kick out of that. I get the feeling there was a fruity left ridden when Eric Dargent got that last right.
Yeah, and you know what? I think we've only seen De Jackson's backside. We haven't seen him go front side. He is a goofy footer. And so it'd be interesting to see how his approach is. As that backside style, he constantly keeps that front arm on his heel edge rail. I want to see how he approaches the front side, and if he has any contact with the board with his hands.
Eric Dargent waiting for his last score, still to be tabulated. So he's carrying a 6.67, which is interesting, because the low scoring ride that De Jackson is carrying is also a 6.67. So Eric Dargent may well have a score to drop that's going to be pretty strong, and then it may be about a pretty much an excellent range score that he needs to replace to get up into as his combined combination. So the fact that the Jackson Santos is sitting with a low 6.7 and a near perfect 9.67, yes, that is strong, but when we hear that score come in for Eric, is it going to change the situation? It doesn't. It comes in at a 4.57. Doesn't go into the accident range, but we can see Dariel off the bottom, off the top. Big rebound re-entry there. He's got a 4.5. He's looking to replace a 1.77. Everything is happening here, Ben Way. Every surfer getting a lot of waves. Eric Dargent up and riding. I can hear the beach announcers and the teams cheering in the background. It's a busy final, as it should be, because this is our third final of the competition, and we've got gold medals at stake right here in just 5 minutes to go.
Oh, it's so exciting. And as it is at the moment, looks like Brazil's going for their second gold medal today. And so as you mentioned about Eric Darjan, if he is able to bump up that high score, he'll start chiseling away at that requirement. But that is a big requirement right now, as we have Team USA. They're not yelling for Team USA. They are good buddies with Dariel out there. I think they're probably hooting him on, as we have Naomichi Katsan gets up to his feet. And here we go. Dariel has a chance to get over that double up. What I've seen is Dariel's on really small equipment. He's used to surfing barrels and perfect Costa Rican waves. And it's not a really grovelly setup, where, in contrast, we have Eric Darjan with that big round nose getting him into everything.
The Jackson Santos on the front side, bang, slaps that lip hard. This is why he got a 9.67. Again, re-entry with spray. Doesn't ride out of that second turn, but that first turn was absolutely dynamic. So he's going to potentially replace his 6.67, and now that we see him on his front side, we get to recognize why he got that 9.67, as Dariel doesn't really deliver too much on that. But what about that explosive maneuver there from Jackson? Had he ridden out of that second turn, wow, that could have been also well up there into the excellent range.
That was such a thwap at the end right there, and I was just thinking, if you completely remove the surfer from the board and just watch the movement of the board, that was the surfing that you would see of pro surf in the QS. I mean, the amount of difficulty, as vertical and quick as he's getting that nose moving around. And it was fun to kind of observe that he always keeps that hand on the rail balanced with his front foot. So he's working in teamwork, keeping that foot on the board. He's got double action with that rail control. And because of his physical condition, he doesn't have that heel and toe edge push that an able-bodied surfer would. So he's able to actually use his front hand on his heel edge to do that push that you would make with your toes. And very, very interesting and unique style, but it's very effective.
Absolutely, especially on the front side. Getting a 9.67, and he got a 6.4 for that last ride, so it doesn't go into his top two. So that 6.67 for his opening ride is his backup score. So now Eric Darjan needs an attainable score. It's a 9.68. The other surfers are in a combination situation, so they cannot go into gold from just one ride. They would need two rides. But Eric Darjan, if he gets a perfect ride or anything bigger than a 9.68, he would move up into gold. 2 minutes, 25 seconds remaining to Jackson Santos in his first ISA World Parasurfing Championship. The 28-year-old, the reigning Brazilian champion from Belém. He's going to be feeling good about things right now, Ben, because it's looking pretty likely that he's going to get gold.
Yeah, looking pretty safe for gold and silver right now. And as you were saying, that combination score can't be made with one single wave, but it also needs to be made with two almost perfect waves.
Absolutely. As we can see live action, our surfer from Japan is going to get a chance to get out of the open face. What a great takeoff there, up and riding, climbing, dropping. Testament to the training that he's been doing, because he likes to ride a longboard in smaller conditions, but he was recognizing that the shortboard training was going to give him the opportunity to really put his board on rail and get some bigger scores, and representing Japan with pride right there. That's going to be a really good score, and he can be stoked, and he could have a possibility of moving up into bronze with a score like that.
Yeah, that was great. He'll at least be able to get rid of that 1.60 as we have Dariel finally on a better wave, giving him some room to move on this one.
Brilliant surfing there from Dariel, but needs to get that wave shape. Like we saw from Jackson Santos, getting in those waves that have that real pocket and that run. But what about the number of waves being caught in this 25-minute final, Ben? Each surfer is caught over 6 waves. Our surfer in green, Dariel, looks to have caught about 13 rides so far. So everybody's super busy, just looking for those little nuggets, those little wedges that pop up and give them that scoring potential.
Yeah, and it's also a little bit shorter of rides, so even if they are to make a mistake or pick a wave that doesn't really amount to anything, they're right back out in the lineup, and that just explains the wave count that we see on the screen. The whole bottom of our screen is filled up with various attempts at getting higher scores.
Eric Darjan going for the perfect score. He's unable to catch that wave. Our surfer from Japan, Niamachi, up and riding once again. He does get a score in his top two. It's a 2.63. He's still in copper. Isn't able to go up into bronze. He needs something bigger than that. Dariel stays in bronze. Eric Darjon in silver as we move down into the dying seconds. Eric Darjon has an opportunity to look at this. It's not going to come through, but Dariel Davia, he's got a wave. He needs a score to move up into silver. We'll have to wait to see if it was enough, but congratulations to Jackson Santos, all the way from Belém in Brazil, has just won Brazil's second gold medal of the day. And this guy's been a standout all event, and we might get the opportunity to enjoy watching him just take this section apart. No, he's just going to ride prone because he's already won that gold. And what a performance it was, Ben. How's he going to be feeling?
Yeah, I also love how he's just, as he can do a celebration ride, he's just abiding by the rules, how you're not supposed to stand up on the board on the way in after the buzzer. And wow, he's going to get a warm welcome as he comes in.
Oh, congratulations to Jackson Santos, your first time representing Brazil at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship, and he takes gold. He's just seen his teammate Kizo Lima win his 6th ISA gold in the sit category, and wow, what a great moment here in the titanium water in the shallows here at Huntington Beach, home of so many victories in so many surf competitions over the decades. But this has been a special week, and not only have we had world-class wave quality, we've had world-class performances and a celebration of parasurfing that everybody agrees has been next level. I had the chance of speaking to Christian Otto Bailey after his incredible semi-final performance, getting a spot in the final, and that's the first thing he said to me. He just said the bar has been raised, everybody's been pushing it, and this guy has been at the top of his game, and this is your gold medalist.
Yeah, unbelievable performance. And he would be rivaling able-bodied surfers in a QS with his skill level. It's unbelievable. So really showing how much we can push the performance.
Yeah, massive shout out to all of his support he's getting from the Brazilian team. We've had fantastic performances from so many of them. They're going to be one of the contenders for Team Gold. They've got 10 men, 4 women. They've got 14 athletes, 7 officials. It's great to see Paulo Mendes, Paulo Kid, Malu Mendes' father, as part of the coaching team, as we can see the Jackson Santos being taken up there on the access tracks across the sand past all the competitors with the Brazilian flag flying high, and with a team that has got so much talent. We've seen Roberto Pino absolutely on fire. Of course, Elias Ricardo DL looking really good, and then from the women's side, we've got Marlo Mendes to look forward to in the final of the women's stand 2. As you can see, Shannon Hughes there getting ready for the opportunity to speak to Jackson, our gold medalist. And this is where all the judges are. That's where they look from to look out across the rides and score each wave out of 10. And this guy just went next level. I mean, a 9.6, that is something to cherish in a final to win gold.
Yeah, this has been so amazing, and I don't think you or I had imagined what we'd be seeing in this World Championship, but we're seeing record-breaking scores, we're seeing record-breaking maneuvers, and we're seeing the world's first in a lot of things in this championship, and it's just showing how bright the future of parasurfing is.
And we got a bright final ahead. 25 minutes for all of these women to go for gold. It's Charlotte Banfield for England, Maria Goricio from Spain, Ursula Peyo also from Spain, and Breezy Boschinek from the US of A. That clock is ticking. 2 waves will count. Everybody out back, they've all had the opportunity to use the rip by the pier there, as we can see a big opening charging effort from one of our surfers. She's going to pop up. It looks to be Ursula Puello from Spain. Charlotte Banfield is going to be getting away very soon, hopefully, but we'll wait for a score to be tabulated, because right now we're going to go down with Shannon, because she's with our gold medalist, the Jackson Santos from Brazil.
Thanks so much. A huge congratulations to our gold medalist, a first-time competitor, to Jackson, at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships, and you've won the event, you've taken out gold. How are you feeling?
Jackson, primeira vez aqui no Mundial, chegou estreando, ganhou medalha de ouro. Como é que você está se sentindo, cara?
se sentindo emocionado. O campeonato tá show, foi show o evento. É isso aí, galera. Quero agradecer primeiramente a Deus, agradecer a minha família que está lá ao vivo, agradecer a CB Surf, os pessoal, a CB Surf, né? A Sudesb, a X Pro. Mandar um abraço aí para a galera do Norte Shore que está lá ao vivo lá também acompanhando. É isso aí, galera. Mandar também um abraço também lá para os pessoal da Guaresmeira, de Bestioga e de Boiçucanga também. É isso aí, galera. Tô amarradão, tô feliz. É isso aí, eu tô nervoso. Fui ali na garra mesmo. É isso aí, e também tô muito feliz por estar representando o meu país. Isso aí.
Well, he's really stoked. Barely could speak. He just thank everybody that is with him every time, his family, God, friends, and at his local beach, also the Brazilian Federation, and he's here happy to help the Brazil team to get this gold, and that's it.
Incredible to hear that it's a team effort. Now talk to me about your performance just now in the water. In the final, with all the pressure, you were able to find a 9-point ride. How was that moment?
Com toda a pressão, né, de estar representando seu país, você foi lá fora e lascou um 9 ponto e alto. Como é que foi isso, essa pressão?
Eu fui já pra... Ali é tipo assim, ali é decisão, né? Então eu fui, tipo, pra ser campeão mundial mesmo. Então a gente tem que mesmo ir pra cima, quebrar e amassar. É isso aí.
Well, he just told us that to be a champion, you gotta go there and perform. And that's it. He go after it, and that's what he wanted to do.
Incredible. And you took out some of the greats within the sport in this week's competition. How inspired were you and the surfers that you came up against in the draw?
Bom, a gente está num evento, né, com tanto talento, né? Como é que foi a sua estadia aqui quando você viu essas pessoas todas? Como é que você se inspirou nisso tudo?
Pô, muito feliz, sentir a energia de toda a galera aqui. Galera massa, show. O evento para mim foi legal. Estou muito feliz mesmo. Muito, muito. Isso aí.
Well, he got inspired by everyone, and he really stoked and happy to be here and represent all of his competitors as well.
Well, an incredible performance, a massive congratulations. You're 2023 Stand 3 Division World Champion, a gold medalist as a first-time competitor. To Jackson Santos, well done. We'll get back to you guys.
Wow, fantastic. Great emotions, the spirit of competitive surfing, beautiful celebration of parasurfing, his first time representing his country at the international level, taking the win in Stand 3, our world champion from Berlin, to Jackson Santos. But let's focus our attention on the titanium shimmering water out here at Huntington in the afternoon, because Charlotte Banfield for Team England, based in Falmouth in Cornwall, has just dropped a 5.50. Adding to that 3.50, she sits in gold medal position, because Maria Granicio has got a 2.27, Ursula Puello has got a 0.83, and Breezy Boschanek has got a 2.07 and a 1.67. Ben Way, a great ride for Charlotte. We saw that, it was a takeoff. She connected with that section, and then she worked it all the way through to the inside with an incredible amount of control, and that could well be a keeper in her campaign to go for gold.
Speaking of control, I love her grab rail on her toe side towards the inside, which we saw, and here we have Ursula up and riding.
So she's going to add her second score on the board. She's got a 0.83, as we can see our surfer in red, Charlotte Banfield, out back, well positioned with 19 minutes remaining and currently in gold. She's going to spin and turn and paddle back out for more. She got silver in this division in 2020 at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. She's competed internationally as well, having won in Costa Rica in 2018, and she's got a nice set on her tail here. Charlotte Banfield stroking towards this wave. Another one behind it, so she might get one more opportunity. It looks to be a difficult one. Is she going to recognize that this is a closeout to leave? She is. She's going to pop over that one, as we can see. Breezy turning. Is she going to get the chance of a little chip shot of this little wedgie right-hander? She doesn't quite get into that, but she will have a 2 and a 1.67 to her name, so she might opt to catch this wave here. It's going to be a really difficult takeoff. Can she hang on for it? She's made the drop. She's up and riding. She's got that board engaged on rail. Can she ride out of that bottom turn? She falls at the end there, but a good takeoff, which the judges will recognize. A 207 is her top score. A 167 might well be replaced with that ride, Ben.
Yeah, that was definitely a difficult drop there. She did a great job of keeping the nose out. Not a long ride, but she's got a 2.07, 1.67. She may replace one of those scores. And I was just noticing yesterday, I followed Breezy on Instagram, and she's got songs that she's written. She's got an amazing, beautiful voice. And so you guys should definitely check her out on the Instagram. Not only a great surfer, but a great singer as well.
And now based down in San Diego doing some mission work. Originally from San Ramon, California, on the Contra Costa County coast there, east of San Francisco. Is San Francisco an area that you're familiar with? We see Charlotte Banfield up and riding, on her knees, on her feet, in control, locked, low, steering, turning, using the grab rail, cutting back, and then again, nice and low, angling her way towards the pier. So 4 solid maneuvers, and then really nice and extended and high as that wave continues to deliver as she just flexes back down and steps onto the sand and looks to replace her 3.50. So Charlotte Banfield in a commanding position here. She might well become the gold medalist in 16 minutes if things don't change. But Breezy, all the way from just east of San Francisco, is that an area you're familiar with Ben Way?
I've been up there. I haven't done any surfing, but they have a huge long stretch of beach called Ocean Beach. Really strong break, of course, cold water. And then there's also the really interesting novelty reef wave underneath the San Francisco Bridge called Fort Point. And so maybe a little bit of surfing around there. And then Santa Cruz is just down the road.
So she talks about riding wave storm boards from Irvine, California. Would this be a wave storm she's on now, or would this be a different foamy board?
It's hard to tell. I haven't gotten a good look because of the glare. I can't see the logos on the board. But great to see Ursula Boyo getting another one. But I like, because of these smaller conditions, we've also seen the extra time that it takes to get to your feet a lot with these leg prosthetics. And without that glide and that time that you have to keep the board moving in the wave, you are unlikely to get much of a ride. And you saw that smaller board right there on a smaller wave, not able to keep the speed and the glide as we have Charlotte and Breezy with the bigger foamy boards.
Yeah, Maria Granito, the 17-year-old from Spain, she's our reigning gold medalist. She's just going to drop another score. She's got a low 2.27. This could be a better score to come in, and that will change the situation. Breezy has got 4 waves. Her high waves are a 1.37 and a 0.97, but watch out, because Charlotte Banfield for Team England has just dropped a 4.60. So that now means that Breezy needs an 8.03, Ursula needs an 8.73, and Maria, our reigning champion, our reigning gold medalist, chasing a 7.83 up and riding right now on a nice right-hander. If she can get a strong dynamic maneuver here, then it'll really be a big score. She cuts back as we see Charlotte Banfield behind, once again up and riding, great control and stance, using that rail grab and then locking again, and looking the way she engages that rail. This is classic turning technique, where you initiate the upper body first, and then the lower body will translate that shift of weight over the toe edge or the heel edge. And her technique is flawless in the way she just initiates that upper body movement, sometimes uses the rail grab, and definitely is someone who's demonstrating to the judges big set waves, good takeoffs, and the ability to turn left and right, weaving through these foam water, white water waves through to the inside.
Yeah, we saw Breezy almost go for that one. That would have definitely hurled her as the bottom dropped out on that takeoff, and she recognizes that. State keeps her position. Let's see how she is with this whitewash right here. She's going to pop under this one, but it just looks like Charlotte is having so much fun out there. She's in such good rhythm, and every time she gets a ride, she happens to re-link up on another great ride on the outside. So she has this just perfect timing connection.
Yeah, I got the chance to speak to her earlier, and I could see she was in a really special space. She was just enjoying the beach energy out there, just getting ready focusing on the conditions. As we can see Ursula there up and riding. She's going to look to replace that 0.97, but she needs a big score of an 8.73 to move up into gold. Maria, the 17-year-old, her 4th time at the ISAs competing for Spain. She's our reigning world champion. She's from Leon in northwest Spain, but she likes to surf at Salinas in Asturias, and she rides Float surfboards based in Salinas. As you can see, the final, the types of impairments these surfers are experiencing could be double knee amputations, above the knee amputation and prosthesis, or above the knee amputation. And it's this surfer riding in that standing position. As we can see, Charlotte Banfield going out for more, sitting in gold with 12 minutes remaining. But Maria Granicio has moved up into silver. She's got a 3:07 and a 2.27. And talk about one of the coaches for Spain and how much of an impact this fine woman will be having on the Spanish team.
Gracie Sanchez. Yeah, I met Gracie years ago in Pantene Classic up in Galicia, and there is some amazing surfing, very powerful waves with that kind of northern Atlantic power, beautiful clean water, but Gracie has always been a super strong competitor for Team Spain in the QSs, and it's a great person to have in your back pocket, giving you strategies, pointing out some approaches that you can going into your heat with some confidence.
Charlotte Banfield turning, having a look. She's in 3rd priority, so she's just got to make sure that there's no other surfer that's going to take this wave, because Maria is in 1st priority, Breezy's in 2nd priority, but sitting pretty. Very, very, very strong position for her to be in gold with 11 minutes remaining. What will be going through Maria's mind right now, knowing that she's chasing a 7.16, Ben?
Well, you know what? I mean, she tried out a couple waves. You could tell that she has the smallest equipment out there, and as the waves are sort of the smallest waves that we've had of the day also, she's definitely going to try and pick out the bigger waves that come through. That's why she's sitting with 1st priority. She's going to need to be really patient and just pick off the best wave that comes through. It's ample time, 11 minutes.
Absolutely. A long time to go, so Maria just chasing a 7.16, but Charlotte Banfield for Team England out there in the lead. She has a BSc, a Bachelor of Science in Marine Biology from the University of Exeter, and she talks about how surfing gives her a sense of freedom and helps her to unwind, and how when she's surfing she can leave everything on land and be herself. And she says how surfing has had a hugely positive effect on her life. That prior to getting involved in surfing, she used to be withdrawn and be anxious and suffer from depression, but that how surfing has allowed her to overcome a lot of these challenges and gain a lot of self-confidence. You can follow Charlotte's journey at charlotte.gale.banfield on the gram, on Instagram, because right now she's in gold medal position, and having had silver in 2020, this could be a game-changing development for young Charlotte Banfield.
Yeah, this is great. We're down to 10 minutes over the halfway mark. Things are gotten kind of slowed down just a bit. Looks like we should start to see a little bit of that tide creeping back in, which would increase the frequency and the power that these waves have. Really drawn out, really some of the smaller conditions of the day. So these girls need to be very, very selective with all of their pretty high requirements.
So Maria is in 1st priority. She's going to have the pickings of the next set. Charlotte looks interested in this wave right now. It looks like she's going to give this one a good go. Up and riding, nice quick takeoff. Charlotte Banfield makes the drop. She's nice and high. There's that classic posture, that stance, and she uses that little rail grab there. And look at the technique, the way she snakes back and forth with the turns, cutting back, trimming, climbing, and again, readjusting. This is model technique when you're surfing, of how you rotate the upper body first, and then the lower body will react and follow, putting that heel or toe edge initiation to get that board on rail and that fin engaged, and she loves that ride. It's gonna go into her scores. Will it replace that 4.73? Maria answering back, chasing a 7.17, little bowly foamy section. Good control from Maria as that wave just starts to fade out, but she rode it with control from out back, so it could well be a significant score for Maria.
Wow, we have so much going on. This is just amazing. But pointing back at Charlotte, the equipment she's riding is basically designed for beginning surfers to have a nice, smooth, easy takeoff, a lot of stability. No one would imagine that you'd be able to do that dynamic of turns on a big softie like that, but her technique is great as we watch Spain's Ursula Puello on the inside testing one out.
And just testament to textbook technique. You know, you look where you want to go, you initiate the upper body, and that translates that movement through the body down onto that back foot on the toe edge or the heel edge. Looking first, and also lining up your shoulders and your arms and pointing those arms in that tube stance kind of approach. It's textbook, isn't it? And it's worked really well for Charlotte. She's got a 5.5, and she's just backed up that with a 5.17. So that last ride goes into her top two, and she's sitting there in gold. This could be a massive moment for Team England. It's, of course, familiar for Team England to win golds at these events. We've seen Melissa Reid win multiple golds. She didn't win gold last year, she got silver, but she's won 3 World Parasurfing Championship at these events in the visually impaired 2 category. But Charlotte Banfield, off the back of having had a silver in 2020, this could be such a stepping stone to finally get that gold medal to her name.
Well, you know what, in this heat, it seems to me that she's deserving of it. She's had the best wave selection, handled some very, very difficult drops, and it seems like she's getting the most degree of turn and rotation direction changes. So, yeah, she's looking very, very solid, and the body language looks really fun, enjoying her time out there, not looking stiff at all, looking really in her game.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's talk again about this classification. Parasurfing stand 3. This is the grand final, going for gold. Surfers riding in a stand position with an above-the-knee amputation or both lower extremity amputations or congenital or impairment equivalent. So the impairments that these surfers might be experiencing could include double knee amputations, above-the-knee amputations, or something similar. And what we're seeing from Charlotte there, who experiences a very high level of autism, Charlotte also has cerebral palsy, is someone who's just very tuned into this final. She looks composed, relaxed. She always seems to be out back quickly as well. Great paddle strength. She's been doing a tremendous amount of training surfing in Cornwall, likes to travel over to Newquay. She loves Town Beach. She also likes to surf at Fistral. And for me, this someone who's sponsored by Alder, the wetsuit company from the UK, is relaxed, natural, and often that really shines in someone surfing as Breezy looks to replace a 1.67. So what will be going through the mind of Breezy and Ursula now, knowing that they need some big scores to really climb up into silvers, golds, or bronzes?
Well, just what they're doing. I mean, they're keeping busy, taking all the waves that they can, just trying to keep stacking up. Can't really tell what the wave's going to do when you're on the takeoff, so it's good to test that out, because sometimes, surprisingly, a little special spot will pop up on the sandbar and give you a scoring opportunity. Sitting on the inside like that with the short little waves, it's not likely that they'll build up on the score. Like to see them a little bit farther out, giving them more time to get to their feet, and also we know that that takes that much more time to get to your feet, to clear the prosthetic, to work with that one leg, and you need that extra time on the wave to really give yourself a chance to do a maneuver.
Absolutely, and talking about this whole culture of classification, it's about accurately allocating the athletes to their surf class to ensure the highest level of competition and a level playing field. And we've seen through the event 9 classifications, stand 1, 2, and 3. This is stand 3 grand final. We've got kneel and sit. We've already crowned our sit world champions. We saw Elena Nichols take gold for Team USA. We saw Kizu from Brazil take his unprecedented 6th gold, equaling Bruno Hansen's record of 6 golds. We've got prone 1 and 2 finals to look forward to tomorrow for the men and women. For the men and women, we've got stand 1 and 2, and then we also have one of my favorites, the visual impairment 1 and 2. So much excitement to look forward to as we move into the last 4 minutes of this grand final for women's stand 3, with Charlotte Banfield out of Team England sitting in gold medal position. Maria Granicio from Spain in silver. Breezy Bocinek for Team USA sitting in bronze. Ursula Puello for Spain sitting in copper, as our Charlotte Banfield gold medal position surfer just shifts down into 4th priority, because she doesn't get that wave. So let's focus on our Spaniard, Maria, our reigning world champion, chasing a score of a 6.84 to move into gold.
Yeah, we know, I mean, she has the skill. We just know that she needs to link up on the right waves. She has that first priority. She's sitting on the outside, and with 3 minutes, she can't be ultra patient, but she is definitely going to need to pick out one of the better waves as she is on the smaller equipment. I just want to see her get more length of ride, have more space to really get in action. This looks like a good one.
Up and riding, unable to make the drop. There was scoring potential on that ride. She will now be out of first priority. Charlotte Banfield is in third priority. She's having a look at this. She's up and riding, and she's got a nice open face left-hander. She takes a fall there, and we've also got Breezy up and riding, but I guess neither of those surfers cross paths, so there would not be an interference call in that situation.
Yeah, I had my eyes out for that, just in case that was a more of a pronounced left than Breezy came over. That could be a little bit of a situation, but no problem there. They were kind of on their own peak.
So fantastic news for Charlotte Banfield, because she's back out for more in third priority, sitting in gold. Maria still has a little bit of time. She's chasing a score, a very attainable score of a 6.84. If she gets a 6.84, it will be the highest score of the final so far, because we've got Charlotte with that 5.5 and that 5.17. Maria with that 3.07 and that 3.83. Breezy, she's got a 1.67 and a 2.07 with a really big takeoff for Charlotte Banfield. Out in trim, grabbing the rail, locked into the beautiful titanium light, backlit California style Huntington Beach, going for gold for England. Charlotte Banfield charging through that section, and I can hear the team cheering on the sand, and this really could seal the deal for gold for Charlotte Banfield.
Oh yeah, I think she's done it. That was a great wave, really started as a pronounced right, not an easy takeoff, as we have Ursula Puello possibly on one of her best waves of the heat here too, connecting on through to the inside.
Massive moment there for Charlotte, because you just get the feeling that that's going to go well into her top two. Let's wait for that score to be tabulated. She's moved on to the inside. She's only got 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining, Ben, and the announcer is going to drop a score for her, which I think is really going to solidify that gold medal around her neck.
Yeah, she may be putting a bigger job in front of Spain. Look at this one. Nice. Balances her way over the double up. She's got this nice little cup shoulder right here. Already doing a little claim before she's even doing her cutback. Another one. She's feeling so good and enjoying this ride so much. And fitting little claims all the way through as many times as she can. She's feeling so good. And she has been so well balanced in this heat, connecting with that energy, and you just can't knock her down.
And big shout out to all of the support that Charlotte has gained over the years. I have to mention the WAVE project in the UK that introduced Charlotte to surfing, all of the work they do. National Health Service funded organization that uses the therapeutic benefits of wave riding for people in need of therapeutic support. Charlotte Banfield not only progressed from the WAVE project, she started working with the WAVE UK in Bristol, and she's waiting for a score to drop. She got silver a number of years ago at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship, and she is a gold medalist representing Team England. Charlotte Banfield, Ben Way, what a great moment for Charlotte and Team England and parasurfing generally.
Congratulations to her, and what an amazing final that was.
Wow, you can see all of the Team England support there on the beach as we still wait to find out what their final score will be. It, of course, will not make the difference. She's already secured that goal, but it might well be an icing on the cake, because it could well go up into the excellent range, Ben.
Yeah, I'm over the moon. And there we have Ismail's son down on the bottom corner.
Brilliant stuff, as we can see Team England there coming on board. They see her mum going to greet her, and that's just a fantastic team effort to see all of the energy behind a surfer getting their gold medal as she gets the opportunity to get chaired up on the beach. So it really is a fantastic moment for surfing. And, you know, when you know what goes on behind the scenes, that's also very special. And I've seen from various perspectives from my own role in parasurfing in the UK how it's not only the kind of elite performance opportunities like we get from things like the Wave UK in Bristol, founded by Nick Hounsfield, who's here, but it's also those therapeutic benefits to just get surfers into wave riding initially. And one of the big organizations I mentioned is the Wave Project, which is funded by our National Health Service in the UK. And that's a message for people all over the globe. Charlotte's initial access to surfing was through that funding platform as a therapeutic support for her own conditions. And she has now gone on to win a gold medal in her surfing sport. And that says so much about why at grassroots level you need to support wave riding opportunities, because ultimately the fruit of that labor can be elite athletic performance in a push to get surfing in the Paralympics.
Yeah, and what a display of a return on their investment on that. And so this has been so amazing. And just look at this. So it looks like Phil Williams is the board caddy.
In Phil Williams' vocabulary, you're otherwise known as Duncan, I hear, is his nickname for you?
I think it went from Duncan to Giorgio to Dante. We've got a bunch of different names this time.
Well, we know her name. That's Charlotte Banfield, our gold medalist in the women's stand 3 at the 2023 ISA World Para Surfing Championship. And what an incredible performance that was. Ben almost swelled up a little bit there. It was very emotional to see, but she just had the control of that final from the get-go. Always in rhythm, always getting those set waves.
It's been so exciting. It really has been emotional, especially when we have the kind of personal connection that we've built with these athletes over the last few years, at least for myself, since the Pismo 2 years ago. And it's like these are become part of my family, and I love to see them do well. Even the ones that didn't make it into the finals are just getting the support and having the strength of this building sport of parasurfing. And I think we're looking good for some excitement towards LA 28. I can't see why they would not include this.
And to see the progression of particular athletes, when we reference Charlotte Banfield, who's just won gold, in 2020 she took silver, going further this time. I reminded her earlier when I saw her on the beach about an interview I got to do with her about the role of surfing it plays in her life, and she said, yeah, that was great, and I got to quote some of those points, and she really demonstrates that, and she has just won gold. Charlotte Banfield, our 2023 ISA World Championess with Shannon Hughes.
Charlotte, we're on. You're a world champion. You've won the gold medal. It's been many finals before this. You're finally a gold medalist. What's it feel?
This is my 5th World Championships. I placed second, third, second and fourth, and now it's a gold. I'm really excited, and I just want to say there's lots of reasons why this happened, including work hard, but I've also got an amazing support network. Mike, Lindsay, you're watching this. We did it! Hey. And also really want to thank my mum for being there for me since, had a bit of a tough few years and had to work really hard to get here. And those who know me know that this is my highest point so far, and I'm so happy. And the whole of Surfing England, my friends, my family, all the sponsors like Muscle Food and Sports Aid, and just really happy. There's a lot of emotions, and I just want to say, even though I worked hard, I wouldn't have been able to do it with all of these people here. So thank you so much for everyone that believed in me when I didn't believe in myself. We're doing good with the gold, so thank you.
An incredible performance. Charlotte, talk to us about the impact that surfing has had within your life, because I know it's changed a lot of things for you.
So I got into surfing through the Wave Project because I do live with autism, and I've always struggled with managing how I feel, and surfing and being in the adaptive surfing community makes me feel like I belong, and surfing is the only thing that really relaxes my mind and makes me feel like the best version of myself. So yes.
Incredibly inspiring. Now we could see that coming out in your performance during the final. You had a couple of 5s, but you bettered it on your last score. It was a 7.33. Well done. Talk to us about catching that last wave and throwing those arms up in the air.
I did listen to Bill, and he was saying get onto your knees first and then get up slow. So I was like, okay, I'm on my knees. Oh crikey, I'm standing. Oh crikey, it's a green wave. And then also it just kept going and going, and then I turned and I was waiting for that big bam, and then it did do that, and then managed to stay low, and then I just saw the happy faces, and that's when I realised it was good waves, so yeah, it's all good.
Well, the most incredible performance. Let's hear it for Charlotte Banfield, your stand 3.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Well, congratulations, Charlotte Banfield. I mean, Ben, I have to admit, we were both welling up then. That was emotional to see.
We still are, but oh crikey, there we have a gold medalist for England. I love the oh crikey.
Well, what an incredible day it's been. Thanks so much for tuning in. We've just seen Charlotte Banfield take gold. We saw Kizu get his 6th gold. We saw Jackson Santos for Brazil get gold. We saw Elena Nichols get gold. Tomorrow is finals day, gold medals all day long, so stay tuned because we're going to be joining you nice and early. But first of all, let's sit back, let's celebrate the highlights of some of the brilliant action we've seen here today at the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.